stress out expecting an issue, and then it shows up, and I'm like, ah, fuck.
Well,
a surprise issue is just like, oh, I've nothing to worry about, and then it
I
happens.
made the
and you're like,
thumbnail
oh, shit.
earlier,
Yeah, and then you're like, ooh, I didn't see that coming.
but I guess Photoshop fucking crashed while I was asleep, and it didn't save anything, so it's just I had to do it all again.
Wait,
Like,
so what?
thanks.
You made the
Oh,
thumbnail.
no.
You made the thumbnail. You didn't save it. And you just left Photoshop open for.
No, I did save it. That's why I
Why?
don't understand.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
That is
I was
weird.
about to say, like, why would you do that? Why would you create something and leave it unsaved and then just wait for like 6 hours?
Exactly. Like, that would be
That doesn't
strange.
make any
Well,
sense.
he might get
So-
a moment of inspiration, right? And he can only save it
yeah.
once. So you don't want to blow your
Gotta
load
save
too
it at the
early.
right time.
Yeah.
It's true. You don't.
Interesting.
Merry Christmas.
That's right.
This is
Merry
our
Christmas.
first
Ooh.
Christmas episode, I guess, of
Yeah,
technically
yes.
probably
Hooray.
more than 3, actually.
Well, I mean, if it's the first, it's kind of 4, right?
I think it would be 4, yeah, probably.
I think it's 4. Yeah. Once
Who knows? Maybe we'll do even
4.
more, because things get wacky.
Oh,
you
yeah,
know?
that's right. Yeah.
Anyway, I apologize. It was my fault. I was asleep too long, and our wonderful guest here, Drinker, awoke me with a phone call. That's how high tech we are here.
Wait, what you're saying is there arose such a clatter?
You didn't speak English
I gotcha.
usually, or like what's going on? It's Christmas. Oh, you can't
Yes.
be confusing me like this.
There-
I only just woke up.
Yeah,
That was a Christmas reference.
that
I
is a
don't even-
Christmas.
I don't even know what he
smaller.
said.
There arose such a cloud.
I'm asking if there arose such a clatter.
Yes.
I mean, only if he dropped his phone, really.
Gee.
Can't fucking attack somebody for not knowing a reference, Rags. Okay.
You can. Yeah, you can.
You're like the king of not knowing references.
I know so many references. Listen, I know so more references than anybody. They're just things that no one knows, which that makes them. Which is not a useful skill, all things considered. If you just know a lot of references nobody knows, but I know them, and sometimes
Well,
that's enough.
yeah, you can feel superior to other people then, and just
I'm now
constantly
just
pull out
thinking
references
about-
that no one gets and gaslight them into
Yeah,
thinking they
that's
should know
right.
them.
My mind
Yeah.
is racing, thinking of films from like, has Rag seen that? Or
The answer is no.
Can I create a reference there and then see if he knows what it is? It's just.
I'm not even sure
I've
he knows
seen a
what
movie now
Simpsons
and then.
is, Friggy.
I know what a Simpson are.
Hmm.
That's the one with the Simpsons, like those 17 goats. Ho ho ho!
Rags. Who says
I
bite
didn't
my
catch
shiny
that.
metal ass? Who says that?
Bender.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah, no.
Good job. Congrats. You did it.
You're welcome, Fringy.
You're welcome.
Now that
I
we've
always
established,
believed in-
now
I
that we've
always believed in
established my
you.
complete and total dominance of this conversation,
I believe in you.
we
It's
can
all
we can
over.
go to the real reason why we're here.
You could still feel superior if you don't know the reference. You
always.
just you respond with, well, it's obviously not important enough to remember, or I would have remembered it.
You gotta flip it on them, and you gotta act like
Yep.
you gotta make sure everyone else in the conversation thinks that you know it and the other person's faking it. Like, wait a
Yeah.
second, you don't know. You're just trying to trick me into saying it so that you know it.
Man, that's
How could you do this to me?
That's
some
some
intellectual
useful-
checkmate right there.
Yeah, useful SEO. I was just getting everyone's links into the description because that's the last thing I had to do before everything's good to go. And I was putting everyone's name in when it came to you, Drinker. I literally typed in Drinker, and that's enough. Don't need anything else.
Hey, nice.
You've taken over the word Drinker. All those channels out there that
Wow.
like were about drinking things. You destroyed them all.
Or when some poor person's looking for advice on alcoholism, they'll just come to my channel.
There's gotta be like a mixology channel out there. It's just like that fucking asshole doesn't
that
even
guy.
actually talk
Reviews
about
a bunch
booze.
of movies and destroys my whole
He
career.
just talks about movies while being drunk.
Goddamn. Anyway,
The patron
yes,
saint of alcohol.
it's all happily good.
Oh wait, who is the
and
patron saint
ready.
of alcohol?
I don't know. There's
Right,
got to be
it's-
one though.
Let me look it
Well,
up.
in Roman
Saint
times,
Matthias.
Bacchus, wasn't
Saint-
it?
Saint Matthias is the patron of all who struggle with the addiction of alcoholism.
Bless him.
Oh.
Shout out to Saint Matthias.
I assume he's a pretty
Yeah.
cool dude.
Rock on,
Patron
sir.
saint of literally the patron saint of alcoholics.
Neat.
Those
Anyway.
papists can stick him away. I'm telling you.
This wonderful episode of EFAP is being brought to you by the House of the Fringy. So I may as well just pass it all over in terms of whatever this crazy format's going to be. It's gonna be wacky. This is one thing for sure.
It's not going to be wacky. It's going to be pretty
Oh.
straightforward.
Maybe that
I
is
also think
wacky.
Fringy was really good
Fun.
the first season, at least.
Yeah.
Do our best to make it wacky.
We're
Pretty-
talking about Die Hard. That's what we're
Die
doing.
Hard.
Talking about Die Hard, which I would say is probably my favorite Christmas movie. I think.
Uh-oh.
I was
I
thinking.
think that depends on one very important question.
A question
think
we're
we
gonna
all
talk
know.
about while we cover the film. We're not going to talk about it right now.
It will come
now
up.
we're gonna,
That will
gonna go
dominate the next
forward.
5 hours of the conversation. Otherwise,
Yes.
it might. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
we should
kind of
probably-
looking forward to it because I
Worst
feel like
dad.
I think it's a really good conversation.
Mhm.
You
It's
know,
ama-
like,
oh,
whether-
okay, yeah.
All right.
Whether or not Die Hard is a Christmas movie, but we'll talk about that later.
Oh no, that's not the question.
Oh.
my God. What was
What's
the question?
okay.
what's
That's what
your
I thought it
question,
was.
Rags?
Now I'm even more
No,
interested.
the question is Die Hard might be my favorite Christmas movie, depending on if "'Twas the Nightmare Before Christmas" is a Christmas movie.
Yeah, it is.
I think
Yeah.
I'd still take Die Hard, but it is both
A
a Christmas
Halloween and
and a
Christmas
Halloween
movie.
movie.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
like you
It's
can,
both.
yeah,
Combos
like,
up.
Nightmare Before Christmas is yeah,
Hmm.
you got options. There are plenty of good Christmas movies, but Die Hard is my favorite Christmas movie, and also one of my favorite action movies of all time. And I think it is worth talking about extensively, as kind of like a reminder of the impact of Die Hard, basically on like action films going forward. But seems like the best way to start is from right to left. Briefly, what are your thoughts on Die Hard, everybody? So we'll start with Drinker.
alrighty. Well, I absolutely love it. I mean, it goes without saying it's one of the best action movies ever made. It's a nice, tight, logical plot. The character of Hans Gruber completely redefined villains in action movies. Obviously helped a great deal by Alan Rickman's portrayal. And John McClane as a character, again, redefined the protagonist of action movies. He wasn't a big, all-conquering 1980s muscle man like we were so used to seeing up until that point. He was very much a vulnerable everyman. But he was smart, he was resourceful, and he was scrappy. And that's what made him such a great, compelling character. And there's a real emotional dimension to it as well, with his attempts to get back to his wife and win her back and rescue her. So it's a movie that just gives you everything all packaged in with excellent action sequences that made the most of what wasn't an enormous budget at the time. So yeah, love it. Absolutely love it.
Riggs.
I love Die Hard. Die Hard combines a lot of the things that make for just an excellent viewing experience. It has a logical plot where you can draw the lines between why this event happens to why the next event happens. It takes care to construct narrative reasons that make a lot of the things that they want to have in their movie make sense. How do we have our hero and our villain talking? How do we have them meet face to face? How do we have him discover the love interest of our hero? All of these questions are answered in the plot. It's funny, it's exciting, and it has kind of a small, intimate scale that's easy to understand and appreciate. It's iconic, it's a classic. What a film.
Gary.
Die Hard is neat. It's really it was unexpected at the time. I'm old enough to have seen it in theaters, and I remember this guy named Bruce Willis from a show called Moonlighting. Bruce Willis was not seen as an action star at all. He was seen as more of a romantic comedian. Like his comedy was almost like Bill Murray's back in the day. Great show, Moonlighting, by the way. Then he shows up in this action film, and it surprises everybody. It's as Rag said, it's absolutely tight. One of the tightest scripts for an action film ever written. You know he's a cop within the first couple of lines of the film. You know how long he's been a cop. You know by the time he gets to the building, you know he's separated from his wife. You almost know everything you need to know about his character before he even interacts with his wife. And Alan Rickman just fucking steals the show. The action is brilliant, and John McTiernan, underrated director. Fucking genius.
Yeah.
Love Die Hard. And it's a fucking Christmas movie. Shad, if you're out there, I know you're listening. Saying Die Hard is not a Christmas movie is like denying Christ. Okay? Just wanted
Wait,
to...
he doesn't think Die Hard's a Christmas movie?
That's an
No.
insane take. I'm
Always
sorry.
knew
Well, that is
boy.
actually an insane take.
It is not an it's
Chad,
not,
explain
like,
yourself
it's
immediately.
Not an uncommon. That's why we're going to talk about it, because it's not an uncommon perspective on the film. Mola.
Should be.
I don't remember not knowing Die Hard my whole life. I've always felt like I couldn't pinpoint when I hadn't seen it and adored it. And I always remember some of the bigger parts of this film, the more celebratory individual moments, are just things that are burned into my memory as being like, good God, this film's like unbeatable in its genre, or at least, anything can only ever come close. It's so fucking good. I've said on other streams, semi-recently actually, that the one that always sticks to me is the insane intelligence of some of the bad guys in this and some of the things they come up with on the fly, which you can find out just by learning more about how the movie was made, that all of this is like an effort to keep solving different kinds of problems. That they overall have like one of the most interesting films ever made for like the action genre, and it's a result of the simple need to be like, right, we want our explosions here, we want our hero doing this, and we want everyone to be experiencing a lot of thrills and stuff. And then they just problem solve, and the film you get, as far as I'm concerned, is a result of a lot of hard work and loads of artists being at the top of their game. And of course, it's just so fresh. And the fact that you could watch this today and it beats out the vast majority of action films still is just like, man, that's really awesome and also sad. But hey, that's okay, I guess. I love the move to like a more scrappy underdog type working man hero that has all these different moments of vulnerability that I think almost like accentuate the heroic aspects, make it feel so much more like he had to. It's that same notion that courage when you're entirely afraid feels a lot more potent than the courage of someone who's never afraid. It's like this character who's not only mentally speaking given so much pressure, but physically, like you watch him deteriorate across the movie, but never stop trying to solve the problem and work really hard. And fuck me, man, I respect the relationship between him and his wife, but like, God, how could you? It's such a bromance movie. Like it's watching that develop as well, and then finally, I'm trying to avoid saying certain
Al
payoffs.
and him.
Well,
right?
I'm trying to say like things that, because we're going to talk about all this. So it's just like, these are things I love about the movie without being more specific. Die Hard, what a
Hooray.
film.
Mark.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as Mahler. Like, I don't really remember a time in my life where I hadn't seen Die Hard. I think my dad might have gone to see it in theaters right in '88, and I think I would have been maybe 5 when it came out on VHS, and we would watch it every Christmas. So at least in my family, it's definitely a Christmas movie. But I think it's just incredible in the fact that it's a very focused action movie where, I mean, a lot of this will be stuff other people have said, but the vulnerability of the hero being so apparent in that he just doesn't even have shoes, like, it is a pretty novel thing for action movies. Like, that's generally not a position you'll find a lot of other action movies put their hero in. But he's just so scrappy and able to deal with those things that you really find yourself connecting to John. And as kind of Mahler was alluding to, I think the buddy cop aspect of the movie is also sort of neat and novel because they don't really ever even see each other. And I think all that stuff's really neat, as well as the Christmas theme, I think being quite well supported by the idea of it ultimately being a story of a
True.
man who's trying to reunite his family at Christmas. And he does it by somehow being offered the perfect situation in which to show his wife that maybe doesn't understand what his job actually is, just how unbelievably competent he is. And yeah, I thought that was always really cool about it too. But yeah, Die Hard's an incredible movie, and you should watch it if you haven't seen it.
John.
Yeah, this is top shelf material. I mean, this is like a masterclass in action screenwriting. I am immune to getting tired of watching this film. I've seen it like 5 times this month alone. It's it is dense with setups and payoffs. Like it's so hyper efficient. Like it reminds me of Back to the Future in that way, where it's just like sets up so many things and then ends so neatly. And it's just like, oh my God, what a banger by the end of it, like every time. Excellently cast. Alan Rickman is particularly amazing in it, and this was his film debut, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Oh, really?
It was, yeah.
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 It was his
Holy
first
hell!
film.
What a first
he
role.
done like he
He
done
done
TV
Shakespeare,
shows and stuff
you
before
know.
this, but
Yeah.
yeah.
And stage, but this was his
Yeah,
first.
I was looking
feature
to say, I'm
film.
betting a lot of theater, right?
Yeah.
And it was lightning in a bottle because there were a bunch of problems in the production and a bunch of flukes, and it's very interesting that it all sort of led to this
it's about as perfect as an action movie as you can hope to make within the Hollywood production framework. So, it's a miracle in itself that this movie came to fruition. And nobody thought Bruce could be an action star at the time, like it was brought up before, and he proved everybody wrong. And thank God he did, because I watch this every year, and I never get tired of it, and I'll continue to watch it probably until I'm dead. So,
Well, for the best
It's,
part of his career, he's like
it's awesome.
synonymous with action movies, right? Like king of them.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's my bit.
I love Die Hard. Like a few of the lads here, this is very much one of those just sort of foundational.
What an echo
movies in terms
chamber.
of hey, look, right? It's like a lot of films that I would have watched on free-to-air television, like when they were being rerun. It's just I adore this film. You've got at its core like a really strong emotional and thematic foundation, and then stacked atop that is an exhilarating action movie that is incredibly well paced, filled with really dynamic, exciting, varied set pieces, a really great setting that facilitates a lot of interesting encounters and scenarios. At the time, unconventional leading man, both in terms of who was cast for reasons mentioned already, but also the archetype, especially in the 80s, of the really like muscle bound, super duper strong, fearless action heroes. I mean, it basically kind of went on to like define a new type of action hero, like the underdog, the scrappy guy who is totally outmatched and has to succeed through only their sheer determination and their wits, which is facilitated by this setting of just forcing him to be creative and come up with new wacky plans of how to take out the bad guys. It's honestly like remarkable how often you can watch this film and not get bored. Again, as mentioned previously, this is like one of the most reliable films in terms of rewatching, in terms of never getting tiresome. I love it. I love this movie, and I'm really excited to talk about all of the reasons why.
The only, and I mean only, viable counter-argument to the notion of being a Christmas movie is just saying, well, I watch it all the time, so not just at Christmas. You're like, all right, yeah, but that's still
So
Christmas.
that's like,
I mean,
I mean, hypothetically, you can watch Christmas movies at any time
Yeah.
of the year if you really want
It
to.
is legal. I did
I was
No
about
one's
to
going to
say-
stop you. Yeah, no one's going to stop you.
You can watch Scrooged in July, and you're still gonna laugh your ass off.
I mean, Santa Claus is still Santa Claus, even like when it isn't Christmas Day.
Yeah, when he's just writing his
So, it
list,
doesn't have
doing
to
his
be-
stuff, he finds out you're watching these movies. He's like, "That's good. I like that. That's good that they're doing that." Done.
Thank you. You're getting on. You're
There's,
going
like,
on the
something
good
worth,
list.
mentioning is that Die Hard is hilarious. It's
Yes,
a really,
it's
very
really
funny.
funny movie.
There's some great one-liners, yeah.
Great lines, so many iconic moments. Love it. But I suppose the best place to start is at the beginning of the film.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Exciting stuff. So we open with John clinging to his armrest as his plane lands in LA, and you notice that he's wearing his wedding ring. It's shown pretty prominently in the frame, which is important as a first visual to sort of establish this character, only for more information to be revealed about the nature of his marriage as we progress. But the passenger next to John, he's noticing like, oh, you're looking a bit tense. And he remarks that the secret to surviving air travel is to take off your shoes and your socks and walk around on the rug barefoot and make fists with your toes. Trust me, I've been doing it for 9 years.
I trust him.
Which is
You bet.
Well-
Fuck that guy. The worst
It better
advice
have
ever.
worked. Yeah.
It
It
sounds
better
like
have gotten
something
over the jet
Mythbusters
lag.
would do an episode
Hey,
on.
look, he acknowledges that it just seems strange, but again, 9 years and it works for him. And hey,
Yeah.
look, even John seems to think like, you know what, maybe. And
Thank
then he
fuck it
stands
works.
up.
Imagine him jet lag trying to do all this. Ugh.
Yeah.
It's very nice naturalistic dialogue that tells you a lot about John as well, because like one, okay, you get the thing about him not liking to fly, gets the advice about, taking your shoes off and make fists with your toes, and then he says, trust me, I've been doing this for 9 years, and then that's when he sees the gun that
Mhm.
John's got, and he's like, yeah, don't worry, I'm a cop. And it's, trust me, I've been doing this for 11 years. It's a nice rejoinder to his statement, it's a nice little comeback, but it also tells you a lot about him as well. Like, we now know that he's a cop. Easy. But it
That's right.
makes sense.
It's super efficient. And I suppose what's kind of funny as well is that the take off your shoes and your socks. It's like that's gonna like set up something that's gonna end up being a really big problem for John throughout the film.
Oh my yes.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, I mean, well, we can't jump the gun. He sees his gun and then remarks like that he's a cop. And then he grabs a big teddy bear, a really big teddy bear. It's huge. Like I think it's like a meter or something.
I mean, it's actual
bear.
sized.
A meter.
Yeah, no,
It's
it's a big
1-to-1
one.
scale replica of a real bear.
Wow.
Are you sure about that?
I
think
have seen
so.
bears of roughly that size. They would be black bears, though, and I think the bear is brown. So
Well, I
grizzlies
mean, I
are
didn't want to get
much
to
Wow,
talking about
plot
race,
hole.
but I mean, if you feel
Hey,
like that's something we
Best
need to
movie
do,
ever.
then
Ruined it for me.
Mm-hmm.
No,
kinda awkward.
come on. I don't know about
Like,
that.
for
But
6
yeah.
years, I lived in a town where stopping your car for bear crossing was a regular occurrence. Okay.
Really?
bear
Yep.
crossing.
The bears should respect
That's the
the
Army
drivers.
Well,
Respect the
look, all right,
bears.
we don't need to. That's okay. Moving on. He grabs a teddy bear, and heads into the terminal. And then we get Die Hard. Feels pretty straightforward. It's like a introduction to a film. That's like only 30 seconds, and as has been mentioned, you already basically know like exactly you've already got a pretty good sense of the kind of person that John is from a very small amount of dialogue. But,
You know what's
then we
interesting about that little title card that comes up, though, right? Is how it's what a nondescript scene it is played over. You know, it's not
Yeah.
it's not showing you the skyscraper or anything dramatic. It's literally just people collecting their luggage from baggage claim. That's all it is. It's like starting off in such a not downbeat, but like such a mundane way.
Mundane.
Yeah. But it
Mhm.
wants to ground you in just the simple reality of McClane's life. He's not an action guy. He's not a dramatic guy. He doesn't live an exciting life. He's just passing through the
I mean,
airport on
having-
his way to
Well,
meet
the
his wife.
contrast of normalcy, you know, to sort of emphasize the extreme nature of the situation as it begins to develop later.
Having
Yeah, it's the
zero
calm
context.
before the storm, right?
If you were to watch
Yeah.
this film without knowing anything about it, and you're like, guy arrives, all these guys bad, everything's like Die Hard. You're like, okay.
Yeah.
I know it's as he's walking. The title card comes up as he's just walking through the airport. But there's still like some music that comes in that kind of gives you there's a little bit of tension coming, you know, and it's it's the fish out of water thing. You immediately get that, right? Like he's kind of wandering around. He's in California. He's a New York cop. You could tell already he feels a little I've been doing this for 11 years, and it's like an underappreciated LA cop. And then as it unfolds, I don't want to get too far ahead. Yeah, you start finding out.
Like even when he's walking through the terminal, and like this hot young girl like throws herself at her boyfriend that I guess he's been reunited with, and then he's like, "Oh, California." Which again, okay, it's information that's like, okay, now we know where he is. Like
All
it's
these straight
simple.
people in California. Ugh.
Yeah.
We head over to Nakatomi Plaza, where Takagi, the head executive of the corporation, is hosting an office Christmas party. He congratulates the staff for all their hard work, but Holly, John's wife, she's not really participating. She gets out of the elevator with a big stack of paperwork, maneuvers through the crowd, and gets ambushed by Ellis, who's kind of
He's the MVP of this movie, man.
Oh my god.
He's such an 80s
Actors
business
having
guy.
a ball.
By the way,
He's such an 80s business guy. I love it.
Yeah.
upon the
He's like
rewatch when he arrives and they have you start throwing up your credits, it is always funny with the links of like Alan Rickman, and then it's very well placed next to him. You're like, that's not Alan Rickman. That's someone else. Like, you're lying.
He looked different back then. He's really changed.
Yeah, man, this was a
Ellis is
controversial
like
role.
the perfect. Ellis is like the perfect yuppie archetype, though. It's
Oh,
just like
yeah, yeah.
he's Mr. Businessman. Like,
He's even got the big
Hey.
sort of shoulder pad suit, from the
right.
80s. Yeah.
Yep. It's such a stereotype, but hey, look, it's of its time, all right? A different time, the 80s. But yeah, he's making a move. Holly's clearly not very interested, like at all, but he's a bit
You're
persistent.
lost.
Sorry,
Uh,
but before he gets to the plaza, I think it's worth mentioning Argyle is a great character, and
Yeah.
also that exposition scene is so brilliantly handled.
Oh, well, that's
He's not there yet.
coming. Yeah, that's coming. We go.
Oh,
we have
sorry, I
the-
thought.
No, no, no.
Oh
wait,
no,
hey,
you're
wait,
right. You're right.
John's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
there
sorry,
yet,
sorry.
Don't worry. We're going. We're not skipping any scenes.
We're at the plaza.
This is
John
EFAP.
is still on
Welcome
his
to
way.
every
I-
scene.
I forgot the structure there. You're right. Sorry.
But
Go on.
yeah, no. Holly heads into her office and she gets on the phone to call home to talk to her kids and then the babysitter. And while she's on the phone, she's looking at all of these photos on her desk of the family. Most of them just have her and the kids. But there's one photo that's of the whole family, including John.
We know him.
That's right. We saw him with his big teddy bear. And she
that's nice.
speaks to the babysitter and she asks well, so first of all, she speaks to her daughter who asks if dad's is going to be coming home soon, and Holly says we'll see what Santa and Mommy can do, which feels like your first if you really need it, not just that it's being set during Christmas, your first sort of indication of Christmas is relevant for this film thematically. So, that's just one. All right, we're going to talk about it being a Christmas film so that hopefully it can be a little bit definitive, I guess,
You
for
can
everybody here.
literally see
that-
family photos and Santa in the same shot. He's right there. He's with his snowman. He's trying to help out. Like, this is ridiculous.
There's Christmas trees everywhere throughout the party. It's
He's
this is
whistling
checkmate.
Christmas
This is-
tunes.
It was
Yeah,
a deleted
come on.
scene because they didn't need to put it in, but there is a moment where she is working with Santa in a room. They have like a bunch of whiteboards, a bunch of information to make sure this can work out. Santa is integral to this storyline.
Santa is actually the president of the Nakatomi Corporation.
Yeah.
The line though that she says to the daughter also kind of the line she says to the daughter does also kind of show that like him coming home with her for Christmas isn't exactly like a done deal, even though he's in LA now. It's like, well, we'll talk about it, but maybe.
Well,
you
yeah,
might
and
be at a
like
hotel, though.
she even says to the babysitter or the house girl or whatever, yeah, better make up the spare bed for him. So it's like,
Mhm.
okay, why is he not in
Well,
your
bear
bed?
in mind, she says this after she's been told that he has not called. She asked if
Yeah.
Mr. McClane called home, and she said no. And then she's like, oh, well, maybe make up the spare bedroom anyway, which the babysitter says that she's already done.
She does a very significant thing at the end of that scene, though, doesn't she?
Mhm. That's right. She ends the call, sits there for a moment, turns around, and then the big family photograph that has all four of them, she places it face down, which
Oh, the
is,
consequences of that.
Yikes! Yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Remember
this
this.
is,
It will be important later.
well, it's just this is the way you do it, right? This is relevant. This is just important for the plot. This is going to be really important for the plot in terms of potentially shielding her relationships from the bad guys. But this character, right? We know that they're married, but it's not great, and that she clearly has some mixed feelings about it. Though you'll learn more about some of the ways that she's maneuvering through the world later, as time goes on. But it's shaky. It's not looking
Just
good.
want to point out Richard Edlund's name popped up there. You know who he is? Worked on a little movie called Empire Strikes Back.
I know that one.
Special effect.
Oh, that's a cool
You
movie.
might have heard about it. Yeah.
That's one of the Star Trek movies.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's it. Yeah. Well,
The Wrath of
that's
Yoda.
it.
Actually, it's
Rags.
the second Indiana Jones film. Actually,
Can I say as well, just briefly, I know this is a bit of a segue, but John McTiernan, the director, he was fresh off doing Predator. So he did
Yeah.
Predator, then he did this,
Yeah.
and then he did Hunt for Red October. I mean, talk about a winning streak.
He,
Yeah.
And that
he
was
got
his.
this film because of Predator. That's why he. That's
Yeah.
why they wanted him.
Yep.
And then
My-
listening,
My fan casting for a Batman movie before Tim Burton was announced, it was John McTiernan directing a Batman movie.
Ooh,
that
that
would have
would
been
be
fun.
Ooh.
that would
I
have been
mean,
cool.
John
Be
McTiernan
interesting.
in his prime. I just want everything action. Go ahead. You can just
Yeah.
anything that has action in it. 'Cause I was gonna say as well, if you listen to him talk about the creation of this movie and even Predator, it's a lot of what he says is so casual in terms of just like, yeah, we need to do this and that got done. Need to do this and then it got done. It's like, do you know you're creating two of the greatest movies of all time? And he's just like, it's sorting it out, getting the job done.
Well, no, yeah, it is kind of crazy to think about, and it's something that we'll talk about as we progress. But like this film, like coming together the way that it did, was not guaranteed. it was not like they did not have like a totally finished script when they were making this film. They were like rewrites and changes happening as they were filming it. And we talked about it on EFAP before, right? Especially in relation to Marvel films, doesn't seem to yield good results typically when you don't have like obviously they had like a draft that was finished, but there was just significant changes that were being made as production was happening. And it's just like kind of remarkable to think about how well it comes together, given that was the case. It's something Mola said during his opening about the nature of problem solving while making a film. That like just this desire to this recognition that there are problems that you need to be solving as you're working through the film to just make it work in terms of pacing and logic, structure, and whatnot.
As a rule of thumb, I think if the time is available, it's good to have at least one draft done. But like in the case of this, like if it's in the hands of a skilled writer and he's on the same page with everybody and he actually cares, and he knows the location, where it's being shot, and he can look at all the floors and be like, okay, well, what if John is here and the terrorists are here and they do this thing, like, and then incorporating that into the script, like an intricate understanding of the location. Sometimes it works, very rarely, but it's a fluke.
I think that's what happened with Fallout, right? They had to do a lot of like re-scripting and trying to get pieces, or was it the studio had the
Mission
action
Impossible
scenes planned
Fallout.
ahead?
He means
Yes.
Mission Impossible Fallout, not Fallout.
Yes, Fallout. Yes, Mission of we don't talk about that. Mission Impossible Fallout. Didn't the studio have all the action scenes that they wanted to do, and that put the actual people who made the movie in a difficult spot to try and tie them all together and write scripts and stuff around it? Isn't that something like what happened?
Pretty much.
They did a pretty good
made it
job
work,
on that one.
and then they didn't make it work the next time.
Which
Yeah.
As John has said, right? It's like the reliability of results, I imagine, goes up the more prep you can have for something like a script. But there are talented artists out there who don't even need that. They can run it all, and they work together as a big old machine, and they know what needs to be done. And drafting happens in the moment. Not necessarily recommended. A lot of people who made this film would have felt stress of a fucking. It would have been heavy. But holy shit, it managed to work out. And yeah, I think the best counterexample might even be, I'm not saying everyone agrees with this, but Dead Reckoning we thought was kind of catastrophic in terms of like how awful the script was. And if it was made in the exact same format as Fallout, it just goes to show you the results can change. Most people, I think, agree Fallout is one of the best Mission Impossible movies, if not the best.
It's the best.
I think it's the best.
So you heard it here. Planning ahead is for pussies.
I think the presence of some production elements that are locked in may have helped sort of focus the screenwriting process, like the fact that we have this building and we're going to blow up the roof.
Well, yeah, because
like those have to happen. So write a story around that.
They still had a completed script, but it ended up not being what the final was, right? So they had
a
the
completed
bones.
script, and then it was like they had the scripts, but then the original, because it was Jeb Stewart wrote it initially. And then he got replaced by Stephen E. D'Souza, who came in like afterward, and he was basically making the revisions while the filming was happening, because he was able to work super duper fast. And also because it was felt that he was better at comedy as well, was something that had been mentioned. And like injecting these sorts of things. And I believe he was like there on set in the building, helping and like being around and thinking about like how you could essentially work with what they had available to them. So yeah,
it's got to be such a big help to be in the physical space that you're doing all of that stuff in. Having a hands-on approach to the movie and its instructions, the things that come to mind in the moment.
They had sets, but a lot of it was shot in it's Fox Plaza. That's the real building, which was under construction when they were making the film. So basically a lot of it was being used for like office space, but there were parts of the building that could serve as still under construction. There was just areas around the building that were available to them, but they could only shoot at night, I believe. That was like the main limitation. They had to do it at night. And there's like a lot of things that we could talk about actually in terms of like the restrictions that they had to work with as we get to later parts in the film of just like how difficult it was, like how much of a time pressure there was for a lot of what they needed to do. But then we go back to the airport, and it was mentioned before that John sees a happy couple reunite, and then sarcastically remarks California before he meets Argyle, his limo driver. And basically,
Argyle.
as soon as we'll come to like Argyle very, very quickly.
Yeah.
But he asked him, like, what do we do now? And Argyle says, I was hoping you could tell me. It's my first time driving a limo. And then John says, it's my first time riding one. Which is just a fun
Nice
way
little
to
thing.
establish.
Well, they're both working class guys, I suppose, and they're both kind of unfamiliar with this crazy corporate world that they're suddenly meant to be part of. So it's a nice little matchup for them.
This is an appropriate and fun conversation to have with your limo driver. This is not an appropriate conversation to have with like your surgeon.
And it's such a small exchange too, just a couple lines of dialogue, but right away you get a real sense and likability with these characters.
And it's already been mentioned, and we'll talk about it. This scene is like a really good example of how you can very expeditiously relay dialogue and develop relay information and exposition while developing character at the same time in a circumstance that just breeds that kind of thing, which is two guys who don't know each other driving a limo, and one of them is talkative. One of them is interested in talking to the guy that he's driving. So they're in the limo. They're heading over to Nakatomi Plaza. And naturally, Argyle asks if John is married. John says yes. And then is prompted, essentially, to explain that Holly has been living in LA for 6 months while he's in New York. And Argyle wants to pry a little bit more. He wants to... He wants to know, like, what's the deal? What's the story there?
Which they justify, even though they don't need to. That he was a taxi driver, and they love getting conversations started up.
That's right.
That's how it works, you know? He's got to get talking, even though John's showing he's not really that interested.
Yeah, he's a bit defensive.
Yeah, because at one point, John's like, just drive the car, man. And he's like, come on, tell me.
Yeah, he just pushes a little bit more, and then that actually gets John to open up a little bit. But he's not really wanting to have this conversation, but he gets kind of prodded a little bit and says he wanted to stay in New York and keep being a cop. To which Argyle suggests that John expected that Holly was going to fail and come back to New York. And he's like, you're very fast, Argyle. it's
like Argyle's even laughing his ass off when he says that. Like,
he's having a great time.
Yeah.
Well, it's notable, right?
Oh,
go ahead.
I love that the reason the exposition is able to go forward is because Argyle appeals to John's wit and sense of humor. Like he makes a joke about like, would your wife beat you up or something? And he starts laughing, and then he's like, okay, I like this guy, and then he starts talking, right? So that
exactly,
it lets you know, like, okay, this guy has a sense of humor. He's probably going to crack a few jokes throughout the film, and it gets you sort of hyped, you know.
And make him feel a bit better about the situation.
Yeah, Argyle's not going to be an ass about it.
Yeah,
right.
Him sitting up front as well, right? Like, because of that's unusual for limos. You usually have them in the back.
Yeah.
But like, John doesn't give a shit. Neither does Argyle. They're both just like, yeah, whatever. That is, it prompts better conversation.
It's so fucking cool. It's so fucking cool as well that they put the bear on the back seat. Like, they don't just put it in the trunk or something. It's like sitting there like it's a passenger.
Yeah.
He is a passenger. He will arrive safely.
Something that I think is good in terms of establishing a sense of place is you get some shots from inside of the car looking at Nakatomi Plaza, which really stands out. Like, it's the only tall building surrounded by sky and then, on the ground, like a whole bunch of the city. But it really is, like, prominent in the landscape.
It's such a gorgeous shot as well, like, because I don't know if they put the orange filter on it to make it stand out more, but it's that sort of golden hour, like at sunset, like the LA skyline and everything. It just looks beautiful.
It really it does. It's also a very interesting looking. It's a very 80s looking building. There's a number of things that look very 80s in this film, but I don't mind. But unfortunately, Drinker, you run out of time.
Yeah, I am so sorry, chaps. I do want to say we were originally going to start like an hour earlier, so that's kind of what I'd planned, and that's why
But
Yeah, not to apportion blame, but it's 100% Mauler's
no,
fault.
it is 100% my fault, and I appreciate you coming in for as long as you did. Hey, we got to
Yeah, thanks very
hear
much.
bits and
Honestly,
bobs about
I could talk about this movie for like the next 10 hours quite happily. It's so fucking good. But I know you guys are gonna have a ball with it, so yeah, enjoy and good luck.
Thank you for
You
coming.
You bet,
later,
will
Dricker.
do.
All right, yippee-ki-yay, motherfuckers.
See you
Yeah,
later.
Oh,
Merry
thank you.
Christmas.
Later, man.
So rude that he would swear like that.
Hey,
Yeah, I mean,
I'll
it's okay to do
allow
that
it.
on your own podcast, but
yeah.
when you're a
no,
guest on someone else,
It's okay. It's fine.
you gotta
We're
ask
gonna,
before you
we're
get
gonna
out.
get taken
Wow.
down by the YouTube.
Are
Okay.
you gonna cry, Mola?
Yeah, I would cry. It would be the end of EFAP.
Oh,
I have.
I'm gonna cry.
I'm
think
the
I
great
did
little
podcaster
Goblin
of
Judy,
2024. I have no more tears.
I think
Plus
I
it's
did a swear
Christmas.
earlier. I apologize.
Yeah, it's Christmas. What is with this language? Come on, guys. We're better than this.
Santa swears.
It's a family Christmas movie. Okay.
What is with this language? You are a wizard.
You
Yeah,
fat
you
oaf.
fat oaf. I'm not a fucking wizard. Yes, you are. You are a wizard.
We need to
You
do
gotta go to Hogwarts. You gotta do spells. You gotta
a
watch.
classic memes episode.
we need to do a whole episode about that video. It needs to-
Yeah, no, that'd be.
So we go to the
That'd be
next
really
scene where
funny.
Hagrid tells Harry that he is a wizard. This is a really
I'm
good
not a
one.
not
fucking
really good
wizard.
scene. We're not quite there yet. They gotta.
Once
they gotta
again,
get
Harry denies it.
They gotta get
But
inside
that's just like
first.
him. It's
Mhm.
just like him.
Argyle is pulling into Nakatomi Plaza. He plays some music, which John's like, "We have some Christmas music," and Argyle says, "This is Christmas music."
Yeah,
Which
Christmas
feels
in
like
Hollis by Christmas in Hollis by Run DMC. It's a great song.
it's
It's a great song.
Oh,
man.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
Something I would say is, again, to add to the whole thing of it being a Christmas movie. This
Yeah,
almost
I
feels
know.
like a signal that you
Yeah,
should
'cause it
expect
is,
that
yeah.
this is going to be a little bit
Offbeat,
unconventional
yeah.
for unconventional, a bit interesting for a Christmas film. Not quite what you would expect.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
Christmas in LA was an aesthetic that they had in mind, like before even production.
The thing is, that
started.
was
I thought
that was a
it'd be
lot.
interesting.
That was locked in. That was something that they had to do. Was the Christmas in Los Angeles? That was like a requirement because it's adapted from a book, and that was like the big thing that they had to make sure that they did, which was it's Christmas and it's in LA. That was like
Yeah.
unchanging as a part of the film.
The key thing about LA being that it doesn't snow. That's why
Mhm.
the film studios are there, so they can shoot around the entire year with no problems, right?
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, shooting a movie in Canada is kind of a pain in the ass for that reason.
I guess that's
trust
why
me.
they don't make the
Even
Hallmark
though-
movies there.
You know, a lot of films are shot in Canada. A lot of films are shot in like Toronto and
I mean,
Vancouver.
if you're on a tight schedule, then yeah, but like, I mean, in my case, I was making an indie movie with like actors that were volunteers that I had to arrange around the schedules of. So we could kind of shoot from spring to fall, but the second it was white outside, it's like, okay, now we got to shut down for the winter.
Exploited struggling actors is free labor. Interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah, they got
Well, I think
roles out of it, or at least one
It
of them
can
did.
be for weather purposes, I suppose, that U.S. productions would come to Canada to shoot something, but usually it's been tax breaks.
Yeah. So Argyle drops off John, and he says, "So your lady sees you, you run into each other's arms, the music comes up, and you live happily ever after, right?" Which I mean, that's what happens. So just a bit of a spoiler. That's that
was
is the
kinda fun,
direction
right?
that the story's
It's-
going.
Like the movie is saying, we're not going to be doing that, and then they're like, yeah, we'll do it.
And then it earns it. It totally earns
Yeah.
that as
Yeah,
the
that's
as the
fun.
ending. And then Argyle asks, like if things go badly, you got a place to stay. And John's not sure, but he figures like I'll be okay. I'll find a place. And then that prompts Argyle to say that he's going to wait for him in the parking garage and take him wherever he needs to go, depending on how things play out. Which just like, man, what a nice guy! Like
What a
Argyle,
cool
what a
dude.
lad.
What an
Well, I think-
actual bro.
Yeah.
What a champion.
I think it would make a bit of sense too, because this is his first gig driving a limo. He probably got paid a good amount for this because he's like, "No, fuck it, like
One wants to make
I'm
a great
good for the
impression.
day. Like I can hang out." Yeah.
He says, right, he's looking to get a good sort of rating, make sure his first customer / first job is well done. And it's so funny too because these are all like kind of small things, but they're gonna have such great consequences by the time we hit the end.
Well, yeah, John mentioned it before, but setup and payoff. We've had already in the first, basically like 5 minutes of the film, we've already established a lot of things that are going to be really important to the plot in terms of just like seeds of changes to the environment or decisions that characters have made that are going to be much more consequential than you would think. Because right now they're all basically just for character. These are things that each of these people feel motivated to do. That they don't realize how important it's going to be once the situation becomes crazy.
What I love about a lot of the setups is that it's not obvious that they're, or even clear at all, that they're setups to somebody who's watching it for the first time. It all just feels very organic and baked in. It's just like, oh, okay. Like the picture getting flopped down, face down, for instance. It's just like you wouldn't you would just think Holly's pissed off and that's it.
It's all,
but like
it's all character based.
That is so crucial.
It's,
yeah, right.
The consequences of that decision are directly linked to the like, you know, finding out that she's related to John is made difficult, or at least more difficult than it would have been, because of her relationship to John being damaged, like in a character way. So to me, it's very consequential, as in like a good way. It's as a direct result of the difficulties they're experiencing, it makes it more difficult for someone else to find out they're even together.
Even because this is further demonstrated, John walks into the lobby. He wants to see Holly McClane, and he gets told to use the digital directory. And then he enters it in, and he goes to M, and he doesn't see anything. And then he backs out, goes to G, and then sees that she's using her maiden name, Gennaro. And it's just like, oh damn! Like it's just like, oh,
feels bad, man.
That's what we call not a good sign.
No, this will actually really help out Holly in ways that she won't quite recognize right now. But at the moment, it's just a bit of a gut punch for John.
On theme about the separation, but coming back together, and then it's on character being that these are the difficulties they're facing, and that this is what I mean, some people might say this movie is about big old building with a bunch of mean men in it and a good man that's gonna sort them out. But really, it's about family.
It's about family, and that's what makes it special.
It is. But he's gonna go head up, and he's whistling jingle bells as he walks to the elevator. But
it's Christmas movie.
It's Christmas
he's still
movie.
kind of that's right. But he's still kind of he's quite attentive. He's like noticing the security cameras around the lobby and the security guard that's around the corner. Like he's just paying attention to these details.
He's being a cop.
Yeah, basically, like his mind is kind of this is where his mind is at. These are the things that he notices. Meanwhile, Argyle's pulling into the parking garage where he's going to be for the next while. John goes up the elevator to what was described as being the only place that was in use. Everybody else has gone home except for the office party. And he's walking around very much a fish out of water, clearly out of place in this area. Something that's fun when he gets here, though, is that you got like waiters going around with drinks. He takes one, takes a sip, and then just gives it back to the waiter after making a face. It's like, no, I don't think I like that very much. And then he looks over to like on the far side of the room, there's a man talking to a pair of women like near the windows before some drunk guy comes up and kisses him on the cheek. And then John says, fucking California. And then he approaches Takagi, who is over sort of by Holly's office, and he asks to speak to her. But what we see here is that Takagi knows John's name. He's the one who arranged the limo. And then he just explains a little bit about the building, just kind of like trivia, for John, which of course will be stuff that's going to be relevant to him, that he will have taken note of later on. That there are still several floors that are under construction in the plaza. And then they head into Holly's office, and Ellis is he's snorting something. He's doing it bad. He's doing something he shouldn't be doing.
Little booger sugar.
He's not snorting anything. He's just doing some work. It's fine.
Oh
yeah.
He's just making a call. That's all he was doing.
He was making a call. That's what he was doing for sure.
It's the 80s.
This guy is stereotypical coked out 80s dude too. Like just to the T.
I love that I love that the president is oblivious to what he was doing, but John, being a veteran cop, knows
Yeah,
exactly
he knows
what he was
exactly
doing.
Well,
what's up.
the thing is that you get like Takagi because he sort of whispers to him. It's like, oh yeah, this
He's a
is like
policeman.
Holly's husband, Holly's policeman. So like
Yeah.
it's more so that John is willing to be a little bit more snarky because like Ellis is like, oh hey, and then he says he's heard a lot about John, and then John says you missed some as he walks past him,
Yep.
and then Ellis is just like rubbing his nose.
Was
He's
Great bit of
looking-
layered dialogue there.
Was John
Yeah.
aware of her role? Because he does take interest in the title on the door being
He-
director.
He knew well because you know it seems like he can't really go into specifics about the nature of her job. He just knows that it was a good one and that her career was getting better.
Yeah.
But her being as important as she is like she's basically like second to Takagi
Very
in terms
important.
of importance. Very, very
Yep.
important. Because yeah, he's
Pretty
looking at the door because the door also says Holly Gennaro instead
Yeah.
of McClane. So it's just you know, yet another indication that she's not using his last name. They have a brief conversation, and then Holly enters the office and appears to be somewhat surprised, but also clearly happy to see John.
Yeah.
She's happy to see him, even though there's still a bit of conflict because she gives him a hug and he kisses her on the cheek, and it's like a little awkward. It's a little bit like, yeah, you know, it's like obviously there's problems.
Well,
And then
they use music to score that little beat, which is so critical. Like if that music wasn't there, based on the prior scene of Holly like being pissed and flipping the picture down, you might think that there's no saving the relationship. But like because that music is there, it's just like, oh, they do like each other. Like that's being confirmed to the audience right now. So there's a
Yeah.
chance that this can be repaired.
Not
It's a
And they'll
great use
talk.
of music there.
not to mention the
they will
acting.
talk later, but
You
yeah.
could get a
Yes.
strong sense
Right.
that she is
Yeah.
relieved to see him.
Mhm.
Yes. Right.
As a surprise. It's like,
Yeah.
Yay, he's here.
No, it's good. And then the first thing Ellis is like, oh, show him the watch. Which she's not very interested in doing, and he's like, oh, you know, it's a small token of appreciation. It's a Rolex, a really important Rolex, a
fucking-
thematically important Rolex.
The faces
You know?
he's making throughout this, like the smug sort
Yeah.
of like, it's a Rolex. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
fucking cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever
Show
heard
me
of them
watch.
before, but they're kind of a big deal.
John is thoroughly unimpressed too. He's like,
No,
okay.
he does not like Ellis at all, which
He
is
had-
fair.
he has such an
considering-
overtly smarmy attitude that's just impossible to like if you're actually in the scene as an audience member. Of course, it's just like this is great. Like
Mm,
he's enjoying playing such a shithead here.
just such an 80s guy. I hope he doesn't get bonitis. Rags, what's that from?
Bonitis?
Yeah.
Oh, it's from the. I think that bonitis is a very terrible, terrible condition to get, and I wouldn't wish it on my worst
It's
enemy.
correct,
we've
I
done here,
guess.
what we've done here is set up and payoff chat. This is
That was
this
pretty
is the
good.
seed that was planted. The seed that was planted an hour ago, or about an hour ago.
My
If you
only
get it,
regret
you
is
get
that
it.
I had bonitis.
That's
I do
right.
get
that
it.
is
It's a terrible. What a terrible, terrible sickness.
What is bonitis, Rags? Like, what does it do to you?
Oh, it bone stuff. It's really bad.
I mean,
Technically,
he is
Really,
technically
really
correct.
correct.
See, I told you, I'm on it with these references.
So,
See, I've seen a film.
in any case,
Oh, you killed
yeah,
it. You shouldn't have said that.
What?
You said, yeah, I've seen a
What?
film. It's like,
Oh. Oh, Rags.
He had it. He had it
Rags,
all.
yeah, I
I've-
get
And he
it,
blew
yeah.
it.
You had it all and
Yeah.
you blew it. That's right. Yeah, definitively. Whoops.
Hey,
Uh-oh.
listen. But they made there was a documentary. Did you not? Oh, are you? Yeah, there's a
Look, right,
documentary.
Rags.
about it.
I'll spare you any more. So, elsewhere we see that there's a large truck that's heading to Nakatomi Plaza. And that's it. And then we're back with John and Holly. He's washing up, and John points out that Ellis like has his eye on her. And then she says that she has her eye on his job. She's not interested, pretty much. And then Holly invites John to stay at her house. She mentions that the kids would really like to have him around. And then she says, after two people just very rudely burst into the office and interrupt their conversation, She says that she missed him, and then John says, "You didn't miss my name, though, huh?" To which an argument ensues. Basically, the gist of what they talk about is that Holly says she had to take the opportunity, but John believes that it jeopardized the marriage. And then talking about the idea of how what is their idea on how their relationship would be. Holly pretty bluntly says, "I know exactly what your idea of our marriage should be." There's a very uncomfortable silence. Yeah, really uncomfortable one. And then it gets interrupted. One of Holly's co-workers comes in and says that Takagi wants her to give a speech to the rest of the staff. So Holly has to leave, and John just bangs his head against the door frame. It's just like, "Oh, stupid. That was dumb." This is essentially what this is essentially like planting what is like the emotional core of the film. That gets paid off in really great ways later on. And it feels like it's worthwhile talking about the story. It's something that Jeb Stewart, the screenwriter of the film, talked about. He talked about it in what was it called again, Mola? The Netflix series,
The movies that
Behind the
made
Scenes?
us.
Yes, there's an episode on Die
Right.
Hard, which is super worthwhile if you're interested. If you like Die Hard, it's just worth watching. And something that he says is that in coming up with what was going to be the emotional core of the film, he recalled that he had an argument with his wife. It didn't go well, and then he went out for a drive. And while he was driving, he saw a big box. Like, other cars were moving out of the way, but there was a big box that indicated that it was a box containing a fridge, like in the street, and that he didn't have the time to get around it, and that he was going to have to go through it. And he thought, "Oh shit, fuck." But then there was nothing in there. And that what he realized, like, from that, he immediately went home, apologized to his wife. Well, that he wrote some of the screenplay and then apologized to his wife. The point being that the idea that manifested there is this sense of like not having the opportunity to reconcile with your wife, to like apologize, that he knew that he was that he felt that he was in the wrong in that conversation. And like getting the opportunity to apologize and to make up for it, and that was going to be an important idea for the film. The idea of a man who knows that he wants to reconcile with his wife, and then having a circumstance arise that could potentially prevent that from happening, and like what comes from that emotionally. So this is, this is that, right? Like this is, their situation is unresolved, and shit's about to get crazy at this point.
Yeah,
Like,
which changes your perspective entirely and crushes this all the way down into a problem of why do we? There's no need for this. Let's just be happy, be better, and I think a lot of guys can relate easily with the fuck. I shouldn't have said the thing at the end there. Shit, like there's and you can't prep and plan all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Just really simple dynamic of wife and husband having their back and forth, not working out too well. But combined with what Fring was just talking about, this unrealized sort of like, why am I doing this way when there's so many, having that kind of brush with death with the refrigerator box, assuming
Yeah, he almost
like,
got fridged.
Yeah.
it's just you'd have a moment of like, yeah, I think I'm okay actually about that fight. I think it doesn't matter actually. Like I think there's more important things.
And this is like, as far as I'm concerned, these are the things. It's these things that are important in elevating Die Hard as a film. I think that the mistake that I would be surprised if you encountered somebody who said that this film was bad. I wouldn't be as surprised if you encountered somebody who didn't give it as much credit as it deserves. Of like, yeah, it's a great action movie. It's like, yeah, but what do you mean by that? Are you recognizing like all of this important? A lot of action movies, hell, subsequent Die Hard films, most of which I like, except for the fifth one, and kind of the fourth one. It's more like,
I don't like the fourth one.
How many were there ultimately?
There were
How many
five.
Die
There were
Hards
five
were there?
Die Hard
Okay.
films. And yes, and I essentially agree with Mark's assertion that there's three. because I really like 1, 2, and 3. Obviously, the first one's my favorite. I think 4 is like and 5 sucks. It's not.
They turned
not
him
very
into a
good.
superhero in 4. Like they
Yeah.
totally forgot that he's the guy in bare feet walking on the glass.
No,
Yeah.
no, he's the guy who gets into a dogfight with a jet while driving a truck on
Yeah.
a collapsing freeway.
Exactly.
fuck?
Like, come on.
yeah,
How is
that's
that the
Die
same
Hard.
universe?
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
But
That's what comes to my mind when you say Die Hard is a jet
Exactly.
fighter.
something that those films try to do, which is something that a lot of action films that aren't as good as Die Hard try to do, is they try to have, you know, like the character thing as like a motivator, but it's just not as strong in those films and in most action films compared to Die Hard in terms of like laying the foundation for like this is like the emotional and thematic drive. Because jumping the gun a little bit, the reality is that once the situation kicks off and Holly's in danger,
Yeah.
it's obviously he wants to save her life and the lives of the other people who are in danger. That's obviously really important and something that he would be trying to do. But the thing that elevates it even more is that this is a situation he needs to succeed so that he can apologize to his wife. He needs to succeed so that he can save the family. That adds like
Yeah.
an extra juicy thematic element to the danger rather than, for example, in Die Hard 2, where it really is just as simple as, well, she's in danger and I gotta save her. It's like, that's fine. Like that's not bad. That's fine. But it's missing that oomph. It's missing that juice, you know?
Yeah,
It's,
the
it's not-
idea that the last conversation they had together before this situation began ended on kind of a hostile note. Like it's like
Yes.
it wasn't really resolving anything. It didn't really help anything. It just kind of reminded them of their last fight, and then it got interrupted. And then all of a sudden, her life was in danger. His life was in danger, and he's like, "Oh no! Like she will die," thinking that that's the last like thought I had towards her.
and that's
Yeah,
going to be
it's, adds another layer.
motivation.
And those are
know?
Christmas steaks. That's what that is.
They are Christmas steaks. They are.
Yeah, it
They
is.
absolutely are.
Absolutely,
we'll
they
talk
are
about it
100%.
more. But it is. In any case, this is Oh, sorry. You sound like somebody say that.
I really like the way the argument is handled. It's quite brief, but it doesn't need to be longer than it is.
Yeah, it's
I
like 30
like-
seconds.
Makes you feel like they've kind
Yeah.
of had these kinds of arguments before. No need
Yeah.
to draw it out, have it linger.
And I like that they talk over each other, much like a real argument. It's
Yes.
not like I say my
Yeah.
line, you say your line. It doesn't feel scripted. It actually feels like a little
Yeah.
angry exchange. And I like that it peaks with her saying, I know exactly what you think our marriage should be. Like she is being not only a cop's wife, but like John McClane's wife, who's a very bullheaded character, and having been married to him for however many years already, like she has become callous to his bullshit and just is not willing to take any shit. And it's just like it feels so appropriate, like that John McClane's wife would be that type of person. It's like I'm not fucking.
Yeah.
I don't take any bullshit.
And
Not
an
anymore.
important
Already based off of the characterization of John, that strikes me as the kind of person he would be attracted to as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
And it feels like if there's a big takeaway, it's like John's in the wrong. He's the one who's in the wrong. There's like he's the one who's got to fix this basically. You know, with that declaration, it's like yeah, he's the one. Obviously, she wants it to be fixed, but like he's the one who's got to do the work to make it happen. So you know, he's the one.
He's got a
the
lot of
protagonist,
fixing to
right?
do.
Like that's
He's
right.
got a lot of pride to swallow.
That's
Yes.
right.
Mhm.
But
And it
Now-
ends up being the
sorry.
case that his bullheadedness is what keeps him alive throughout the whole
Yep.
thing.
yes, there's that too.
I wonder if Daisy
uh,
Ridley's the cleaner will be as interesting
Oh,
a character as
Oh,
John
it'll be
Hard.
more interesting.
I shudder
She's a
to
woman.
ask.
So now the large truck pulls into Nakatomi Plaza alongside a sedan, and the truck heads into the parking garage below. The sedan pulls up to the entrance, and two men, this is Karl and Theo, they get out of the sedan, they head inside. Theo's talking about basketball as a distraction, and then Karl just grabs a gun and shoots the deskman, and Theo vaults over and kicks him down.
Which
grabs
is
the radio.
some dynamism, man. It's already energetic as fuck. I like
Yeah.
the fact that they come in talking about this because he very likely is actually interested in it, but it's also really good for just
A
disarming
distraction.
the guys because he's just gonna be like, oh, they're just two guys having a chat. I'm sure they're here for. Oh, I'm dead. It's already too late.
Yeah.
It's just, and
And
kicking him
Yep.
away while jumping over the desk, just like, wow, okay, we're getting going here.
pretty, yeah, exactly. And
Opposite
pretty-
types of demeanor between the two. Like
Yeah,
Carl's
right.
ultra serious and like
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right.
You're
And
talking
it's-
about the sports ball again.
What is about to ensue here feels
And-
like essentially a staple of Die Hard, which is the villains like coming along and just very quickly establishing themselves as threatening, that they like achieve all of their goals swiftly. They're well trained, well prepared, they know exactly what's going on, they know exactly what they need to do. Pretty clearly establishing essentially, man, if John wasn't here, they probably would have got away with it. like John will be the critical element that throws off their plans.
Right.
Yeah, so Theo he heads into like a nearby office, got a bunch of computers in it. Carl goes up, throws a flashbang at the security guard, takes him out too, and then in the parking garage, door opens, you see several men get out of the back of the truck, led by Hans Gruber.
There he is.
Yes, one of the
Big
greatest
G. The
villains
OG.
in any film. Yes, the OG of this series, that's for sure. Probably worth noting at this point. There is no ambulance in the back of this truck.
No.
There is no ambulance, but I mean, why would there be?
No, there wouldn't be yet.
No, not yet. They hadn't thought about that part.
No,
in
it
the
is
script.
there. They've just got a cover on it that makes it look like it's not there. It's very clever, actually.
yeah.
No. That's true. Look, it's fine. It's okay. It's like actually one of the few things you could point to as being a problem in the film, and even then, it's like, yeah, but you know why it happened. It was because they were still figuring that shit
Actually,
out.
well, and to be fair, the consequences of it are actually dealt with pretty quick. As in, like, it doesn't, it's not like the whole third act is based on this. It's
exactly,
it's a small thing.
exactly.
Um,
So one of the few flaws in this film is pretty inconsequential,
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but yeah, Hans Gruber, man, what a fucking legendary character, eh? And
played by a legendary actor.
foundational in terms of a reference and archetype to a bad guy. It's kind of neat because I just naturally associate like smart villain basically. Well,
Smart villain, charismatic villain, composed villain. He only starts to really. It's only like really towards the end of the film when he starts getting angry, like really angry. Very composed. Alan Rickman, man, first film that he did. Like, isn't that crazy? It's just like, yeah, your first film is one of the most iconic. I mean, obviously he wouldn't have known it at the time necessarily, but one of the most iconic action movies of all time. And you will play one of the most iconic villains of all time.
At this point, somewhat iconic actor in general for range, like Snape, Gruber, and fucking guy from Galaxy Quest, for example. Completely different.
Oh yeah, that's
excellent.
right.
Love Actually. Don't forget Love Actually.
Yeah, Love Actually.
That's a good movie too. Yeah.
Just definitely an actor where I was growing up. I was just like, yay, he's here. he's always good.
Yeah.
And like a lot of actors started off on the stage. You know, he was obviously a very skilled performer.
Oh yeah, he was part of what was it? Hold on. It was because he was in the Royal Shakespeare Company, which you will just find that a lot of the greatest actors ever that you recognize from films were part of that. You know,
was that one where Patrick Stewart, wasn't he in that?
Ian McDermott, I think, as well. I'm pretty sure.
McKellen.
Yeah.
McKellen. Yep.
I think I don't know why I'm just trying to run through a whole bunch of like the great British actors you will find.
Yep.
It shouldn't be a surprise to find that they started on the stage.
Right.
It's just very, very common.
Well, it's funny too because
Gary Oldman. I didn't know that actually, but that makes sense.
Actually, I pulled up a little list here. They've got people like Judi Dench and Ian Holm was there.
Like I said, basically, like every amazing, iconic, like British actor, it's not uncommon that's where they were before they were doing films.
Well, and there was like this thing that would happen because Buffy, especially, season one has always made me think about this, where you drag in like a lower cost but highly trained British thespian type to basically strong up the cast. Be like, We can grab one of them. They know how to
Yeah.
do acting, so it can help us out. And they'll be nice and cheap or whatever, because there's so many
And
of them.
Giles is pretty damn good too.
He's fucking
from like the
excellent.
early
He's
seasons.
arguably carrying, right? But that's the thing. It's
Yeah, really early on.
what's what you need. It's that presence, that strength of acting, and yeah, Alan Rickman has
Well,
it
it's
in
just
spades. And of course, just
interesting
want to
to think.
mention, for the sake of chat not having a heart attack, Robin Hood, of course.
It's,
Yeah,
Right.
I suppose
Princess
it is
Thieves.
interesting to think about this as like, who are your two, leads, your two main characters in this film? Is like, so Bruce Willis, who, as mentioned, was a TV actor before Die Hard, associated with comedy, and Alan Rickman, who you will have never seen in a film, when you're going to the theater to watch Die Hard for the first time. It really is
What
like
would be what
What?
would be like movies in contention for like strongest opening role in terms of quality? Are there any other like famous noteworthy ones? Because I'm not
There-
sure
there
myself, but
definitely
there's
are.
got to be, right?
There definitely are, but nothing's jumping out to me at the moment. That's going to quite match. That's like, yeah, your first movie, you will be one of the most iconic villains in film.
Yeah, he's gonna be in the running to win. It's gonna be tough to think of who could beat that, because that's not typical. The greatest actors of all time, their first role is like one of the
No.
most important and best ever.
Yeah.
Mhm. Oh, someone made a good Edward Norton in Primal Fear is kind of because
Yeah,
he
he's
got
good in that.
nominated for an Academy Award for that.
Was
and
that
he
his-
is really
was
good in
his
that.
first
That was
role?
his first movie. That was his first movie.
Huh.
He got nominated for an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor.
Was
for that,
Jean
but,
Reno's first role Leon the Professional? I just did
I don't know.
a googling of it,
Ooh,
and
I
he's
don't
one of the
know.
ones that comes up, because that would be competition as well. Oh, Orson Welles and Citizen Kane.
Wait, was Citizen Kane his first?
Mm.
Was that his first film?
Well,
It
it's
was,
his
wasn't
first.
it?
Was it?
It wouldn't even
Dude,
need to be
to
his
me-
first film, though, right?
was
As
it
long as
just-
his first acting
To me,
role.
the more impressive thing to me is like he was like 26 or something when he made Citizen Kane.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
That's wild. Yeah.
That's
Oh, someone said-
crazy.
Leon, that was his first English acting role. Okay,
Ah, right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense.
You might find
And
that there are
because he
more
did good in the
examples.
professional, that's why he landed his stardom role. What is his most famous role in Godzilla?
I knew you were going to say Godzilla. I like him in Godzilla.
I was,
I don't know why I was
I was
thinking
He
thinking.
is good.
I thought he
He's
might have
good
pulled
in
out a
Godzilla.
curveball and went Onimusha 3 because Jean Reno's in that too. It's a video game.
Oh yeah.
Mission Impossible.
In any case, so that basically all of Hans's men going around. They're doing their jobs. Out front, one of his men impersonates the deskman. The rest of them are going through the building, and then we see that John, his bare feet are atop the carpet, and he's making fists with his toes. And he chuckles, "Son of a bitch," which is just amusing. Like that, this guy that he was sitting next to on the plane just said, "Do it," and he's like, "Ah, fuck it, I'll give it a shot," and it actually works.
I've just
It's just like a fun little thing.
just on the previous conversation, I've just found out a bunch more. I think it was actually Natalie Portman's first role in Leon, so that's
Yeah, she was
Ah,
young.
that makes sense.
pretty celebratory. And then Brad Dourif in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Apparently, that was his first.
Yep.
Anya
Oh,
Taylor-Joy
really?
in The Witch. Apparently, that was her first. which-
Oh, really? Huh.
yeah. Julie Andrews as Mary Poppins, but she was stage.
That was
that
her
her
first
still.
movie?
Apparently,
That was her first
Jesus.
movie. Wow.
Wow.
and it's funny because I'm
That's
looking at
Coincidentally, I
a forum
rewatched that
discussing this,
recently.
and
It's really fun.
there's so many people saying Alan Rickman in Die Hard is like the example. I'm just like, yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Mhm.
Oh, Jamie Lee Curtis in Halloween as well. The first.
Yep. Well,
Man.
it helps, back to the Shakespearean training. It wasn't like they were just in London doing it. They toured the country. So they always, and you had like Patrick Stewart, Ian McKellen, like all playing off each other for years before they went
Yeah.
and well, that's why British actors are better. They got rid of that. I
Yeah.
think it was, I can't remember. It might've been the 80s or 90s. You can correct me if I'm wrong, you Brits, but they got rid of the funding for that. I think it was like state funded
For
but
traveling Shakespeare troops.
you would go to like little towns and put on shows. I'm going off an Ian McKellen interview, by the way, where he was talking about it, and he was like, "That's what's happened to acting is like we were able to just hone our craft forever, and we go to these little towns and we play different roles, and it's a minor leagues. It was development, and that's why so many of them are so great at acting. And most, especially America, we don't have anything like that. There's some stage here, but most of it's just like pulling somebody off the street or some influencer now. And I don't think we'll see the likes of that again. Yeah, William Shatner, classically trained actor, by the way. He's Canadian though, so we don't count them.
I
maybe
believe
we have-
I believe Adam Sandler was in the Royal Shakespearean Company, right?
We have a town called Stratford, Ontario, that's got a Shakespeare festival every year. It also produced Justin Bieber, though, so it's not all awesome.
Anybody see Attack the Block? You guys see that?
Yeah,
I've heard of it. I haven't seen
the
it.
good John Boyega movie.
I was about to say it's his first role.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right.
He's good
Christian
in it,
Bale,
too.
in Empire of the
He-
Sun. Good call,
he's very
chat.
good at
Christian Bale.
I don't know if
Empire
this
of the
one's
Sun.
true. I need to check it,
Sun's
but
off.
Charlton Copley in District 9. Apparently that was his first, which is
Was that his first movie?
Yeah, I think he was in some of Neil Blomkamp's shorts prior to that, but yeah, that
Okay.
was his first movie. First,
He's
like,
really
real
good at
good
that.
job.
Yeah,
I have to rewatch District 9. It's been a while.
Yeah.
it's a good movie.
Yeah.
I watched it pretty recently, and it still holds up.
People still want a
don't doubt
sequel to it desperately, but not a shit one.
District 10 when?
Anyway,
So yeah, he's
Right,
been
just a second. Someone in chat, really quick. Someone mentioned Christoph Waltz in *Inglourious Bastards*. Was that his first role?
Was that his first English speaking?
Maybe
role?
first English, yeah. I
Oh,
think
maybe
that's
first
probably one of those
English.
situations.
Which still,
Okay.
that's pretty
still
crazy.
cool, but just
Very cool.
Um,
Honorable
so-
mention. Good call.
Tommy was so in the room.
What was
Thanks,
Neil
Oz
Breen's
Lecter,
first
yeah.
role? I need.
I got that
know
from
what
chat.
it
That wasn't
is.
me.
And so yeah, he's been making the fist with his toes. He then he opens his wallet, looks at pictures of his wife and his children, and then he decides to call Argyle, tells him he doesn't know if he's coming home with Holly. But while he's doing this, Karl just decides to grab a chainsaw and like slices through these pipes that Tony, who you will later find out is his brother, he's messing with the wiring. He cuts it. The phone disconnects. He chuckles, laughs about it. Tony doesn't look as happy. I think you look at this initially and it's just like, huh. But then when you find out that they're brothers, it's like, oh, right, okay. Oh, damn. Like in terms of, the consequences.
is part of the interpretation supposed to be that this is what they do? They've done it on other jobs, and the cutting it close like that is almost like him trolling him a little bit. But
Yeah. Well, yeah, the smile is very much like, that was kind of funny. That was a good meme.
he's like nine.
There's that classic German humor. You were going to cut the wire, but I made you worry that maybe you weren't going to be able to cut the wire in time until I did my chainsaw, but then you did, and that was
I don't know
amusing.
when you were making me. I was thinking of that South Park episode where it was just they were really angry that Jimmy gave them the award for like the least funny people. And so then they're creating a robot that is perfectly like just perfectly tuned for comedy.
That's probably
his
a-
brain
Awkward.
That's probably
Yeah.
a good prompt to explain because Metal adores Die Hard, so why isn't he here? Unfortunately, he's double booked, and if you're interested, he's talking about another fantastic Christmas movie right now on Dark Hours channel, I believe. Gremlins! Look, I love
yeah.
Gremlins, but it ain't Die Hard.
It is a Christmas movie, though.
Oh, yeah.
So Hans rides the elevator up with his men. They got guns. Gunfire erupts, and John grabs his pistol, looks out and sees what's happening, and sees that the employees are being gathered up by Hans's men. And so he seizes an opportunity to bolt up the stairs, where he sees that they're also on the upper floors, getting things arranged and sorting things out as well. And meanwhile, you see that as all of the employees are gathered up, Ellis tells a very calm Takagi and Holly to stay calm while he's clearly not calm at all. It's just kind of funny.
Yeah.
They're like pretty I wouldn't say relaxed exactly. They're calm, and he's not. He's like, yeah, you gotta stay calm, guys.
There's some aura for Alan Rickman with all the guys coming out with their respective guns, and he's just hands in pockets, like, let's do this shit.
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
I love it.
Well,
You can tell he's in charge.
He's in charge, and he has a plan.
He's got people to do things for him.
My
Hands in
gun
his
is
pockets.
all of their guns.
Yeah, it's just it all contributes to he needs to be taken seriously. He is a threatening bad guy. So John heads up to one of the floors that's under construction, and he realizes like the telephone lines have just totally been cut. And then meanwhile, Hans has got all of the employees gathered, and he grabs like a little notebook, and he says, you know, due to Nakatomi Corporation's legacy of greed around the globe, they're going to be taught a lesson in the real use of power. You will be witness. And you hear that, and you're like, oh, so he's got beef with the company specifically. Just, you know, that's something that has been established by him deliberately. You know, just something to bear in mind. And then he asks where Takagi is, and as he's walking through the stuff, he's just like relaying basically every aspect of his life to him. Like he knows his entire history, going all the way back. And Takagi, he's gonna step up so that, you know, nobody gets hurt. But Holly stops him, says, you know, basically like he shouldn't do it. But then eventually he steps forward, to which Hans mentions that Takagi is a father of 5, and then they grab him and they take him elsewhere. And while all of this is happening, John's just running around the building, getting a lay of the land. And something that, again, to contribute almost to the sense of like how much Hans knows, he correctly identifies the make of Takagi's suit, like while they're riding up the elevator, and remarks that he has 2 himself. It's just like he knows everything. Like all he's done this whole time is establish just how much him and by extension his crew know and how well prepared they are for this situation.
Very carefully executed air of pretentiousness for Hans Gruber that they very much were. You don't want to tip your hand too hard, but like these appearances matter to him significantly. The way that he speaks, he holds himself very important, right? And specifically the line that's coming up where he mentions his education. He is pompous as shit, but simultaneously he's does actually know enough, and he's capable of enough that he's still absolutely intimidating. You just know that he thinks very highly of himself.
Yeah, I mean, especially when
there's a bit of that in the line where he says he has 2 of that suit that he identifies the other guy wearing. It's just like
Bit of
it can't just
one-upping.
be like yeah. I've got 2 of them actually.
I don't think that was supposed to be whooping him. I think it was to say, to bond over. Yes, I also like those suits. I've got 2 myself.
Yep.
Not that I have more suits than him. Just to
Okay,
be
fair
like,
enough.
we're on the same page there with
nice
our attire. There was a line later where Gruber says essentially like benefits of a classical education when he quotes. What was it?
Yeah,
that
he says he walks into Takagi's office. He walks up to one of the replicas. There's a whole bunch of them, and he says, "And when Alexander saw the breadth of his domain, he wept, for there were no more worlds to conquer."
That's the one.
Which you
It's a
could just be
great
like,
line.
"Shut the fuck up!" in terms of like
No,
what you're
but
doing in
he
this
says it.
context.
The way he says it is just very, because of course his voice. It's just like, I could listen to you all day.
Classical.
That's what I'm saying about like the combination of elements. He nails the collection. He is not pushed too far in any particular direction. Hans Gruber is really interesting to watch.
Look, I want to be just like Hans Gruber when I grow up.
Yeah,
right? He's so
he's
cool.
an inspiration.
He's so cool.
So
He's capable of a little bit of small talk before he kills you. You know,
Yeah.
and that contrast is good because it actually builds the tension. It's like he's talking about suits and Arafat and nice model. Give me the code.
Something that's interesting in terms of this scene is that he continues to. He's like looking at one of this. It's like a building that they're going to construct somewhere, and he's still like playing into this idea that he has like gripes with the company. Like he's still like doing that right before the facade drops, as it's about to very quickly.
Yep.
You know, still
Right.
pretending that he has like a cause, but then you know, they sit him inside his office, and he says that he needs Takagi to give him a code to access the company's computer systems because he's interested in the $640 million in bearer bonds in the Nakatomi vault. And baffled by this, Takagi says, "You want money? What kind of terrorists are you?" And then Hans chuckles, "Who said we were terrorists?" It's like, so it's just bullshit. It was just a facade to cover up that they're just here to take money. It's like, which this was like a decision that was made in terms of the writing, like to change them to robbers. Initially, it was that they were going to be terrorists, but then it got changed to them being robbers. That they were just here for money. But it's just
The only reason why they changed that.
The view was that that robbers would make for like a better, you know, summer blockbuster film.
People, I mean, he was explicit, right? People like robbers. People don't like terrorists.
Yeah, that's basically the logic. That was John McTiernan.
All right, I was about to say that might play into it. Yeah, it is easier to, I guess, sympathize or like in a quasi idolize a really good villain if they're just like, yeah, I'm a robber
I think it's just
instead
easier
of being a terrorist with a
escapist
political cause.
material anyway. It's like it's much more
Yeah.
serious
Less
and real if
political
it's
that way, sort of.
terrorism as opposed to cops and robbers doing their thing. It's much more fantasy-ish and fun, which was his view, and I think is fair. I think this film would still have worked if they were straight up terrorists, but I kind of the decision's interesting as a creating because like Die Hard is a very fun movie.
Now it creates layers as well, right? That Hans has made an effort deliberately to present himself as having like a cause, and he will continue to do this in later interactions. But like, it's all bullshit. It's all to pretend because he's just there for the money. And it's like, oh, that just makes like an interesting dynamic. Now,
At least the members of Asian Dawn. I read about them in Time magazine.
Yep.
It lets you do certain cool visual things too, like the whole device of getting into the vault across the course of the film, and also like the bearer bonds raining down at the end. Like, it's cool that visually you're able to do that because they're robbers.
Mm-hmm. But they're still ruthless, and it feels like a consistent element of Die Hard is that the bad guys are like, they're so callous in terms of just like they don't give a shit.
They
like
are
in terms
the
of
bad
the amount of-
guys.
it feels like every time, because we're about to have the scene that essentially establishes very clearly like the nature of how far they're willing to go, and it feels like that happens in every movie, right? Like in Die Hard 2, it's the same deal. And in Die Hard with a Vengeance, the same deal, right? As soon as they go into like the vault to get all the gold, it's just like, yeah, they're just, and it's it's like all of them. The villains they'll just kill anybody basically, for nothing. Like it feels like it all contributes to essentially making it. It's so easy. It's so easy to be just like having fun as you watch their downfall, as you watch John take them all out, destroy all of their plans. You're just like, you're thrilled when it happens. It's just so satisfying to see them get defeated because of how vicious they are.
Yeah.
Which is essentially about to be seen here. Hans removes the silencer from his pistol. He says, "That's a very nice suit. It would be a shame to ruin it." And then he begins counting to 3. And as he gets to 3, Takagi insists, like, he doesn't know the code. He can't give it to them. And he says, "I'm telling you, you're just going to have to kill me." Hans looks at him and says, "Okay," and then shoots him in the head. If you could show it, I would appreciate it more. Like, if it's something that you could...
Yeah, we're not cinema wins. We're not going to blur the blood splatter.
Yeah, that's a good squib too.
What an amazing
window
decision that was. Classic.
A window,
Boom.
a squib with a window in close proximity is good stuff.
I'm going to count to 3. They will not be a 4.
I like
John
those
says
brains
this.
on the wall too, or the window. Nice.
I love him taking the silencer off. I mean, not only does it demonstrate that he's actually willing to shoot this guy, but he wants everybody to hear it. When he does eventually shoot him, to scare him.
Yeah, that's good. That's right.
But it's just, this is John sees this as like, holy shit, it's like shit is actually like shit is very real, and like Hans is, and it's just this establishes like Hans he is like more than willing to kill, which means it's like it just further emphasizes just how in danger everybody is, including John and Holly as well.
Yep.
Was that a little fun fact in the movies that made us that said there was I can't remember if she was like costume design or makeup or something, but she was saying that she had to keep telling Alan Rickman to straighten his wrist because it was too limp.
Yes.
Because he's just not held a gun ever. So it's like you gotta look strong. You gotta look like you actually know what you're doing. And I just find that amusing that this British theater actor is like, "Oh, a gun!
A firearm.
How do I hold this thing? Oh my!
I'll get
That's
you."
pretty amusing. So John he hastily escapes and bumps his head, and that draws the attention of the henchmen who search for him, but they can't find him, so they just move on. And Hans asks Theo, who is essentially their tech guy, like if he can break the code. He says he can, but something that they mention, there's like a 7th lock. There's 7 locks, and there's this 7th one is going to be tricky. It's going to be something that's looming throughout the film of like, what are we going to do about the seventh one? Meanwhile, the henchmen head to the roof. They start getting to some work, which at this point you don't quite know what it is that they're doing, but they're doing something on the roof. And then we get our ticking clock, as it were, where Theo says it should take him basically about 3 hours to get through into the vault, but that final lock is out of his hands, and Hans implies, I've got a plan to deal with that. And then meanwhile, we see that John, he's beating himself up because he couldn't save Takagi, but then he reminds himself, like, I would have been dead. This, by the way, we talked about it before. We talk about it a lot with superhero films. It's really important to show that the protagonist actually gives a shit about, like, other
Yes.
people's
About human
lives.
life, yeah.
Actually care
Yeah.
that people have been killed, and it bothers him and it
Or
bugs him. Not just as a
tortured.
cop, but as
Yeah.
a hero, a good normal person doesn't want to see people just fucking
Well, I
get
feel like
killed
it's
and murdered.
Even
comboed with the subversive sort of like, he is stressed the fuck out, shocked, sweating, really not sure how to deal with this, not sure what to do, which is kind of unusual. It's like you'd expect that he's going to be able to, almost have some fun in terms of being able to puppet around all these people, but not yet, and certainly not with realizing what the situation is like, and someone has already died. Like, it being treated remarkably seriously and as humans often would, and I think it's really good at binding the audience into this. Like you can feel a lot of that with him.
Exactly.
he doesn't even seem to care if he doesn't like the person either, because when Ellis is in some danger later,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
seems legitimately worried.
Yeah,
that
he like
Ellis is
yells
gonna
at
die.
him
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, he's
because he's not a petty asshole who's
He's a-
like, oh,
Yep.
he was kind of a little bit of a jerk, so he should die. It's
by
like,
the way,
no,
this-
he's a human being. He's
Yeah.
a person.
Yep.
this is something that
He
I
does.
think
He's in
happens
over his head.
later with more like Die Hard 4 and 5 is when he starts to get flanderized. It's like, yeah, he's like the asshole who just is standoffish with everybody. It's like, no, that is not who John is at all. It's like the longer the series went on, it's like, yeah, he shit talks. It's like, he does, but like he takes these situations seriously.
But good people
at
can
least
shit
in
talk.
The first three films anyway, and somewhat in the fourth one. Again, I really like the first three. 4, I'm like, 5 sucks. You don't need to watch 5.
And just
You know,
to close that
That's all.
conversation as well, just the fact that the writers were like, hey, what if the audience feel that it wasn't fantastic that Ikagi died and that technically John could have done something about it? Should we make sure that's sealed up? Because we wouldn't want them thinking that he's like callous, or he made he was not quick enough on the draw, that he's just basically the standard worry a writer may have that is absolutely, as Fringy mentioned, not present these days. People don't even remember that that's something they should mention or show, the saving of people and the caring of people for heroes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
A lot of it's like an assumption is made. Oh, this is the protagonist. They're just good. They're just good. We don't even have to explain why. They're just good.
He's got
They
rough
are.
edges, but fundamentally, he's the good guy. He's out here to help everybody and save the day, and put himself in grave danger to do so.
Heroes are easier to get behind when you can see that they have a clear moral structure and like they actually
who'd have
care
thought?
about good and evil in a
Yep.
real way.
So John, he pulls a fire alarm, thinking like, oh, this will be a plan. And meanwhile, like they already know about it. Hans tells his guys, call the cops. Call emergency services, cancel the alarm. And realizing that someone triggered it, he stops and he's like, which floor did the alarm go off on? Up on that floor, John is watching gleefully as a bunch of fire trucks are heading to Nakatomi, but then they start turning around, which is just baffling to him because, of course, at this point he doesn't realize how much like they've taken over the building, that they've got complete control over it. Like a lockdown's already been initiated. It's they've got total control. But then Tony, remember him, the one who was working on the wires? He heads up to the 32nd floor, which is where they are, and he's searching.
Dude,
and
it's
he's
just
trying
like,
to lure John out.
it's just like Predator. The fucking nerd dies first. What's that about?
Nerd racism.
What do they mean by this?
Oh.
I find it really funny that he's like, I'm not going to hurt you. Like he's trying to lure him out.
With the information they have at this point, they would assume this is a scared, tuxedo-wearing fellow just running around being like, oh, geez, oh, God, right? They have no concept of who this is.
The thing is, they don't know who this is, but like he then rounds the corner and he fucking unloads like 10 bullets, like when he thinks he's got him. But then he hears like a saw blade, and he runs over, but no one's there, and John gets him at gunpoint, and then Tony says, you know, John can't and won't hurt him because he's a police officer bound by rules, and then John says, "That's what my captain keeps telling me."
Yeah,
And
such an awesome line.
yeah, it's a bit of that snark is starting to appear. One of the because again he just says a lot of funny things. And they fight. And they knock each other's weapons away, which they put emphasis on that they both knock each other's weapons away, just so that you know why they're actually fighting. Again, it's that kind of attention to detail that is just indicative of the care that went into making it. They beat each other up. They tumble down some stairs, and Tony breaks his neck falling down the stairs.
Is the first of many fights in which it becomes very clear very quickly, which is more than confirmed by the creation of this. They wanted to involve the environment in all of the action scenes a lot, which they do not waste the under construction parts of this building at all.
Mm-hmm.
Which is really, really fun as an aspect of the film. It feels like you know how if you were to say like what are people like if you say you know how like people say, oh, this film is like Jaws but with this modifier, and like Die Hard's basically the same, you know, Die Hard on a bus, Die Hard on a boat, and these sorts of things. It feels like the thought is, oh, well, Die Hard is like action movie bound by a specific like interesting location, but that very few films, even when they go to more wacky locations than just a tall building, don't really understand that that's an important part of the idea is that you're making use of this environment for the action.
You're not just there because you need a location. You're there because you have ideas for that location.
And if you
this
looking close, the
this
shot
scene
where
is a
he
great.
pulls down the stairs, by the way,
Go
is
ahead.
one of a couple where you can spot he's wearing his feet shoes for filming.
That's
gotta take care of old Bruce, you know. It's just that's something that they've kept forever in filming. It's just a good idea.
Imagine having 2 human feet.
This scene is a good
That
example.
would be weird. That would be weird to have 2 human feet. I don't know how y'all do it.
What were you saying, John?
This scene is a good example of the writers having access to a location before like a scene gets written, where they can just walk around that floor that's under construction. Because, like you said, Fringy, the building was under construction at the time, actually. And the writer can just look around and be like, okay, the sprinkler's up there. We can see that. The fire alarm's over there. We got a saw blade here. That could be used as a distraction. And then they just assess everything practically that's there. And then they go away and write the scene. And then it all feels integrated and organic, right? Where in a way that may not have been the case if it was all pre-written. And then you find like, oh, actually we have this floor that's under construction. We didn't realize that. Or, you know, it's cool that the writers were able to look around and assess the actual space first.
Yeah.
There's a
How do
degree
we-
of spontaneity for this because
and how do we
something
explain
they
it?
talk about behind the scenes was with the fight with Karl. It was pointed out as an example of like we can use the staircase. That would be like good if we could use the staircase, and they do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They have Takagi mention earlier. It's like, well, the building's not done yet. So boom, we have now accounted for the fact that we can have all this fun in unconstructed or under construction areas of the skyscraper. So boom,
Yes,
accounted
indeed.
for.
And also something that's noteworthy about this fight is it really is scrappy. It's scrappy, rough, and like not it's like he's a brawler basically. Like John's a brawler. He's not going to be able to pull like these crazy fight moves or anything. It really is just like throwing punches, slamming each other into walls, setting sort of this is just like the nature of how John is going to fight, and it's the way that he fights basically
It's
in all
the nature
of
of
the films.
fights. Fights are messy. Fights are rough.
Yep.
Fights are like
Mhm.
vicious. They're tooth and nail. They're just like they're not these clean, highly choreographed things that you see in a lot of stuff. I mean, fights are just they're scraps.
And something as well that we'll talk about it more because it really is one of the things that I really enjoy about Die Hard is just the things that John will say during these fights, like very vicious, like, you know, like I'm gonna fucking like get you, I'm gonna kill you and shit like that, like he's very
like he's
like,
fighting for
people-
his life.
Yeah,
Well,
He has a temper.
There's
people
that, but
say
he's also
things-
like pushed to his edge. He's desperately trying to make this work. He's on the verge of potentially losing. He's got to put everything into it.
It's just people say things like when they're it's something that you see in war movies that usually actually like trying to it's something you see you'll see it in war movies where characters will say things that are really 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 harsh because this is an incredibly harsh environment. They might even
Most
say
stressful moments of their lives. Yeah.
well, just things that they wouldn't say if they weren't in a situation where it's exactly like a life and death situation. You talk about something talked about with something like Call of Duty, right? The lack of you compare it to like World at War, right? Versus Call of Duty World War II. It's just like there's none of that grit. There's none of that harshness, that roughness that people will say things really harsh things in combat. They'll swear, they'll curse, even say things that are racist, like that people get really 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 harsh in these situations. And it's just John is like he will say things during fights. He will his inner frustration with the situation will boil over into it. And the thing is that it makes it more endearing in this situation.
There's a modifier on top of everything. Sweaty and dirty increases as the film goes on. I'm just saying there seems to be a correlation between sweaty, dirty people and good films. I'm just saying.
Hey, Alien Man. Hey, on the Nostromo, everyone's sweaty.
Dude, I don't know what it is.
And
Sweat disappeared in
they're a
the
little bit
2000s.
disheveled.
It disappeared in the 2000s.
Where did
Bring
it go?
sweat
It evaporated, I guess.
Bring sweat back.
Bring back that sweat.
It's something that no, I'll actually leave it flat because we still got so much to talk about in terms of an observation that's kind of along these lines. So
I particularly like the line fuck was it? That's what my captain keeps telling me. Because at that point, well, before this point, we know that he's a cop, probably a pretty effective cop, but not that he's like a rule bending pain in the ass cop. And like to fight a threat like this, you need to be somebody who's willing to operate skirt outside of the rules. And so it's just like you don't know. These guys don't know what they're dealing with, and then all of a sudden the audience realizes at that point, like, oh fuck, like these guys have sort of may have met their match here with this guy. This is not a regular cop, right?
Something that
the idea he doesn't want them to underestimate him.
There's that as well, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Something that Timothy Oliphant, I can't remember what the bad guy's name was in the fourth one. He says
the bad guy's name.
He says, like it's written on your tombstone, always in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's like that's not accurate. The reality is he's like the right guy in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's it's like it needed to be him,
Right.
Well, wouldn't it be just right guy, right place, right time?
Right. I guess so. Yeah, I suppose so. It would always
be in the right place. I guess it depends on who's saying it. If it was Hans, he's the wrong guy at the wrong place at the wrong time.
And so Theo's broken the code and he's activated this machine to get into the vault. And meanwhile, John is sifting through Tony's gear. He gets some shoes. He tries to get the shoes, but they don't fit. And he's got his radio and he's got his wallet as well. And then he decides
someone has figured out from films how big those feet actually are from the guy on John's and tested, and figured out whether or not that's accurate. Whether or not they actually do match or not. But
in this episode of Mythbusters,
but you have to appreciate that they accounted for it. That they were like, he would do it.
You want to put some shoes on, and something. It's interesting to see essentially how John goes about sending him down the stairs. Like he starts the elevator while he's in it, hits the emergency stop, and then gets out, climbs out, and then gets on top of the elevator. It's just this feels like your first sort of indication of being really resourceful. He's really resourceful in terms of using the environment. He's clever. He's a smart guy. He knows how to do things and tinker with the environment and set things up, which you'll see more of later. And then he sends him down the elevator. And meanwhile,
wait, you missed the most important cameo. Well, it's not really a cameo because he's ever present. But Santa is here. He's just hanging out.
That's right. He is here.
You know why he's here, Fringy?
This is the Christmas
movie. The fucking Christmas movie. Santa's right there. There's two of them. Two fucking Santas are right there.
fucking Christmas movie, Shad and Jeremy.
Oh my god,
It
Yeah.
is.
it's
Yeah.
very personal. But I mean, yes,
As
it
it
is a
should
Christmas
be.
It
movie.
is. It is.
Sorry, but before we keep going, I love the this when the guy's already dead in the stairwell. There's a quiet scene where he's like, well, you already brought it up that he goes through his bag, but like, there's no music here. There's a stillness to the scene, and the movie's very careful in showing you exactly like all the items he's pulling out of the
Mhm.
bag. Where it's just like he's got this thing, he's got that thing, he's got that thing. A lesser movie wouldn't have paid that much attention. Like
Yep.
it's sort of telling the audience like every single thing he's pulling out here
They are
matters.
extremely consequential. Communication with the radio, ammo for the obviously for the gun, information with the wallet on the guy himself, and a lighter that's going to come up as well. It's all very important.
It's like it's a
Right.
video game. They know what items are being added to his inventory.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
But,
it almost is like where the audience is sort of taking inventory of everything in their head, where it's just okay, he's got this, this, and this. That means he can do these things or that thing, and the film is consistent with that. It's careful. Like the film knows what he has.
yeah,
Like,
agreed.
and what he doesn't have, and what
Yes.
Right.
more importantly, what he doesn't have. I mean, this whole thing. What's great about this movie, and there was a little bit of this in Raiders of the Lost Ark, the first Indiana Jones film, is you had this new archetype of action hero who was clumsy, who just wasn't kicking everybody's ass and taking names. They kind of flubbed their way through things, and it makes it way more interesting. Like every moment, John McClane, like he is one step away from death in almost every scene. He's just flying by the seat of his pants, and that makes it so much more relatable. And then when you put in items like he's got that screwdriver right there, I'm just looking at, he picks up the little lighter. It makes everything should matter in a 2-hour movie. Like every line, every prop should matter, and we've lost that completely now.
Yeah.
This thing is
Right.
so watching it for the 100th time, I'm reminded like how tight of a movie this is, and I love it. But yeah, that's the kind of character archetype that made him more relatable, and this is what propelled this unlikely action star Bruce Willis to become. That's all we know him for now,
I was
and
kinda
he
glad,
was not that.
You brought up Indiana Jones. It does feel like there is some DNA of Indiana Jones in John
Yes.
McClane. Because I love watching Indiana Jones fight in the 3 Indiana Jones films. They're fantastic.
Yes.
Like top tier as fuck.
Only the
What do you
three.
mean? You mean the 3 Indiana Jones film and the canonical Indiana Jones game that takes place during that trilogy, right?
It depends. There's
Sure.
a bazillion of those games, but the newest ones.
Well, like Fate of Atlantis, or what are we talking about?
Yeah.
And then when you combine something like the careful attention to detail paid to all the items with the fact that all the characters in this film are making intelligent decisions on every front, like it just creates this magical, compelling quality to it. Like beyond just the special effects and explosions and the flair of it all, it's just those ingredients alone go such a long way in making you compelled by what you're watching.
Agreed.
It makes
so
the
strong
heroism feel more heroic and worthy of praise if his nemesis, if his enemies are cunning and clever and smart themselves.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. A
he's-
smart
he's
hero
totally
going up
outnumbered.
against a smart villain is more interesting.
No, and it's the way like he's so outnumbered, and he's just scrappy, and I think there's just something we like about scrappy
I like the
characters.
scrappy lad.
Underdog.
Yeah.
Forced to improvise.
Exactly. We're back with Hans with the staff. He's eating something, and he says that Takagi won't be joining us for the rest of his life. Which
love
is
that
just
line.
like you're just sort of like waiting for the end. It's like, wait, what are you for the rest of his life? Yeah, of course.
And they give it a shot
yeah.
to appreciate that. There is one character you should probably see the reaction of for that more than any other.
Yes, Holly.
It's
zoom in,
just a
she's,
good choice.
Yes, definitely a good choice. And
They were
But it's
probably
walk out
decently
or be-
close if she was that high up and she had her own
Well,
office and
she was telling him to
all that,
to not
so-
stand up, and reveal himself. She was looking.
Yeah.
She clearly likes him, and then Hans just basically declares he's in charge, and he's left nothing to chance as the elevator doors open, revealing Tony's dead body with
Yep.
a message now written on it. Now I have a machine gun. Ho ho ho.
Yeah,
Putting
because
on
it's a
his
Christmas
sweater.
movie.
He's wearing a fucking Santa hat. It's
Because-
beautiful.
It's a Christmas movie, definitive right there.
I just love that John took the time to write this.
It's great.
It did in blood. In blood.
Yeah.
That's it's
To
beautiful.
psych them out. To freak
To
them
the
out.
You're
people-
right.
To the
That's
people
a
who
good
say
point.
this is just an action movie that takes place at Christmas, why would Ho 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 be on there?
And this is the first thing
Check
that
this.
rattles them. This is the
Yes.
first thing that truly rattles the
yeah.
bad
The
guys.
It's
timing
actually,
is
Yeah.
I mean,
perfect,
let's be
right?
honest. This
The
is a
timing
little like, what the fuck? Like, what? He's
Yeah,
dead,
yeah.
and he's taunting us. Like, what is going on? There's a psycho in the building.
These Americans are psychos. Yeah.
No, it's. I mean, the timing is perfect. It's right when Hans is saying, like, "I'm in charge. Everything's sorted. Where it's all good." And then it's just like, "Oh, no, it's not. You're in
No, it's
trouble."
Well, not only does it function as comedic relief, it's basically a war tactic. Like he's trying
Yes.
to scare
Yeah.
them and put them
Yeah.
on edge
Freak him out.
because he is vastly outnumbered and outgunned here, and so he has to do everything he can to give
Well,
himself the edge.
John is a bit
Yeah,
edgy.
psychological
you know?
warfare.
He's a bit edgy, and that's what makes him really
And-
entertaining. And
Normally,
endearing.
I'd have a problem with the actor like reading what we can clearly see, but it's Alan Rickman
Oh
doing
yeah,
it.
it's important.
Alan
It
Rickman
gives
could
you
make
his.
Ho Ho Ho.
Yeah, yeah.
Like he just does it so
well, the thing that
slowly
he
and
says right
deliberately.
away is like he's like, this isn't a security guard. Like he's thinking as he sees this. It's like,
Yep.
Yep.
okay, this is
Plus-
like this is not what I was expecting even remotely.
Alan
But-
Moore. Alan Moore.
Alan Moore.
Why did I say Alan Moore? God, I'm having a
And his
stroke.
break.
Alan Moore
break
didn't.
out
He didn't
role.
like the
Alan
movie
Moore-
version of Die Hard.
Alan Moore thinks he's a wizard. Alan Rickman clearly like loves delivering lines. He could read like instructions to Scotch tape, and it would be interesting. Like he's so fucking good at it. He
Yeah.
just
I-
relishes every moment on screen.
I choose to believe, by the way, when he was
R.I.P.
writing "Ho Ho Ho," that Santa was in the background nodding in approval.
He was, and
Yeah, he
Jesus, Santa and Jesus were both
Yeah.
there.
One over
Then they
each
high
shoulder,
fived.
yeah.
It was great.
Yeah.
And we see that while this is happening, John is eavesdropping from atop the elevator, and he's writing their names down on his arm, and he underlines Hans like as the leader. It's just
So
like, dude,
clever.
Yeah.
This is a really good idea. This is a really
Sounds
good
like he's
idea.
good at his job as a police officer, where keeping
Yeah.
track of suspects and what their ranks are in their organization is actually pretty important.
Exactly. Like it's just it's just a really good idea. And then the elevator gets sent up to the top floor, and John climbs up, scopes out the area, and then we see that Karl, he flips the table. He's fucking furious, and this is when we discover at this point that Tony was his brother. And he wants revenge. Hans is saying like, you'll get revenge, but we can't deviate from the plan. Like we got to follow through in the plan, and then you can get John. And this just creates like a tension that exists within the Hans's
Within the group,
throughout the
yeah,
film.
because you had the one thing that could keep Karl in line is now gone,
Exactly.
right? Because Karl's
Mhm.
the loose cannon. God, I'm
Yeah.
blanking on the actor's name now. Former Russian ballerina
Yeah.
was in the Money Pit, which he was fucking great in that.
Alexander Godunov, I believe. is his
Goodenough,
name.
yes,
Yeah.
drank himself to death at the age of 45.
Oh
Oh.
shit.
Yeah.
Damn.
Boo.
Dang. It's all those years of
Everything
salary
in moderation,
adding
everybody.
up to you.
He is
Moderation
really good, in
good.
this movie for the role that he plays.
He got
as,
to be a villain, a
the
fairly
the-
iconic villain in one of the most, one of the best action scenes ever. or
He's
action
almost
movies
like a
movies
ever.
ever.
quintessential
important.
henchman.
Yes.
Kind
He is.
of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And
primary
it contrasts
muscle
really well
henchman.
against Hans, because Hans is much more composed and he's furious the whole time. He's got a vendetta. Like he is out to get John. He's out to get John so much that he is not as attached to the plan anymore.
Yep.
Which
Yeah.
creates problems for Hans that he has to just navigate and manage.
I was gonna say, by
For
the way,
Karl, Plan A is now killing John, not succeeding in their mission.
Yes.
that elevator
Yep.
sequence, John almost got Mission Impossible 1. Close.
Yes, he did.
Mhm.
Yes, he
That's
did.
right.
And Hans also figured out pretty quickly that it's not a security guard. I don't know if we covered that. Sorry.
Yes, that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
mentioned. Yeah, that he's realizing that this is just someone who's got to be more prepared.
Yeah.
And then Holly is observing this altercation, and she concludes, because she knows him well enough, that John must be responsible for the commotion, which is very interesting that she recognizes
her
that.
explanation is awesome too.
Yeah, it's just
Only,
like, you know,
only John can drive someone that crazy.
she actually
Yeah.
says that later. That's
Yeah.
later on
Oh,
in
it
the
is?
film. But
Oh, sorry.
yeah, no, that's hey, look. I mean, it's the same point, right? It's like she knows, and she basically says like he's doing his job. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
And so she's like okay
Yeah.
with it. And Ellis is not as okay with it. He thinks he's gonna fuck it up. And she points out, you know, Takagi, he's dead. So like, there's no reason to assume like. This is a dangerous situation. John doing all of this like stands to help them. That's basically her view on it.
And there's a lesson to be learned here. Never tell the guy coked up on coke. I
On
guess,
coke.
a
Anything.
secret. Coked up on anything. A secret. Because they're on
No.
coke. And
I mean, don't
Yeah.
tell him
This-
anything. Yeah.
This is something
Right.
of a mistake that she can't recognize because of the decision he's going to make later. And then we see John. He gets up to the roof and he uses the radio that he got. Remember that radio he got to send a mayday message to the police. And of course, Hans and the men can overhear this. And he's thinking like, where would he be? Oh, the roof. Go, go. And then Karl and a couple other guys start heading up to the roof. And then we get a dispatch officer who she gets on the line and she contacts John and says, this channel is reserved for emergency calls only. And John screams, no fucking shit, lady. Do I sound like I'm ordering a pizza?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
I will say this this section is not just really funny. That lady will make you hate her so quickly in terms of like we're so invested in this story and she's just so like uninterested and thinks it's a prank call. You're like, God damn it! Like this is the only chance he's got.
Well, yeah, because he's relaying all this information. He's like, the people in danger, they're fortifying their positions, and she's just like, you know, this is a reserved channel. You got to call, you know, you need to call 911.
Yeah, I mean, like, I can only imagine she must think it's a prank. Like that's the
Basically.
only because it's like, wait,
conclusion-
what do you
The
think he's
conclusion is
telling
that,
you here?
The conclusion seems to be that because there was the thing earlier for the fire alarm, they're just like,
yeah.
like whatever it is, it's just
Okay.
not a big deal.
People
and he's-
drunk at a Christmas party doing stupid stuff.
And as they're going up, Karl, they head up to the roof. Karl's like, nobody's gonna kill John, but me. And as he's trying to, like, while he's on the radio trying to get them to take him seriously, he gets fired upon and he has to run away. And this basically is like the prompt for the dispatch officer to, at the very least, just send a patrolling officer to go and check.
Yeah.
Even after everything.
And this
he's
is
Yeah, what was
something
that
of,
sound?
a theme throughout the film that they clearly wanted when creating it for tension. You'll always just sneak the victory in like the least potent way possible. Like instead of all the police get the full information and all of them arrive immediately, it is the tiniest bit sneaks through and you're allowed to get one patrol officer to maybe come and have a look. That's like all we
which
could
creates
achieve.
a new problem for him, a new problem to solve.
It's really clever
when
because
that
it
eventually happens.
builds it nice and slowly, and everything feels so earned. He has to work so hard to get all of the things that we would, in a lot of lesser movies, I think, just easily get.
Well, and I think it's something that Die Hard 2 in particular, I think struggles a lot more to make John's life harder than it needs to be, right? Because it's mainly I think it's Lorenzo, the guy who's in charge of like the police at the airport, who's just like constantly at odds with John the whole time, and it's like not as good as a inhibitor to like his action. It's there kind of, but it's just like, man, you're just like really adversarial constantly and not helping at all compared to he's in a situation where it's actually genuinely difficult to like make contact and relay like all of the information that he needs to get to them. It's just like it's just better in this case. And so then we see sorry.
No. Go ahead. Never mind. It's fine.
No, because I'm just gonna move on to the next
No,
scene.
I was just gonna say I like the dynamic between Lorenzo and him in the second one, but I
like
agree
it.
the material is weaker. I'm not saying you didn't yeah.
I like it, but it's not quite as good as in here because Die Hard is one of the best movies ever made.
Yep.
Right.
And so we're over at a convenience store and we're introduced to Al Powell, who heads in, buys a bunch of candy, insisting
Love
to the
Al.
clerk.
Buys a bunch of Twinkies.
Yeah.
Okay. Buys a bunch of Twinkies.
For
and
my
then
wife.
says it for his pregnant
Yeah.
wife,
For his
which would be the
pregnant wife,
worst thing to give a pregnant wife for freaking Twinkies.
Listen, when the
Well, the
pregnant
clerk
wife
is
asks
like,
for a
sure.
Twinkie, you're going to the store and getting her a Twinkie.
Hey, well, you know, the clerk doesn't seem to believe him.
Yeah.
No, it's funny.
Yeah.
It's funny.
It's a good meme. And then he gets
Yeah.
called by dispatch, and they're like, "Yeah, you gotta go head over to Nakatomi." And he's on his way.
Reginald
Meanwhile,
Bell Johnson, by the way, who I
That's
think
right.
said when he was auditioning that Wesley Snipes was ahead of him. Like,
yeah,
that's fucking crazy. Imagine
Yeah.
Wesley
Can
Snipes.
you
was-
imagine Wesley
Yeah.
Snipes as
Yeah,
Hal
that would-
in this movie?
That would
I
have
know.
changed
He
the
would
whole
just run
dynamic
into the
of this.
building
would
and
change it,
kill
yeah.
all the
How about-
tourists.
Yeah, like that's the thing. You'd be
How
like,
about
when's Wesley gonna
explaining,
get in
oh,
there?
the reason you got the role is because you're fat.
I thought this is a rare occasion. Well, not that rare, but still occasion where I'd be like, I think you should. Like,
Yeah.
it suits the role to have him be overweight, kind of not,
Yes.
passionately into
Yeah.
whatever the hell is happening here, and a little bit incompetent in that history of like, stress of using the gun. It's all fantastic. Wesley Snipes playing the role. I mean, I'm not gonna say it couldn't work, but like, I just
would've
don't
been-
see it as much.
It would have
No.
felt way different.
It would have
Because
had to have been a different dynamic to the movie, 100%. The idea of Wesley Snipes just sitting out there,
Just sitting out there doing
Okay,
nothing.
well,
No way.
let me know
Being
if
the
there's
pep
anything
talk
that happens
guy,
in
like-
there.
Wesley Snipes, I think, has too much of an action actor presence, and
Absolutely.
like casting Reginald was fucking brilliant. I mean,
Yeah.
not only I think he was partially cast because he's a bit heavy, but he has an immediate likability because he was the head of Family Matters at the time. And
What
it's
was
just
Family
that-
Members around at this time? I thought that was later in the 90s.
Was that later?
He did Ghostbusters.
I
Okay,
mean,
well,
it's-
He was the cop in that.
Okay.
But he did say that this was kind of it. That if Die Hard wasn't going to work, he was basically like giving up on acting. Because
Right. Yeah, it worked.
it worked out real fucking well. He aced this
Yeah.
role.
Worked out well for him. Yeah. Oh, he's great. I love their old bromance buddy thing throughout the whole fucking movie.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's totally
Mostly holds the whole
viable.
thing
You
together.
get suckered right in, and he's super. There's a sense of safety, like it was when we were like rechecking this out. There's kind of what feels like an almost safe room for John, where he's got that. There's like a little picture of a naked lady, and he like even taps it at one point in the film as like a checkpoint. It feels like, yeah, we're safe in this room.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, in the same vein, talking to Powell, it feels
Powell.
it feels safe for a moment. Like let's recap how we doing, what are we doing, and
well,
it's
it's that he's not alone. That's
It's-
what it
it's
is.
so important,
Yeah.
and he recognizes it. He knows what John needs to hear, and that he's going to be so important as a unit inside the building. Stark contrast then to the other guy. I forget his role. He's like a higher up.
Wayne.
But and I don't even think he was like cartoonishly antagonistic. He's doing his job as well, kind of like the lady on the dispatch or whatever. There's reason they say what they say, but Powell recognizes what needs to be said with John and how it needs to be handled.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
like his moral center, like his Jiminy Cricket or something. Like just he kind of centers him every now and then in between the big fights, and it's like, hey, yeah, no, don't worry. There's people out here who we know that what you're doing is the right thing, and just stay alive, okay, man. And,
Yeah.
it helps to hear that when
Yeah.
you're in terrible situations.
And he has an effective cop mind, even if he is like relatively, inactive, compared
he-
to someone like John.
He
like,
basically makes
thinks-
all the correct assumptions about the situation.
Yeah, he's on the same page with John McClane. He knows everything that he's doing, or like he suspects strongly, like, okay, I know what he's thinking, and he has to like tell the other cops who are just like all fucking stupid as fuck, like when it comes to that. But anyway,
Bad for
When
sure.
when you mentioned Jiminy Cricket, like his conscience, I was thinking, like,
Of
what if he
course,
was
yeah.
actually there outside? Like,
In his
John,
pocket?
you're not gonna kill all those people, are you? You're not gonna shoot them, and oh God, John, stop.
You need to calm
you
down.
broke his neck on the stairs, John.
I guess the parallel was
It's
made more just
Christmas, John.
he's the angel on his shoulder, like not
Yeah.
specifically Jiminy, but just that type of character.
I would prefer the angle. You kill those motherfuckers if you have to, John. You shoot them dead.
Oh wait. Oh, they're not terrorists. They're just robbers. Oh, they kill them.
See, what Die Hard's actually about is John going into the heart of Nakatomi Plaza to save his father from the underworld, eh?
You gotta save Christmas.
So he heads back inside, squeezes like his he puts his gun underneath the fan blade, squeezes through, and narrowly escapes, very narrowly. And then when he runs back to the elevator, it's gone. So he can't. He's fucked. Basically, has to figure out a new plan.
He's also building up a nice collection of dirt, blood, and sweat into his very clean white shirt that's now gradually
It's get darker and darker.
Yeah, it's like you could almost argue it's like a health bar that's going down over the course of the film.
I think this.
Yeah.
I mean, effectively, it serves that role. It is like it is your best indicator of that he's sort of getting whittled down. He's getting hurt, beaten up, and I think it's a good visual cue. For that. So I basically agree with that summary.
I wonder if it was like a nightmare to keep the continuity and everything of the shirt getting dirty and everything. Like okay, we've wrapped up filming. Give me that shirt. We'll give it back to you tomorrow when he start filming again or whatever it was. And of course, movies aren't shot in sequence all the time, so I do wonder how they kept track of it all.
Probably different shirts for different scenes, and they would say okay, this scene takes place after this one, therefore we need the shirt to be
good about
this, but slightly more dirty or less.
Well, you need passion in every department because if you are Bruce Willis and you've got all these responsibilities, you're not going to be checking if the fucking blood is the right place or whatever on the next shirt. That's the costume department. They've got to make sure they track that shit because you hope that they're as invested as you are.
So basically, at this point, John has realized that his only way of escaping is to get into one of the vents. And while he's setting up to do that, Hans he tries to call Karl off, but he turns off the radio because he says well, they would need to deal with the police, but he doesn't care. He's on him. He's gonna get him. And yet another example of the nature of how John has to improvise everything. He uses the strap on the SMG that he got so that he can reach over, rappel down using that and then reach over to get into the vent. But it snaps and then he falls. And this is a little interesting fun fact is he was meant to initially the stunt guy was meant to get on into the shaft that he was trying to get into in the shot. But then he did fall. And he's okay. But he did fall. And McTiernan thought that was better, so they had it. He falls and then gets into a different one, he grabs onto another
one below, right? Yeah,
interesting. I did not know that.
The finger strength it would take though to just stop your body from a free fall with just the tips of your fingers, essentially. Wow.
You got some hero physics helping it there.
Yeah. But that ain't really happening.
But yeah, then he gets inside. Because we got two fun lines coming up. He gets inside, uses the lighter to see where he's going, and he says, "Come out to the coast. We'll get together, have a few laughs."
and that was a peak of the Bruce Willis from Moonlighting. Right. So that's where you got that little peak of what he's like as that character. So he's the good one-liner. I mean, this is would you call it the quintessential 80s film? I kind of would. Everything about this screams
that would be a big discussion.
Definitely, it's a timeless movie that you can watch, but what time period this is in, and it hits all the beats of what made a great 80s film and the zeitgeist of the time. So that I mean, this is one of my favorite scenes because it draws back on the David Addison part of him, which makes it it brings levity, and this movie's funny, dude. This movie's hilarious.
It is really funny, and I think it's interesting to think that one of the reasons why they were hesitant to cast him was because he was on TV as a comedic actor, and they didn't imagine him as being an action movie guy. When John's jokes are a huge part of what makes him endearing as an action hero, is he's funny.
Because when an action hero like him says these funny lines, my brain just thinks, oh, this is just a guy who's kind of funny.
Yeah.
And that's a funny thing to have a guy who's just kind of funny. It doesn't strike me as, oh, this is a comedian in a movie.
This is him. He's in events and he's basically remarking, for fuck's sake, I got dragged out here. They said it was going to be fun. And look at what's happening.
What the fuck?
But,
Well, the 80s were...
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just
No,
going to say the 80s were go ahead and make my day or yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. There was like 14-year-old kids saying that thing all the entire decade.
Well, we're getting close to that line. We're getting closer to it.
Mm.
And it's not just all mildly amusing now and then, like it's laugh out loud funny.
Yeah,
at parts.
it's funny.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
like
The-
it's not like smirk funny. It's like you actually
Yeah.
will get the chuckle out of you.
And can we just say as well, it's not just everything he's been through. It's also this is a comedy shot almost, right? Crushed inside this
Yeah, it is.
with the lighter. He's
Yeah.
got these bloodies.
Using a lighter, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like
Look at the look on his face. It's
Our
hilarious.
hero, ladies and gentlemen.
But
Yeah.
of course, we're
Yep.
not just telling a joke. Him using the lighter to reveal this gives away his location to Karl, who's looking down and
Yep.
sees that he's in that vent, and he's going to run down to that floor. And then, of course, we get John crawling through the air vent saying, "Now I know what a TV dinner feels like." Another classic amongst many classic lines in this film.
fun.
I love it.
Yep.
And then, Karl is he's there and he starts shooting into the vents, and he's narrowly missing John. And then he thinks, and he puts the barrel of his gun, like he nudges it against the vent to
Yeah, he
like, pay
presses it
attention
to
the
feel for the
sound and
weight.
see what it does. Yeah. It's just
Yeah,
like,
he'd
oh,
feel the
that's
weight of the body if he pressed up. Like, oh, that's just like a thing that someone
Good
with a
idea.
brain would do. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's about to get him, and John is like he's getting ready to fight if he needs to, but one of the guys runs in, calls out to him, and he leaves. So just saves him just right there, like you're very close to getting him.
It's so great because some things that I mention is how I kind of lament the fact that a lot of these big, especially big budget action movies, have these insane, incomprehensibly large scales of spectacles and battles and fights that your brain is just like, this is nonsense. I can't even comprehend what's going on. It's so big. And this scene is great because it's tense. You got one guy checking for another guy in a vent. The guy in the vent he's got his gun out. He's waiting just in case he gets discovered so he can fight back. And right before we get any kind of resolution in this small, intimate, close, a small scale little sequence, you're just like, oh man, what's gonna happen? Is this guy gonna find him? Well, he's stuck in the vent. What's going on? And I really enjoy that about a lot of this movie, is that the fights are just like, oh, some guy's in an office, or some guy's fighting in a staircase, or a dude in a vent. Very small scale, very easy to imagine.
Point to cinematography and lighting as well, that this is John at his lowest, like almost PowerPoint throughout the whole film in terms of trapped. And he's not only in a metal box, essentially, we've got the grating showing like essentially bars across his face. It's like this is the most trapped he's been, and
That's
he's
a
so
really cool
desperate
visual.
that he's got the gun ready. Is just basically like, this is it. This is the end. So I shoot him, he shoots me, probably. That's it.
Yeah.
Right.
But then spared at the last moment by one of the henchmen coming in to call him away. And then we cut to Al. He's pulled into Nakatomi, and he's doing this as John enters Takagi's office again and is looking around. And he goes to the window and he sees that Al is there, and he parks and he heads inside to speak with the fake deskman, who's like, the computer system is just buggy. Yeah, it's really buggy. That's the problem. You wasted your time. And of course, John is looking like, where is everybody? Where's the cavalry? Like, where is everybody? And then he grabs a chair and starts smashing through the window. And this would be a point where I'd like to. There's a musical cue that tends to persist in the Die Hard films that I really like, because I really enjoy the music of Die Hard.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not really sure how to describe it other than it's the musical cue that plays as he starts slamming the chair into the window. It just crops up every now and then, like in Die Hard 3, it's when they're getting chased while after Zeus picks them up. They're getting chased by the henchmen that followed them from the stadium. It's just a musical cue. The best way is it's the cue that plays right at the end of the film when Hans is dangling from the from the building. I just really like it. I really like the music in general. It's really cool. And it's persistent as well throughout the first 3 films, and hell, even 4 kind of like tries to integrate it somewhat. It just really complements the film really well. It's really energetic and exciting, and it reminds me a lot of old like 80. Well, it's not that old, but 80s music scores.
It's a nice thing for you to
film.
say for Nerd Around.
Yeah, that's kind of you.
Yeah, I
That was
really
a really nice
appreciate
thing for
it.
you to say.
Yeah,
Well,
Let's
it's
say,
fucking
it's
old.
actually-
Okay, I'm fine with it.
Part of
It's
something
fucking
Yeah,
old.
the further on you get, and sometimes don't remember specific maybe lines or events, but an experience I never forgot about Die Hard was this portion, even as a kid, all the way up to an adult, just being like, come on, you gotta find a detail here, come on, the cop is so close. It's like, you can do it.
It's a great sequence, because he's smashing the window, and this alerts the henchmen. They see him, and then they're gonna converge on him, and it's like, oh shit, this is like, is John gonna get through? Is he gonna be able to establish any kind of contact with him? And meanwhile, like, Pal's just inside taking a look around the lobby, and the bad guys are keeping an eye on him. They're just looking out, seeing what he's up to, and then John is he's still in the office, and one of the henchmen is Marco. He bumps into him, and they're both pointing their guns at each other. They're screaming at each other to put the gun down. And then another henchman, it's Heinrich, runs in, tells Marco to duck. He ducks, but John blasts him, nails him. And then Marco gets up, rolls, jumps onto the table. Music's blaring. It's like, oh, it's great. Oh, I love it. And then while that's happening, we cut back to Pell. He's still there. He's almost about to round the corner, and there's a henchman waiting to get him. And he's just like, fuck it. Like,
tense shot too, that one. They have a lot of really cool shots like this. This one actually reminds me of the shot later with Hans going for his pistol when he meets up with John. Like framing it such that we can see the subject, the important element, and if only they knew about this other thing that's nice and just blurred, just concealed. Another thing I was going to bring up as well, there's like a funny little gag reel of Bruce Willis hitting that window with the chair over and over and over, trying to get the smash through. And when he finally does it, the whole crew just like, yes! Like,
Yeah.
That's fun.
I think the use of music in this is worth elaborating on a little bit. I mean, like, there's so many aspects of every aspect of this movie is like 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, and the music is absolutely one of them. It's fucking fantastic. It's so unique. The way it integrates classic musical jingles with a sort of classic, like, perilous score, like, it's so good. I can't think of another movie that did it like this, or at least not nearly as well.
You've reminded me of this now by saying this. Is you will hear a more sinister version of "Ode to Joy" is like a leitmotif that is persists throughout the soundtrack. There's just a lot of times where it's Hans, and you'll hear that, obviously ramping up to when it plays in its full glory later on. That's really fun. It's just there's a lot of these really good stings that are just nice and intense and really, really like blend in seamlessly.
What the hell?
Oh my god!
Right, yeah.
It's a Christmas miracle.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, I got finished doing the stuff I had to do, and I thought, damn man, I just can't pass the opportunity to talk a little bit more about Die Hard. So
excellent.
Well, drink a
you were able to go into
cool, man.
Michael Kamen, by the way. Like
the composer,
the composer. Right. You came in at a good time. Dead Zone, Brazil, Life Force, Highlander, Pink Floyd, The Wall did the score for it.
Shit.
He passed away, unfortunately.
Oh,
Adventures of Baron Munchausen. Yeah, rest in peace. License to
classic.
Kill, Roadhouse, Lethal Weapon 2.
Oh, Lethal Weapon 2. Diplomatic immunity.
I was gonna make a joke to let Drink into a file. Where I was like, we're 2 hours into the stream, so obviously we're out later. I was like, we're almost halfway through the film. That's actually pretty good for us.
We're doing good time.
Hey, nice.
Well,
we're on holiday schedules.
There's not a lot of problems to pick apart in this movie.
No, it's just everything.
Yeah, imagine like pretty much every scene and character beat. It'll be like, yeah, that was good.
This happened.
Well,
that was awesome.
Yeah. So what's just happened?
So Powell is he's in the foyer in the lobby, and he's about to leave. Meanwhile, John's in a lot of trouble upstairs. Marco is up on the table, shooting through the table as John is crawling underneath the table to get away. As Marco's got him pinned like right at the end, he starts reloading his gun and says, "Next time you have the chance to kill someone, don't hesitate." And John takes his advice and unloads full magazine into Marco that says, "Thanks for the advice." And this is where he got the ear damage, right? Bruce Willis.
I was about to say that. Yeah, he was partially deafened in one ear because he was firing the gun so close to his head.
Man,
Damn.
I mean, it's a
That
great
sucks.
shot and it's a great moment, but that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
It's
Um,
I just because I'm sure you guys have spoken about this already, but just the sort of visceral impact of all the action scenes in this film is so fucking good. Like even just when he shoots up through the table, you know, the wood splinters and explodes with every bullet
Yeah.
passing through it. Like the guy, you see like the guy's legs get shredded when the
Yeah,
one
when
goes
They are
inside.
both
It's just like
sweaty. They're both
You know what?
sweaty.
Yes,
You know
I
what I
love
think of
sweaty
when
men. I love sweaty men.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
movies.
You know what I think of when I seeing legs shred by bullets is the red from the blood that reminds me of Christmas because it's a Christmas movie.
Yay!
That's true.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love when you shoot someone in the legs and the green and the red comes out and there's the reindeer. Oh, I love it.
Green.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's Christmas.
It's Christmas.
Christmas.
Yeah,
But,
I think they cut the scene, but Santa does help John up at the end of that scene. He's like, "Come on, man, let's go."
Come on, I got you, bro.
So
I love
Al-
the
sorry.
beginning of the scene where like John runs in and then the first terrorist runs in and they point their guns at each other and they're both just fucking screaming over top each other to put their guns
Yeah.
down. And then eventually it just gets so chaotic. One guy fires and then John fires and then the guy gets shot and it feels so chaotic. And like
Like
Drinker
Heinrich
was
is
saying
the other
with
guy who gets
Yeah.
killed there, doesn't it? It's very important
right.
that he's dead.
Yes,
Yeah.
he is super important, as we'll discover very quickly.
Mhm.
And meanwhile, Al, he's like, yeah, whatever. This is bullshit, and he's leaving.
I do appreciate though the when he's walking in the lobby, he just goes, fuck this. Like it's such a real sort of like, oh, there's nothing going on.
Yeah.
This doesn't matter.
It's
It's wasting my
Christmas,
time.
whatever.
Such good framing as well in that scene because I remember you can see like a slightly out of focus guy behind the pillar right in front of Al with a gun. Like,
right,
yeah, he's if he'd taken a few more steps, he'd be fucking dead.
Yeah, there's attention to that because we don't really know this guy. But he's just a guy. He's just doing his thing. You don't want him to get killed for it, but you simultaneously do want him to know what's going on. Come on, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
it's-
love
it's-
this. Yeah, the guy at the front desk is doing such a good job at convincing.
Where he's like, this dang football
Karl.
game, man.
Yeah,
He does
because
do it.
you
He's
can
like the
imagine,
best
like,
actor on their
the-
team. Like in universe.
Yeah.
He's really, that's why he's down at the desk
Yeah.
dealing with
Yeah.
anyone.
Yeah.
And you can
Right.
tell.
he does have quite
actually-
a fakey smile on though when he opens the door for Al, and he's like, "Evening, officer. What can I do for you?"
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's actually not even a criminal. They just put out a casting call and saying, "Is they're in LA?" Like,
We need a receptionist.
Al, he goes over to his patrol car, calls in, says like, yeah, it's it's just bullshit. It's nothing going on at Nakatomi. He's singing "Let It Snow." Gets in his car. We get a nice shot that Muller needs to show from inside the car.
Let
Singing,
it
let
snow.
it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Christmas
And-
song.
Why would they have
Christmas
that song,
song.
huh?
Why would that be there?
The timing of that shot is
It's
perfect.
it's comedic. It's brilliant. It's just like it's
They know what they're doing
hilarious.
too. The eyes are drawn to him on the gear shift, right? And then it like
Yeah.
refocuses to the
Yeah.
fucking body, just smashes.
Yeah.
right.
Through the window.
Jesus
Oh,
goddamn
it's
Christ!
Christ! And he pulls back, and the machine gun starts blasting at him as
Yeah.
he's reversing away. John watching upstairs. Welcome to the party, pal.
Oh, it's so
Yep.
fucking good as
Twinkies
well.
flying
It's-
everywhere.
I feel like
You
this
get that
is-
shot of Argyle in the limo just
Yeah,
partying,
he's
and like this
listening to-
fucking
Yeah.
police car
Oh, yeah.
demolishing the
Stevie
plaza.
Wonder.
behind
Yeah.
them.
It's the funniest
So
shot in the
good.
movie, I think. Just to have
Yeah,
that.
overtly comical camera position and shot. Yeah. And the
Yeah.
sound design too.
And he's
Because
just
you're
having
just
a great
totally in
time.
the limo with the music blaring. Yeah.
As the
It's
car
so good.
shoots off the ledge.
There's
And yeah, he's just
I think it's made so much stronger by that tension string pulling sort of he's not noticing, and then it
yeah.
comes up and it's a fucking insane noticing. He's got everything. He's fucking right into it now in the thick of it. And that's why I like the line. John's like, yeah, doesn't it suck? Like having to go through all this fucking
You're a part
shit.
of this.
Well, it's
Right.
I love like because you sort of hear this exasperated tone from John when he sees Al just sauntering back out to his
Yeah.
car, and he's like, "Oh, for the love of fucking God! I just had to
Exactly.
kill 2 fucking guys up here, and he's still
Yeah.
not helping me."
And it's
Yeah.
just, Al's situation is crazy, reversing through all of this shit with gunfire coming out, screaming into his radio that he needs backup.
I
before
need backup,
tumbling over
goddammit,
a ledge.
now!
Means
Yeah.
now,
Yeah,
goddamn it.
damn it now! And then tumbling over the edge, and his car gets wedged, and it's there the whole time. Like you just see the car
Yeah.
up vertically for like the rest of the movie, just in that position. It's great. And all of this chaos got overheard by Thornburg, a reporter who's sitting there listening to these radio communications. He hears it, and he just leaps up, and he's heading to Nakatomi. And it's just like, yep, the story. We've now entered a new phase of the film where it's not John's not on his own, but that doesn't mean that things are necessarily better, because as will become clear, I mean, Hans was expecting this. This is like a necessary part of the plan. The timing might not be great, but he needs this to happen
It
anyway.
was coming, yeah.
Wait, I think you I don't know if you've covered this as well, but like I love the fact that it shows the resourcefulness of Hans and the others in that they are quite often dealing with problems throughout this movie. And they don't just kind of crumble. Like, they actually are really smart at how they handle the various crises that come up. Obviously, John consistently fucking things up for them, and they're losing personnel, but like they're still able to keep their plan moving forward. And Hans is just, on top of everything. It's great. It's great to see competent, intelligent villains.
Well, yeah, because what you pointed out is like this is a new development that he's essentially about to realize that John now has something that he needs. Basically the police have come. They're setting up blockades. He calms everybody down, saying it's inconvenient timing. And then he picks up the radio and he asks for his men to maintain radio silence. And then John says, "Oh, I'm sorry, Hans, I didn't get that message." And then you get this nice shot of just, it's one of my favorite things in like the Die Hard movies, because it is pretty reliable, that there will just come a point where one of the bad guys calls his men on the phone or on the radio, and then fucking John chimes in with some remark, and you just get to see the look on their face when they realize, oh shit, like he's actually he's got us.
Not
here.
just that, but he also starts reeling off information that he's learned about them. Like, I figured you and Karl and Franco would be kind of lonely, so I wanted to give you a call. And it's like he's trying to put Hans off balance. It's like showing him, I've been watching you guys. I know a lot about you.
Well, when he says that, one of the guys is like, "How does he know our names?"
Yeah,
and Hans is like, "Shh."
Oh, dude, it's so satisfying.
No.
How is it that this movie from
does so
fucking
much-
'88 does it so much better than almost everyone we see these days, where they don't just blab out a bunch of shit that gives all the context and exposition ready to be able to make new things happen? Hans is like, silence, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
We're gonna listen. man.
Hans is like, I want to know exactly how much he knows, and he's telling us, so please don't interrupt right now.
But like, I love the bit when he's on the elevator earlier, and he's done it so that he can see the terrorists and start to make notes of how many there are, and he's got their names, he's writing them down on his arm. And like when he's making his way from floor to floor, he's like taking note of what's on each floor so he understands the layout of the building. He might have to use it later. Like it's a guy he's not like a special forces dude or anything, but he is smart and he is capable and he does have quick thinking, which is again, it's awesome.
I love it. And then because it's like now at this point, the situation has definitely gotten out of control, but it's like Rag said, he shushes the other guy and he just wants to get information out of him. He's like, "Oh, you're very troublesome for a security guard." And then John goes, "Sorry, Hans, wrong guess." You like to go for double jeopardy where the scores can really change. I love it.
I love Alan Rickman's reaction there because he stares at the radio like, "What the fuck is even going on now? Who is this dude?"
And that's the thing, by the way. The writers have to solve in almost every one of these kinds of movies: hero, villain, action. You want them to be able to talk before the final confrontation at some point.
Exactly.
And this is one of the greatest solutions to that.
Where
having their back and forth throughout the movie is fantastic.
You know what it's sad as well? Like, this wouldn't be possible today because, like, one, he would have been able to alert the authorities so much quicker because everyone would have cell phones, and it'd be like, you can just call for help immediately. Like, this is an era where that sort of thing just didn't really exist.
It's an era where you could get away with crimes.
Yay.
Easier.
I think it was
serial killers were doing great in the 80s.
The reveal of the reveal of John talking on the radio, the accompanying camera move is so good. The way it jibs down, It's
Yep.
like his ambitions, Hans' ambitions and ideas of victory and how he's going to spend all this money are sky high, but then all of a sudden he's brought to ground level when he realizes somebody effective is actually fucking with his plan. Like it's an example of a highly effective camera move that really gets you in the headspace of Hans in that one moment.
Excellent. Yeah, it is. And then John describes himself essentially as a fly in the ointment, a monkey in the wrench, a pain in the ass. And as he's doing this, he, as mentioned before, every time he's getting resources, he's going through whatever he can find on these guys, and he retrieves some C4 from one of the guys, and he's looking in the bag. And while this is happening, Hans tells his men, maintain radio silence, find out like what's happened, find out what is the status, is what John's saying true? Because like, even though he's trying to throw him off, it's basically like, well, let's actually find out, like, what has he actually managed to do, or is he bullshitting us? In terms of just speaking to like, yeah, he's been thrown off balance, but he's gonna keep his composure. And then we get a really great exchange leading up to the iconic line. So I figure I'll just basically just read out all of it, where they're talking, and Han says, "Who are you? Just another American who saw too many movies as a child? Another orphan of a bankrupt culture who thinks he's John Wayne, Rambo, Marshall Dillon?" And John just says back, "Well, I was always kind of partial to Roy Rogers, actually."
You like those sequin shirts.
Yeah, and then Han says, like, "Do you seriously think you have a chance against us?" John's leaning against the door, says, "Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker!" It's like, yep. One of the greatest one-liners in movies.
Yep.
I mean,
if there was a tournament of one-liners, it would
mad.
get to the top bracket. There's no
This is up.
question.
Yeah,
They
this
give
is
him a
up there
run
with
for
Hasta
money.
La Vista, baby.
Yeah.
I was actually about to say it would be in the finals with Hasta La Vista, baby. Words right out of my mouth. Amazing.
It's so good, and I love that it's. I think Die Hard did a pretty good job of consistently using that line in a way that was really felt like earnest and cool. Right, him saying that when he throws the lighter at the trail of fuel, the bad guys are taken off in the second one. Saying it after he takes out Simon. It's like, yeah, it's fun. It's that line that he just says when he's basically when he's almost at his most brazen, confident, and in this case, as a signal of victory, I suppose.
I mean, yeah, with the police being made aware, the tools he's got, and direct contact with Hans realizing now, it's like, I actually have a lot of control. I'm not in the worst position I could be now. Like, this is actually this is all right. And he's got a complete boost by directly talking with the person responsible for all of this. Like,
yeah.
Now it can feel a bit more personal in terms of like, it's my responsibility to take you down, and I'm gonna do it.
I suppose what I find interesting about the exchange is basically like Han saying, "What, you think you're like Rambo or John Wayne or something?" When the reality is that like John is not quite like these characters in terms of like what. Then again, I mean, I would say, especially if you're talking about the first Rambo movie, I don't feel like the Rambo in that movie is what people think of in a sense when you talk about the archetype of Rambo as an action hero.
Yeah, by the time this movie came out, obviously Rambo 2 would have been out, and so that's what really solidified
More
that
of an
character
action
in the
movie,
public consciousness. He became that symbol of the 80s action hero.
Almost
Yeah,
really cool
but-
if
but-
we're doing like a meta sort of what action hero you trying to be, John McClane, who's become someone that everyone refers to as like, you try to be John McClane.
Yeah.
Really
Well,
cool.
yeah, it's like you have to cast your mind back to like there was a time before John McClane, before that archetype existed in this sort of 80s context, and this is it. This is how it was forming right here. And they had no idea at the time that this was going to become an iconic character. They were just working with what they had. It's fascinating to watch it play out like this.
It really is.
And yeah, like really supplant. Like I think this movie actually was the turning point in terms of 80s action flicks. This 1988, you're getting to the end of the decade. I think by this point there was that realization of like these big muscle men like Rambo and the Arnie and stuff, they're starting to get a little hackneyed now. It's all getting a bit over the top and a bit ridiculous.
I love
And this
Commando,
movie just
like that is a
Wow,
lot.
Commando is a delightful film.
it is. Yeah.
It's so much fun.
No, I
So silly,
I
but
agree with
great.
that. For some reason, I feel like I tie in Lethal Weapon as kind of like being in the same category as Die Hard. Not in terms of what they are. Lethal Weapon's obviously a very different movie, but like that these two films kind of signaled a change in terms of like trends for action movies.
Yeah, I very much agree.
Different, more flawed heroes, more scrappy, that kind of dynamic, rather than having them kind of be like invincible Supermen.
And that's not to say
like
like
that.
those yeah, and that's not to say those archetypes didn't carry on for a few years beyond this. They absolutely did, and obviously Arnold still got to do like Terminator 2 and all that sort of thing. So it still went on. It's just like the overall landscape was starting to shift, and Die Hard was a major component of that.
Absolutely. If nobody had anything else to say about this pretty iconic scene,
Well,
then next thing is
I was just gonna say
go
that it is what it is in terms of just how well constructed it is. That they probably didn't realize what they had on their hands when they had made this.
That makes it feel all the more earnest, you know. They just thought it was a neat line, and then it doesn't feel forced. Like we're gonna make this a line, you know. Like we're gonna force this into the culture as being a line. It just seems like they put something out and people really really like it, and that's why it stuck. Kind of like a bottom up kind of cultural staple.
Even the
Right, yeah.
preceding line, he calls him Mr. Cowboy. So yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker, would actually it's a thing that is very reasonable for John to think of in that moment, and not like he just had it in his pocket and was waiting for the moment to say it.
Yeah.
definitely. Next up,
And-
we see, sorry.
We're talking about yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Sorry, I was going to get some food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what we're still talking about? Okay.
Yes, please.
The reason that's in there culturally, but you got to keep at the time there was a resurgence of American patriotism too during this just in the 80s completely. So that's
Right.
part of the 80s zeitgeist thing. That's all I wanted to add. You can move on now. Thanks. Hi everybody.
Thanks for
Hello.
the history lesson, Grandpa.
Hi, Gary.
You're
Look, an old
welcome.
man
So
is
I'm here
talking.
for
What was it like in the 80s?
It was better.
boring mostly.
But you had John McClane.
Drugs
right?
were better.
I think it's
Didn't have
also-
the internet. Didn't have cell phones.
I mean,
We
it
had
was
arcades,
it's
though.
kind of was brought
Yeah,
up.
Quarters
Like,
in our
cell
video
phones-
games.
Cell phones actively made it much harder for writers everywhere once they were like much more common.
Yes,
it fucking
that's
in a way
true,
sucks.
yeah.
Because
Internet, a computer being in a home was a weird thing at that point.
well, do you
Yeah,
remember
these
the era
people has,
of
like, a
It's
typewriter.
like
You're rich.
really weird.
the 2000s? The era of all movies had characters saying, "Damn, no signal. Ah, no signal. Damn
Yeah.
it, no signal."
Oh, you're right. Yeah, the mysterious no bars.
Much harder to justify that these days, but they still do it. Like my 5G, no signal. Like, oh well.
Next up, we see Thornburg, the journalist, getting into an argument with his producer. He wants to pursue the story at Nakatomi. He gets into an argument with the anchor, who they clearly don't get along. Like, eat it,
Yeah.
Harvey. He's so angry.
I love the framing of that shot there because like Harvey is like glaring at Thornburg, and then Thornburg swings around and glares at the producer. And it's just a great like trio of people like all like angry at each other.
Oh, and the
Very
anchor is
funny
so
clapping,
angry that you can see him while it's going live. You see him.
Yeah, he wants to
staring
like
off.
swing for him.
Yeah, and then it's like, oh shit, we're live. Hold on. But basically, the conclusion is that he gets his truck so that he can go check out what's going on at Nakatomi.
Yeah.
That's going to be a thread that's going to, talking of like throwing a wrench into things. And then Karl gets back and he says, yeah, Marco and Heinrich are dead, and that Heinrich's bag filled with the explosives and the detonator is missing, which, I mean, essentially from the framing and the cinematography, without anything being said, it's like, oh shit, this is like an actual huge development here. This is a big deal.
Yeah, whenever a
Like,
camera tightens in on a character when they're saying something like that, it's like, oh, this is important right here. This
Or
Well, yeah.
or on YouTube videos where it's just done seemingly at random for no reason whatsoever.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Just to break the monotony, okay?
This even prompts Hans. He's like, he's clearly like sort of thrown off, and he asks Theo for a status update, and he's like, well, I've gotten through 3 of the locks, I got 4 to go. It's like, all right, you keep doing that, don't bother me with it. And then Hans overhears that Al is trying to reestablish radio contact with John. And it's just like, oh, that's kind of like an interesting element of them communicating, is like, well, whatever they say to each other is going to be something that can be picked up by Hans, and then also it's like, oh, I wonder if anybody else would be able to pick up anything that gets said. Like if anybody's going to be able to hear any of these communications.
What a great idea. The hero inside, the hero out, and the villain all sharing one line of communication. And so you can make use of that as much as you want as a writer, whenever you want. And they do.
Well, and it means that they'll feel compelled to say different things because John refuses to identify himself. He says, like, call me Roy. Because, Hans is listening, can't do it. So they have to be careful about what they say.
Regarding the introduction of characters such as Thornburg or Al, for a movie that has so many setups early on and payoffs, it lets its characters just come in when they are needed. Like Al isn't set up at the very beginning. Is like the news station isn't set up at the very beginning. They come in when the story demands them. It's just like, okay, it's time for this now. I always quite
Let's set
like
up
that
Argyle when we need him to come back. We've already set up that he's out there, kind of waiting.
Well, even with Thornburg, right? Like we talked before about how you can convey just little tidbits of information that help you form a picture about a character. And the very first line that we get from him is he's trying to like schmooze some woman by like faking his way into a posh restaurant. He's like, oh, we can get a table there because I know Wolfgang or something. Yeah, he's clearly bullshitting her, but like that's the kind of slightly slimy, duplicitous character that he is. He'll lie to people and deceive them if it benefits him. And it's like, okay, that tells us quite a bit about this guy. He's not some, fearless truth seeker who's out to help people. Like he's very much interested in himself, which 100% helps with our understanding of him.
Makes him a reporter.
Yeah.
Something it's while they're talking, like while John starts explaining the situation, one of Hans's men is like, we got to find him and shut him up, and then Hans basically says, calm down, we just got to wait for the FBI to get involved because that's going to be a big part of their plan, but that they got to find the detonators. It's like, right, so when you think about this film was really well paced, we'll talk about that I'm sure later on, but this is like one example of the nature of making sure that things remain dynamic is like the push and pull, like the tug of war between John and the bad guys. It goes back and forth to where like one of them's got the advantage, then he loses it, then it's gained and lost again. It keeps going back and forth and like changing the nature of the situation from like, oh well, John is annoying, but like he can't do anything, so just leave him alone, to like, oh shit, we gotta actually get him now. Like our plan can't proceed if he's still in play and he has the detonators. It just keeps changing, like the situation just evolves and changes in a way that keeps things fresh.
Yeah, because like up until this point, Hansi's strategy with John has just been containment. Like he orders Karl to like shut him in the elevator shaft because he knows he can't go anywhere, or let him like waste time talking to the police. Like he can't do anything to hurt us at this point anyway. Like all of that stuff, because it's like, don't waste time and resources going after this guy who's just gonna like fuck us up. Just isolate him, contain him, and then we can move forward with our plan. Now it becomes, obviously, like you say, much more important to get their hands on him. I think that's where he says that line to Karl, where he just goes, Karl, hunt that little shit down and get our detonators.
Because at the beginning, he came across as so suave and educated and formal, and now he's like, oh, that little shit.
Yeah, he's actually starting to get pissed off with him now.
Well, because we commented on it, but when he gets introduced, Hans is like the only one on the team that's just going to be like, it's fine, whatever this is, we're going to handle it easily. Let's just figure out what it is. But obviously, by the end, he's fucking unhinged as the rest of them.
It starts eroding slowly. It's great how they play the way that it pans out anyway. But sorry, I don't want to go ahead. I was about to get too far. I have a tendency to get too far ahead of myself on these EFAPs.
It's all good.
It
makes sense.
We
see that John is having a conversation. He's just telling all this information to Al. And then Al tells him, like, sit down, just relax. Well, relax as best you can. And that the LAPD is going to take over for the situation. And the interesting thing is just how much information at this point John has managed to get that's like correct, and the observations he makes. He's like, he's just got a lot of correct observations that he's managed to get from all of the espionage, I suppose. But
Well,
now,
yeah, because he talks about their clothing labels and stuff, like how they're mostly
Exactly.
European. Because I didn't pick up on this, like when he first he kills Carl's brother. I can't remember the guy's name. But yeah, like, and he's searching him, and he like you see him kind of like turn out his sweatshirt and stuff inside out, so he can. And I didn't realize at the time, like, yeah, he's looking at the labels to see where they're made. Just stuff like that is really cool, and they even thought to include it.
yeah, I'm pointing out like, well, I think their IDs are fake and everything. It's just, yeah, he's managed to figure a lot out because he has a wealth of knowledge and experience that is really useful in this particular situation.
That's also a bit of a
I like-
strategic move too. Of like, I'm okay with them knowing I have the expertise to recognize fake IDs because they really can't figure out who I am from that. That's not enough.
Yeah.
Bad guys.
Well,
I like-
not enough that it threatens
Well, don't they
Karl.
even say he could be a? They even say that. Doesn't Han say he could be a bartender for all we
Yep.
know?
No, that's
no,
that's the deputy chief
that's
of
Dwayne.
The
police.
deputy.
Oh,
that's
well,
it. Yeah,
but that's true though.
Which is like that's someone
that
who
is
would
true.
know. That's how. Yeah, if he knows how to spot a fake ID, it could be a bartender has to check people's IDs. That's just a it's a reasonable thing.
One thing I liked about the IDs too is it's not like that's a terrible fake ID. He says that like I've seen enough fake IDs to know the ones that they have must have cost a fortune.
Yeah,
So like
they've got
he's
good
almost saying
ones.
like they are really good, but also I know they're fake still.
Well, the thing is that part of it is that he doesn't know just how much shit they've got because they've yet to really pull out the big guns. That's like soon to come. But as mentioned, Deputy Chief Dwayne Robinson, who I guess I'm just going to keep calling Dwayne because that's what John calls him in a very derisive way.
Yeah,
He just wants to find out like
Dwayne.
what's going on, and Pal's basically saying it's like it's unclear what they want. At this point, they're talking about them still believing that they're terrorists who have like demands or some goal that isn't getting money. To where even Dwayne is like, have you ever considered that John might be one of them? But Al is like, no, I think he's a cop. Just based on the things he knows, a gut feeling. But yeah, Dwayne's like, no, like, holy shit, man. Like, have you ever considered that it could just be full of shit? He could be one of them. He could be a bartender. For all we know, he's very much like he is going to be obviously a bit of a heel. He's going to be getting in the way, but it's not like unreasonable with all of the information
Yeah,
he
they're
has.
Well,
These
because
are fair
his first, because like when he actually cast doubt on whether they're even terrorists, like, well, how come they've not come to us with ransom demands?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and
Like,
he's
that
not
is
wrong
actually a
that they
reasonable
could
thing
be
to ask.
they could be making up that there's a guy in the building in order to have a connection with us that gains access and leverage in ways that we can't even necessarily anticipate. So please be more fucking careful. It feels very procedural, while Powell is much more like going off his intuition of no, I got a thing for this. I'm almost certain you can tell from the way he talks or what he said, and he does try to give an argument. But I think that is his role, and it's well done. It helps bind us more and more to Powell because we know with certainty that that John Diehard is a good man.
And I think basically the role I would say is that Dwayne is more of the sympathetic heel compared to Johnson and Johnson when they show up, where they're much more like, you're not meant to feel too bad given like some of the things that they say.
What happens to him?
Well, yeah, it's like, I
FBI
figure
who
if we
hate
take out the
cops.
terrorists, we'll lose 20% of the hostages.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
They're
yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah, that's okay. And it's like, oh, geez, yeah,
Accessible.
like, pretty much. Whereas,
Also,
yeah.
I guess also in defense of Dwayne's position, like protocol wise, it would be really difficult for a guy who's supposed to show up there and kind of take control to say, yeah, okay, let's put a bunch of eggs in the we've got a loose cannon running around in the building basket. Like they can't exactly bank on that. They do have to also like plan as if that John won't be any help at all.
Yeah, exactly. Dwayne is reasonable, basically.
Yeah, Dwayne's positions can be like reasoned, but like nearly all his dialogue is so fucking funny to me. Like the way he just outright clashes with Al, and he's not willing to give any charity to like the idea that the guy on the inside, John is actually on their side. It's just like, nope, he's made up his mind. And he's such an ass.
I think my favorite line from him is like near the end where he's like, "Holy shit, we're gonna need some more FBI guys, I guess."
Yeah. It's such a fucking dumb thing to say, but I believe that somebody like him would say that. And it's so hilarious.
Like, well, fair enough.
And
yeah.
It's all a POV thing for me because we've had all this time now, an hour with John, and Powell is like the first person that managed to get him significant help, and then this guy comes along. But if you are this guy, you come in and you say, "What's going on?" Got a contact inside. Pretty sure he's a good guy. It's like, how do you know? Pretty sure. It's like, what? Like, that's fucking useless. It's like, oh yeah, well, I got a hunch, and it's just like, what the? So, I respect it. I think it's reasonable, and he's not cartoonish, which is good shit.
It is, and so now we see that Holly has been brought into Hans, and she basically says like, you put me in charge after you killed Takagi, so you need to. Like, I'm going to ask you for things, and basically ask for permission to move one of the pregnant co-workers to an office with a sofa. And Han says, well, I'll bring the sofa to you. And is there anything else? And she says, no. And she glances over at the photo that she put down. But Hans kind of is a little bit suspicious. He's like
he almost notices it. He could tell she's looking at something.
Well, because then he's like, he asked for a name basically, and then she replies Miss Gennaro. So she is.
Isn't it interesting? When she says that, she stood right next to her door to her office with the name tag on it, and it's like, you're in my fucking office. Like, you've set this place up as your base of operations, and it's mine. I just thought it was an interesting little choice there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
Well, it's I think it's fun because it feels like at any moment, what if like Hans just turned around and saw that the photo was down and felt compelled to look at it? It's like, for the whole time he is sitting right where he's got like the most valuable piece of information that he can acquire.
Yeah,
the whole
well,
time.
no, it's funny because he actually does turn around, right? But you're thinking like, oh fuck, is he gonna lift the picture
exactly
up?
The interesting thing though is that wouldn't be any use to him until he sees John, because he doesn't actually see John until so he doesn't know what he looks like at this point.
That's right.
That's a good point. Yeah, I forgot about that.
But still, it's just
what
like,
a use of that element that John and Gruber don't know what each other look like. That's such a cool benefit to the story.
And that's just going to come into play in a big way later on. It's good shit. And so like this at this point, Han sees that what's happening at Nakatomi is being covered on TV, and Argyle finally notices this broadcast on the TV to the limo, and like he just realizes everything that's been going on the whole time.
That expression of no, like it's not like right here.
And then turning on the radio, great because
when he tries to like drive the limo out of the parking garage and like all the exits are blocked, and then he just kind of stops and he looks in the rear view mirror and the fucking bear is just like staring back at him.
It's just like you're gonna be on pause for a little bit, Argyle, but you're gonna be real important later. It's just funny that it took so long for him to realize. But shit's about to get real serious. The police are preparing to go inside Nakatomi, which Al thinks is like a really bad idea because he's been told that there are hostages, which Robinson, like Dwayne, he's not even sure if that's the case. Basically citing that like the way that Hans is acting doesn't appear to be consistent with what they'd expect him to do if he was a terrorist. Like, why hasn't he requested a ransom if he's got hostages? But it's because that part of the plan hasn't been hatched yet by Hans. That's like delayed. That's not going to happen until later. It's like he's using the lack of information that they have right now against them to buy time. Pretty clever. And then John, basically, he's looking out the window and he's like, "Oh shit, you're like going in," which he thinks is a bad idea, given what he said to Al. But like, that's just not getting conveyed. And so while this is all happening, two of the bad guys, one of whom I can only describe as he's that guy who was in Lethal Weapon, the guy who was, I'm sure he's in more stuff. I'm pretty sure he's in more stuff. You know what I'm talking about? The henchman. There's the one guy. He's the guy who did the electro shock thing to
Well, there's because there's two of them, isn't there? And one of them is like the dude who was in Ghostbusters too, is like Vigo, the fucking Carpathian.
He's in Big Trouble in Little China too.
And they're both there, and I find it funny that they're sort of sitting there next to a whole bunch of like chocolate bars.
Oh, this bit, right?
Yeah,
sorry.
He just looks down. He's like, "Yeah, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna have one of these."
I think it's just a humanizing element of
John Mathieu highlighted
I love the little
himself
thing there.
And with the hitting the like stingy nettle or whatever, the one of the soldiers that are moving in. He said like these are things that you just don't see in your standard macho action movie, and he wanted to make it different. He wanted to make it more real. It's just like, yeah, you'd totally be if you were like taking cover on a fucking stack of chocolate bars. It's like, I mean,
These aren't stopping a bullet.
Well, it shows you as well how nonchalant they are. Like, these guys are super confident they're going to be able to see this assault off. So, like, yeah, okay, I'll just have a little snack before it starts.
Sure. Exactly. And so because Theo's got access to the cameras, he's relaying the location of the police to the guys on the ground floor. And the guys on the higher floor start shooting out the lights. Which is something that Al points out before Dwayne points it out. He's like, they're shooting out the lights. Like, he's just like, yep, that's what they're doing. And the lights go out. It's like, they're shooting out the lights.
If it was vegetable, I did actually kind of like the line too, where he said, "How do you explain the guy falling out of the skyscraper as part of the like, well, the actual thing is going on here?" And,
stockbroker.
yeah, Dwayne says like a depressed stockbroker just fucking killed himself. I don't know.
It's the Great Depression. And then,
Wayne is very attuned to the pecking order. Like, he doesn't really give a shit what anybody ranked below him has to say. I mean, he'll sort of entertain Al and you know, contrast with him, but he really doesn't give a shit. He only listens to whoever's in command.
that was a fuck up because the guys on the ground start shooting to wound the officers that are breaking in. It's just a disaster. It's like it's all going wrong straight away. But they're like, oh well, no, the armored vehicle that's gonna do it. And this armored vehicle rolls in. It's going up the stairs, and then we see that on one of the lower floors, there's two of Hans's guys like wheeling in this massive like rocket launcher that they have to mount to the floor.
I love this shot as well, by the way, of Hans.
Of all Hans,
looks so evil.
Whenever you're up like that, it's always good.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's like you mentioned before when we were talking about the vents, the lighting. It's just it's nothing special or crazy.
Yeah,
it's
don't
just
miss
like,
the opportunities.
Sometimes good incidental bit of lightning that's just kind of striking.
Yeah, it's just nice looking consistently. So this big armored vehicle, it rolls up and it gets stuck on the stairs. And then the guys who are on one of the lower floors, they've got the rocket, they fire it, hits, explodes. John's watching, like, holy shit, like, you made your point, get him to back up, and Hans is like, oh, well, you know, thanks for the fucking input, buddy. He's just like, why would I listen to you? I don't care what you think.
He's like, I'll take it under advisement, Mr. Cowboy.
Yeah, it's just like, whatever, like, who cares? And then they do fire again, and it's like, holy shit, like, this feels like, again, in terms of establishing just how competent they are, that, like, a big trained force is, like, actually finding it incredibly difficult to get in. They've got total control of the building, and they have even more resources than you might expect. They're, like, ready to go and prepped.
Prepared.
The only person who could stop them at this point is John, who's just there with, like, 2 guns, basically, and that's it. And as he's watching this, he comes up with an idea. He gets the C4 that he stole, wraps it to, like, a computer monitor, ties it up to a chair, goes over to the elevator shaft, and says, Geronimo, motherfucker, and then drops it down the elevator shaft. And you just get this nice moment of silence as he's watching, as it's falling down the elevator shaft. And then, I mean, it's just a massive explosion from many angles, from all sorts of angles. Just this crazy escalation of, like, holy shit. And it's, you know, it takes like an hour to get to this. You know, it takes an hour before you get your first
we have our
massive
proper explosion. Yeah, really.
explosion in the film. And it's crazy. It's just a huge explosion. Takes out the guys, flies up the elevator shaft, the flames shoot out as John ducks away. You get reaction shots from everybody, which is important. Everybody's reaction to this crazy situation.
You know, it reminds me of T2 when all the explosions are happening at that. I think the helicopter pilot says, it's a goddamn war zone down here.
Well, I like Hans' reaction as well when, like, one of his underlings is like, oh, they've brought artillery on us. And then he's like, no, it's not the police, you idiot. It's him.
Yeah. It's this one guy ruining everything for him.
I think he said, the reporter, the actor, he said that his contribution to this film was "Tell me you got that." It's like that was his improv for the line. He's
Yeah.
very proud of him. Like, my
Oh,
God.
that was improv. Interesting. That's cool.
Oh, really?
That's a
Mhm.
good line.
It does
No.
a lot to show like Thornburg's priorities too. Like he's not like, oh my god, an explosion. It's like, please tell
The
me that-
people.
that
He's like,
"Please
that's something
tell
we'll
me
get
about the
paid
shot."
for.
Yeah.
He wants the story. He wants the scoop. Yeah.
And they don't care about what's actually happening here and the people involved.
Mm.
But then we cut over to the news. They're reporting on it. The story's getting out, and it's like, oh, this is Hans Gruber associated with this extremist group that is claiming that they have nothing to do with him because at this point now, this story that's getting out into the public is essentially the story that Hans wants. That he's a terrorist with like an agenda, not there to steal money.
That his motivations are political. Yeah.
Yeah, and not to steal. It's like now that's getting out because that's going to be able to allow him to create the story that he needs in order to succeed. But then we get kind of like the first of a few really important personal conversations between John and Al. They start talking about their families, like basically just sharing. They're connecting more as people rather than what it's been up to at this point, which is much more so just relaying important information about the situation to each other. But their conversation gets interrupted when Hans, because the journalists have managed to oh no, wait, sorry, I mixed up. That was later. Hans gets on the radio to call him because Ellis, who was really, really frustrated, decided, oh, I'm gonna go talk to Hans. I'm gonna sort this out. Don't worry, I got this. And then basically says that he can get John for him. He's going to be able to deliver him John. And so now, that's Hans knows him. He knows his name. He's like, oh, McClane, Officer John McClane. And it's a bit like, oh shit, uh-oh.
Yeah,
This is such a fascinating scene as well because potentially Ellis could have told him fucking everything. He could have told him like, oh yeah, like this girl over here, that's John's wife, Holly.
His wife, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, there's certain things that even he didn't do. Asshole that he is like, well, he kind of made up a story that like him and John are just old friends, and that's why I invited him to the party. And yeah, I think it's interesting. Like there's certain limits to what Ellis will do even now.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's hoping that he can like get John to surrender, so they'll all get released in his mind. But yeah.
Confident, like Hans Booby, I'm your white knight. Like,
Booby is
It's great when he says to Hans as well. I figure you're here to negotiate. Am I right? And Hans goes, "You're amazing. You figured this all out already."
Yeah, no, it's just funny. The whole time he's just sort of there entertaining it. Meanwhile, Carl's just like, "Can I shoot
Guys
this
are
guy?" It's like,
professional.
no,
They're motivated.
I actually quite like
it's
that
just
moment
so
of
balance. Like, you want something. It's like, yeah, okay, I'm here for something. You're right.
Carl
Camel
like,
jockey.
signaling the gun, and he's just like, we could hear this guy out. He's hobblers. Let's see what this is. Every single move from Hans is always information gathering until the obvious like definitive choice can be made.
And and it's also an important thing because it will be a consequence of this scene is that John has now, briefly talked to Dwayne constantly. I just love the way he says Dwayne, like the way that he says Dwayne every time he's talking to him.
I feel like Dwayne is one of those names that just sort of. Do people name their kids Dwayne anymore?
No,
Is that just kind of
not after this movie?
Like the part where he's talking to me, he's like, I'm not the one who just got butt fucked on national TV, Dwayne. And even Argyle's listening in. He's listening and he's like, oh shit. And he's like, put Al back on the line. Like, I don't want to talk to you. It's great.
Argyle's reaction to that is hilarious.
Yeah,
I love
he's
that.
so happy.
Hyping him up.
Yeah.
Like, quit being part of the problem. It's just, they had their brief conversation, but it's, they're just very adversarial at this point, which will, it's going to be consequential in terms of essentially making it to where John gets no more support anymore because of the conclusion of this scene with Ellis getting on the radio to talk to him. He's trying to talk John down and be like, oh, Hans wants the detonator. He's going to shoot me. And then he just sort of looks over at Hans and is like, yeah, that's pretty good, right? That's going to be a pretty good story. It's like something he created for himself and is proud of. And he doesn't realize that he's actually like digging his own grave right now. And the whole time it feels like John's trying to figure out exactly what he can do here, because this is like, the fuck is he supposed to do, right? What is he supposed to do about Dwayne making all of these terrible decisions?
Well, obviously, yeah. I mean, he knows himself. Like, if he was to surrender, he would get executed. If he gave them the detonators, presumably they're going to use them to blow something up and kill a lot of people.
Uh-huh.
So he can't really do that. So it's like, what the hell can he do? And it's like, his best solution is, yeah, Ellis, shut the fuck up. Like, put hands back on the line. Like, this is tell
like,
him
"He's not my
that you made
friend.
this up.
Tell
Yeah,
him you don't know me." And then you know, Ellis still committed to the bit. He's like, come on, John. John is just sort of sitting there. It's like, oh shit.
I
And
love
then he
the
just
little gesture where he does the smile and the thumbs up. It's so
Yeah.
like, I got this, buddy.
Don't worry, buddy.
They really hired the perfect
Yeah.
actor for this fucking character.
No, he's great.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's unfortunate because this is his last scene, because when it goes silent, he just kind of looks at Hans, nervously laughs, takes a little drink as Hans is smirking at him as he grabs his gun, and then bang.
I love
That's
that the last shot of him
Yep.
alive is him stupidly drinking his coke.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's him gone. That's just like, you idiot. Like, why did you do this? It's such a stupid idea. But it feels like another reminder of like, yeah, they're not fucking around. Like, Hans will basically kill anybody if they inconvenience him or annoy him or have no use to him at all. And then he walks outside, holds up the radio, shoots into the air, and John is just sitting there in darkness, really like cast in a lot of shadow. Clearly not feeling good at the moment. It's a really good shot. Like, it really emphasizes how isolated John is at the moment. It's like he's the only one here. There's nothing around. It's like almost like he's in a dark hole when he's actually, you know, really high up in the sky in this building.
A pause shot. It's so
I li-
good.
I like that in that scene with Alice, like you get a hint of mutual respect between Hans and John, because they both know what each other is capable of. I like the line where it's just like, this guy does not know what kind of man you are, but I do, and he believes him. It's just like, thank you for not insulting my intelligence like this fucking asshole. That came
it
in,
goes back to
you know?
the back and forth that Fringy, I think, was talking about earlier, where, you know, John has been consistently fucking up Hans' plans, and like he's actually started to, you know, put a lot of pressure on him now. And this like redresses the balance where like McClane gets increasingly anxious and upset during that radio conversation because he's desperate to try and stop this guy throwing his life away.
Yep.
And Hans, much as he knows McClane's not going to surrender, he still knows that, like, yeah, this does take its toll on him. The fact that he's killed an innocent man.
Yep.
You know, and that's it's hurt him a little bit, and that probably gives Hans a little bit of satisfaction there. He's scored a little point.
Yeah. It's taken a toll. Because I mean, you know, John does not like Ellis, but he's trying to save him, and it's just like driving home how powerless he is in this situation. Like, he can't do shit. Really the same as Takagi as well, where he was just not in a position to help him at all. It's just, yeah, it's wearing him down. He's feeling bad. Things were looking up, and already
They're
the
both
situation's
getting
gonna
worn
turn
down though,
for-
because
Yeah.
Hans loses his shit. You know, putting the walkie-talkie up to the crowd, and he starts
Getting
yelling.
mad.
Yeah.
Just like,
Start-
give me the
starting
detonator
to
or
lose
shoot more
his shit.
people. And John tells him, like, go fuck yourself. I'm not, you know, fuck you, basically. I'm not helping you. And this is bad for John. Like, Dwayne basically, he believes essentially that John sacrificed Ellis, which Al like fiercely disagrees with, saying like he's trying to help him. What could he do? Like, if he gave himself up, they'd both be dead. And that you don't seem to appreciate that, like, John's having a shit day right now. He feels alone, and like nobody's got his back, and he's worn down and tired. And it's just like, yeah, Al gets it basically.
Yeah.
It's a real cool contrast between the characters. One of them's like going by the book and reading everything as written, while Al's very much emotionally connected and sort of is grasping through everyone talking and the stress of the voices and what's been given away, what's actually happening, the dynamic at play, the pressure they're under. And it's just a really good choice to have these two battling on the outside, because it makes it a lot more interesting than Al being alone and just stating, you know, what we need to take from all of this. Having them compete with each other makes it far more dramatically interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. And then you add on a bit for just for essentially where we're taking Al in this storyline where Dwayne tells him, you can go home anytime you want. Al says, "No, sir, you couldn't drag me away." It's like, that's
Yeah,
he's
great
getting quite
line.
invested in this situation, which is interesting given what we learn about the state of his life essentially prior to
Yeah.
getting called over to Nakatomi. He's
What's
getting
in-
more involved.
What's interesting as well during the conversation is Thornburg overhears the whole conversation and knows John's name now, and so immediately puts his people on finding out if this is true and who McClane actually is, which sets the stage for his actions later in the story. It's like it's great because every scene has so many like different outcomes. There's so many different building blocks getting constantly laid down throughout this story. And it's great. Like it's such efficient screenwriting.
Yeah, and it's laying down stuff that's not going to happen like 5 minutes from now. It's stuff that's going to be paying off like 30 minutes from now. It's like it's not because if you set up something and then you pay it off in like the scene, that's worthless, really, compared to you lay down the foundation and it's like, oh well, this isn't going to be super relevant until like way later in the story, but it's all happening all at once. Very efficient storytelling. And now at this point, Hans suddenly contacts the police, and he identifies himself, and he starts issuing like false demands to release all of these prisoners from these different organizations. One of which you read about in Time magazine.
I love
that line. The Asian Dawn. Yeah, everyone's perplexed by that one.
And even John's just now like, what's he talking about? Like, what is this? And he says like, once the demands are met, he'll bring the hostages to the roof to be taken to the airport, where they'll be given further instructions. And Dwayne's pretty flustered. He's like, "Well, I can't do all of this. Like, it's like I can't. It's above my pay grade and everything." And then Hans hangs up on him. But he's going to be following through on all of it. He's going to be contacting all of these things. Like he believes him, basically. He believes that Hans is telling the truth.
I love how pragmatic it is. It's like, I'm going to throw this at them. It'll keep them somewhat busy. It's going to confuse in terms of like overall what's going to be happening here by the end. And it's actually something that can enhance the cover story of what we're doing here and why. And it's so quickly done. It's like he may as well be reading it out, and then he's just like, yeah, this is what I do at this point to give me this benefit. Done. And the fact that even Karl is just like, who are these fucking people?
It's great because Karl at the end says like, do you think they'll even try to do it? And Hans just goes, who cares?
Who cares?
Yeah. And then tells him to hunt that little shit down. It's just like, yeah, because this is the real priority. Is they need to get sorted the situation on the roof, which is like a lingering mystery throughout the whole thing because you don't know what the detonators are for at this point. Mm-hmm. You know that they're up on the roof doing stuff, but like you don't exactly know like what it was about. All you can do is guess at this point.
Plan?
It's good. And then John and Al have another conversation where he's basically pleading like, I couldn't save Ellis. And Al basically is like, yeah, no, it's, I get you. And then they talk about how the demands just make no sense. Like, neither of them can see the logic in it, but it's basically been bought because the feds, they show up and they do the meme, of like, I'm in charge.
Not anymore.
You're not. And there's a funny little exchange where Al looks at Dwight. He's like, "You want a breath mint?" Because he's clearly like sort of.
Dude, Al's expression at that moment is so fucking good. It's like, yeah, how's it feel when someone just barges in and ruins everything?
Agent Johnson and Johnson, no relation.
Johnson and Johnson. I just find that funny. It's such a silly little thing.
It's the stereotypical like humorless G-man guys,
Yes.
But there's a great there's a great callback to it later when Johnson like calls for a gunship and is like, "This is Special Agent Johnson." No, the other one.
The other one. It's just a funny little meme.
Lots of overtly comedic dialogue here and there.
Yeah,
it's good.
Funny. And now we're getting to one of the super interesting scenes among many in this film, where Hans himself heads up to the roof. And he puts his gun down as he climbs up to look at the wiring, and he jumps back down and he looks over. I mean, he's looking at it's incomplete basically. Like they're not done yet with what they're doing on the roof. And he jumps back down. He sees a gun pointed at him. It's John there, and you got to show it. It's just like the look on Hans's face as he's like thinking about what exactly he's gonna do, and then finally like squeezes out a word.
This is
pretending that
the context for this
it's
was a
just really-
problem solve, right?
Yeah,
Like this whole sequence.
yeah.
Yep.
Basically, the problem was we want John and Hans to talk to each other. It's what Mola mentioned before. Like, you want your hero and your villain to talk to each other, but the reality is these sorts of things are difficult to have happen because usually, if they're going to meet, they're going to fight each other and one of them's going to die. It's one of the reasons why such a trope is good guy gets captured, they talk, and then good guy breaks out or something. That's a really common one. This is a much better solution to the problem of, well, Hans needs to go. He wants. They're running out of guys, and Hans needs to go to the roof to check on what's happening there. Bumps into John. It's like, oh shit, what's he gonna do? And the story on this one is that on set, either he was asked or they heard Alan Rickman do like an American accent, and they thought, huh.
Yeah, let's have Hans do that.
They got him to they got him to do it, and it's him pretending to be one of the hostages, and he's just like, oh god, don't shoot me.
You're
one of them, aren't you?
This was one of the things I've like never forgotten about the film, even from like when I would have first seen it. It's such a subversive thing to not only have the villain's checking on some shit, and then he's just caught dead to rights by the hero. It's over.
Yeah.
Like, that never really happens in stories ever. And before I can even process that as like a thing they've done here for the story, he's making some weird noises. Wait, what's going on? What was it? Then he's like, wait a minute. Oh shit! Like, he's pretending to be a civilian, and it's starting to slot into my mind. I'm like, oh, because John hasn't seen his face.
That's
Motherfucker,
right.
that's such a smart move.
John has no idea.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's
it's enough for, because John might not be fully convinced in the moment, but he's still like, well, I guess you could be. Yeah,
I can't just shoot this guy.
Exactly.
I always wondered about this, right? Because the bit where he takes Karl's brother down in the elevator and he's like perched on the roof of it and he's watching them as they are investigating the dead body. Does he not see Hans there?
I don't think you can see.
I think it's obscured if he
mainly
even had a
hearing.
chance. Yeah,
It's mainly
and you
hearing,
can tell he's
not
really
seeing.
concentrating on listening and writing as
Yeah.
opposed to reading faces.
So like
Okay.
it's totally like at this point it's safe to assume, and of course that is the case, is that they don't know what the other looks like. Now obviously Hans at this point knows, well, this is John. But
Like, who else could it be?
Yeah,
they're in a situation that is unresolved at the moment because Hans's plan is basically like, let's go over this way towards where his gun is, and John's like, no, we're not doing that. We got to get off the roof, and that they ought to stick together. And so it's like, well, looks like Hans has got to bide his time here. He's got to just wait it out, which is just like, oh, this is great. What a great way to get these two together. That their conversation is going to be laced with subtext as they're playing games against one another.
something again I love about Alan Rickman's performance is he goes from his suave, in control sort of body language to the limp and wobbly, like, I'm a scared civilian man, please leave me alone. I don't, oh gosh, it's so bad. Oh,
It is impressive how quick the change happens. Yeah.
and that's the cool
And
thing, the realization that he's looking him right in the eyes, that he's like comes up with that on the spot. It's just one of the smartest villain moves ever.
It's just that
And he
pause
pulls
of like
off
a second or two is enough for him to formulate that entire plan. It's
Yeah,
great.
and he pulls off a decent enough American accent. It's
I think even to non-Americans, you can hear it's not very good, but like it's okay and it's passable.
Yeah.
And there's lots of explanations for why an accent might not be, fully
Well,
valid.
arguably that's him
Yeah, I mean,
pretending.
Nakatomi, the
that
corporation, is kind of international.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it
who
is.
knows who's at this party? Who knows who works here? you
Maybe
know?
it's that Hans himself is like he's all right at it. He's convincing enough, but
Yeah.
he's not because like he is a bit of an actor. He's not quite as much of an actor as his brother Simon. Simon's way more like of a. I mean, that's something that they talk about in the third movie. Is that like that was kind of what he did. Was he was like an infiltrator. He was a chameleon of sorts.
Mhm.
I do like that's one thing I really. I mean, I really like Die Hard 3. But Simon is just like such a
Second best one.
Jeremy Irons is just like, yeah, you nailed it. You
Great
got the
actor,
a great idea for
Well,
a
him,
character.
Sam
a great
Jackson,
actor.
right? Like, fucking hell, what a
Yeah.
great, entertaining
Yeah,
movie.
Sam Jackson is Zeus. What a great idea to pair him up with. It's just such a different dynamic than what you get. Like, I would say Die Hard 3 does a much better job of justifying itself as a sequel than 2 does. Because it's like it's meaningfully different in big ways. A totally different
Yeah.
setting, way more
Right.
variables. He's paired with this guy who really doesn't like him the whole time.
I do have a real soft spot for 2, though. Like, I
like-
genuinely
I like
do
it.
Yeah,
enjoy
it
it.
was
as a
fun.
sequel.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
fun.
yeah.
Do you know
Solid.
the only reason we got a Die Hard 3 was because of Pulp Fiction? You know that, right?
Well,
I mean,
they
that would make
oh,
sense,
yeah,
but-
because it was Lawrence
What is the
Fishburne.
story here?
Lawrence Fishburne was they wanted him as Zeus, and I think it was tied
So-
up in a bunch of crazy
Well,
stuff, Hollywood stuff.
The success of Pulp Fiction kind of, I mean, Bruce Willis his career wasn't over, but the action star from the 80s was kind of done at that point. But the success of Pulp Fiction gave enough equity, right, for Bruce Willis for them to bring back the franchise.
With a
So it had a
vengeance.
lot to do with it happening at all. So
And maybe they
there you
just
go.
decided, hey, let's take the guy
trivia
from Pulp
for
Fiction
you.
that's really great at yelling loud and bring him in as the side.
Well,
guy
they're
in
like,
Die Hard
oh,
3.
Bruce Willis is back. Bruce Willis is back. Let's do another Die Hard. Let's go.
Bring
you know?
Samuel Jackson. Yeah, Zeus. Like shove a lightning bolt up your ass, Zeus.
Remember when we used to get excited about Sam Jackson being in movies? I
Yeah.
like that time.
I mean, he's still pretty reliable with Tarantino. If,
Yeah, it's a pretty narrow window at this point, though, isn't it?
Remember?
I'll
I mean,
take it.
one
remember
more
I'll take
when
it.
Nick Fury married a Skrull? Remember?
Remember Nick
No.
Fury, the character?
Stop. We're having fun today, all right?
Yeah. Fun,
Yeah.
Remember when Nick Fury lost his eye to a cat?
No.
That was awesome.
Sadly, I do remember that.
Let's talk about happier things.
Back on the
Okay.
ground, Johnson and Johnson are making a plan, but Al's asking like, "Well, how's John gonna fit into this? What's happening with John?" And then we're back with John and Hans sitting there by the elevator sharing some cigarettes. And Hans asks John who he is, and he says he's a cop from New York who was invited to a Christmas party by mistake. That's what he says, which is like, I want, it's like not giving away too much, right? Because it's safe to say John isn't sure, but because he's not sure, he's not going to be giving away anything that he wouldn't want to give away. Basically,
He has no reason to tell anyone that his wife is here.
exactly.
Even if
Oh,
this
yeah.
guy truly is just a random worker or whatever, then the worker would either already know or it's just some random person. He has nothing to gain from giving that up. Play it safe.
Well, I mean, also he's out and around with John, so in the event that John has to run and he gets captured, saying that his wife is there is like a really big info security risk.
Yeah, just a bad idea. I like the Dutch angles in this shot as well to give the sense of unease. Things are off. It's not quite right.
Well, there's a lot of good use of lens flares in this film. Not an
J.J. Abrams.
overuse.
Yeah, before they became.
Well, I
friends.
mean, this is when they were in. It was kind of an accident that they were in, and they weren't actually put in.
yeah, they weren't
What's
put in
funny
in
is-
post.
We all remember when that was J.J. Abrams' thing. Now his thing is destroying stuff. Like it's,
I know.
Yeah.
Well, now his thing's being unemployed.
Yeah.
He's already
Yeah,
destroyed
Yeah.
everything.
Bet you
What's he
missed
been
when
up
you
to
were the
lately? I
lens
haven't heard his
flare
name in a
guy,
while.
don't you?
Nothing. Like
Nothing.
I remember reading an article of like at the start of the year, and it was like the demise of J.J. Abrams or
Yeah,
something. Like
yep.
maybe he's just completely out in the wilderness now.
He's in
Last I heard, he
director's
was
Out in the
jail.
spearheading the
cold.
next. I heard he
It's
was
funny
spearheading
how-
the next Superman movie, but I don't think that's happening.
No.
It's funny how lens flares have turned into this artificial eye candy bullshit thing now. But like in here, they're all captured in camera, and there are some shots where it looks really stunning,
looks
particularly on the
Yeah.
reveal when the picture gets flipped up. There's some
could
great
be
fucking
nice,
lens
yeah.
flares. Yeah.
When I'm not looking at them every 4 seconds, they can actually be quite appealing.
They can add
Wasn't
to they can add to a scene.
There's a meme of like a shot. I think it might be one of the Star Trek movies from Abrams where it's like, oh look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 16 lens flares. Wow.
Yeah.
It's just cringe. Anyway,
It's just
So,
cringe.
he looks down and he sees that John is barefoot. Meanwhile, John is looking up at the floor directory, which has a bunch of names on it. And then John hands Hans his pistol. Is like, oh, you're gonna need this. And sort of, there's a lot of interesting sort of expressions that Hans has throughout this, like when he gets given the gun and how it's like, oh, the real Hans kind of like is sort of sneaking back in here now that he feels like he's in a good position.
Yeah.
And he's basically like, here, take this, and you can help me. And John walks away. Hans, yeah.
I was going to add as well, like that's the point where John asks him his name, and he says Clay, Bill
that's
Clay,
right.
and it's like his name. The name is on the floor directory, which is a
right.
neat attention
Yeah.
to detail.
But just
Like-
they both paid attention to the employee roster.
Yep.
Yeah.
The thing is,
Little
it's-
battle of the
it's-
wits.
It's a reminder. The line where John was told, "Well, the only people that are here are on the 30th floor," and Bill Clay, that's a name associated with a different floor. That one little piece of info that he got way earlier in the film, coming along here to basically tip it over, where he's figured him out. He's got him, and prompting him to give him the gun. It's like that's some good shit right there.
Yep,
That's
it is.
some really
That's
good
the kind
shit.
of good shit that's just like, you guys didn't have to do this, you know that, right? Like, you don't have to go this quality, and they're like, yeah, well,
Yes, they did. Yes, they
They did
did.
anyway.
They had some pride in their work. Crazy, huh?
And, yeah, it gives him the gun. Oh, sorry.
Do you guys know about the thing with the deleted scene and the synchronizing watches? Or-
No.
no.
Nobody
Tell me
okay.
about it.
So, originally, that was supposed to be the tell. Was that they're all wearing the same watch, and John like noticed from the other
Oh.
terrorists that he killed that they all had this one watch, and Hans has it as well. And there's a deleted scene that occurred in the truck as it's approaching the building. But the reason they took it out is because when it's inside the truck, you can clearly see that there's no ambulance in it. So they have to have the Hans walking out of the truck shot because that is his intro villain shot, right? So you have a brief glimpse into the truck where you can kind of see for a bit that there's no ambulance in there, but you can chalk it up to like maybe there's a
Was-
false wall or something to protect it from
McTiernan
inspection.
said on that shot that if people 2 hours into Die Hard are actually saying, hey, there was a shot 2 hours ago, it was about 2 seconds long where you couldn't see an ambulance, he was like, there's no fucking way. Like, we'll be fine, we'll make it.
Well, back then, I mean,
Yeah.
there's VHS, but yeah, back then, people weren't rewatching stuff that much anyway. So
Mm.
I mean,
People
it
still
was
would've
so late
noticed,
in the
though.
process. It was basically a
was
mistake
too
you
late.
couldn't fix without intense post-production of trying to paint in a fucking ambulance behind all those moving heads. So it's just like, nah, come on. Like, it's unfortunate that it wasn't anticipated, but the thing is, they were working throughout the movie to figure out how it was going to end and how they're going to escape, and that's one of the, I guess you could say, drawbacks of working the way that they do here. You can end up with almost an impossible problem to solve.
But
But
still-
they worked their way around it, and it really works still. So
No, yeah,
Yeah, I think
Die
so.
Hard is it's a fucking brilliant film. Like, nobody's denying that shit.
But yeah, John turns his back on him. Hans radios his men, points the gun at John, and says, drop the gun, give me the detonators. John's asking, why do you need them? You've already used the explosives. And it's like, have you? And then, Hans pulls the trigger, doesn't fire. John's like, oops, no bullets. You think I'm fucking stupid, Hans? And then the elevator door opens and he says, you were saying? And then gunfight breaks out.
Yep.
But John
I mean-
manages to get one of the guys as he's getting out of the elevator.
Yeah. It was pretty good timing on their part because Hans would have been really fucking up the creek there if they didn't show up.
You'd be curious what
Yeah, I guess
John
they would
would
be
have
coming to look
decided
for him.
to do. Maybe tie him up, maybe kill him. I'm not sure,
I mean, presumably take him as a hostage and try and get the other terrorists to release some of the hostages, including Holly.
What if-
maybe?
yeah.
What if Hans said, wait, you're a policeman, you have rules?
yeah,
there are
have
rules for
rules.
policemen.
you have rules.
It was
There are
definitely,
rules for policemen.
You get the full energy of don't answer that when the elevator's open. Or John, can't account for everything. And I think that's what this is. It's another example of John wins just a little too much, and the film is like, I've got to drag you back down, buddy. You're the
Yeah.
crappy underdog. You got to beat the odds. You can't be winning. Not too much, anyway. You can't help but feel bad for him. Though, it's funny, because he does run and start shooting like a fucking maniac, and just one of the dudes just gets fucking minced in the elevator. It's, gonna suck to be that guy.
Yeah.
This whole sequence reminds me again of T2 when Sarah's in that like sterile room and they're shooting the shit out of everything around
Yeah,
her.
it is kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just because obviously this was all done with like pyrotechnics and practical effects, and it looks great.
Oh
Love
yeah, it
it.
does.
I love
Just a little.
I love
It's just a little gunfight in an office room, and it just
Yeah.
it looks great. It's not an intergalactic battle fleet destroying a planet. It's not 7 million people. I don't
We
care about
need
fighting
more.
another 7 million people. It's
There's
just like,
no
yeah, there's just
energy
like
beam
4
going up
guys
in
in
the
an office.
sky.
You telling me
And
you
it's about-
didn't
yeah,
like
like
the
it-
Death Star destroyers? What a
I love
fucking
Death Star
choice.
destroyers.
7,000 of
Wait,
them.
Mahler, do you know why
More.
a lot of things remind you of Terminator or possibly Cameron films? Is because he lifts a lot from other people.
I'm glad he does. Because like
And he's very good at it.
Yeah.
I would even argue
Hey, great
improves
artist.
a lot of stuff, but he does live from a lot of people.
Yeah, if you're gonna do it, you should be good at it. And he
Be
is.
better at it, and that's where it's.
There is a saying,
beginning.
right? Steal from the best. It's like a autistic
Yeah.
flourish is the thing.
Yeah.
Obviously, it doesn't mean literally steal, but try to copy your favorites, inspire. Try not to make it shitter and terrible, and then.
Yeah, if you can.
Yeah.
You hearing that, JJ?
I was gonna say, yeah,
This and ruined
JJ is
it.
just the horrible, bizarro world version of Spielberg, right? Like that's like we didn't want that as a result of Spielberg, but that's what happens. Kind of like you know, in Homecoming, where Vulture is the result of the Avengers, but so is Spider-Man in that universe. Like, yeah, the result of Spielberg has probably inspired a lot of great creative people in the world, but you also got JJ. Sorry about that. Like the cost.
Yeah. It's well, yeah. The Spielberg family tree just played itself out. You know, got a lot of good directors out of that, but babysitting Spielberg's kids does not make you a good director.
Nor getting his coffee makes you a great producer.
Oh my
No.
Why,
God.
are y'all referring to people? Am I not in the loop?
Well, hey, anyway, so there's gunfight,
JJKK.
and
Mhm.
they're shooting out all the windows because, of course, without any shoes on, it's like, well, that's probably a pretty good idea.
Shoot the glass.
Yeah, and they just keep shooting, and that glass is going everywhere. And
Do
John,
you like
has
how?
oh yeah,
I was just gonna say though, do you like how Hans orders him to do it in German, like "Schieß dem Fenster," which actually translates as "shoot the window," but never mind. And like
Right.
Carl just totally doesn't get it and stares at him for a few seconds. He's like, you see him like roll his eyes and just go, "Shoot
Well,
the glass."
That is a bit
Yeah.
of a weird thing to have. We're in the middle of trying best to shoot a guy. It's
That
like shoot
isn't-
the window. It's like, why? Like, what are you talking about? It's like, oh, the glass, right? Yeah, because that could make sense actually as like a fun clarification. Because ultimately, it doesn't matter
Yeah,
if John hears the English anyway. He's fucked.
yeah, exactly. Like, what can
Yeah.
he do? He's pinned down. He's out of ammo. Well, he's exhausted a lot of his ammo, and he gets out, but you know that glass, man,
cost.
oof. And he had to leave behind the detonators, which it's creates a bit more of a conflict again, where it's like, oh, we got the detonators, so we're good. But Karl is not happy with that. Like he's looking pretty intense about that, and you know they eventually leave, and we'll see the reaction. But before we get to that,
Also,
Thornberg, oh yeah,
I was about to say, as someone pointed out in chat, Hans knows that he's
Yeah.
barefoot. It's playing off of the fact
Yeah.
that they've actually been in
Yep.
close proximity, so
Yeah.
that leads
Clearly
to something that
knows
happens
Well,
in the
they
next
had
scene.
the
Yeah,
shot
good
that
point.
showed specifically that he looked down and saw that he was barefoot.
Yeah.
Like that was something
Yes.
he noted in particular. So pretty good idea. But
Yeah, I mean,
Thornberg-
it would be obvious that Hans would recognize something like that, but the fact that they dedicate a shot to it, it's just like the audience
make sure
now
you know.
knows that Hans
Yeah,
knows.
you was like you might not notice that, and you might not notice that in like a gunfight where you're worried about your life and trying not to get shot, but because they spent time together in a chill environment, it's something you notice. He uses it.
Mhm.
Yeah, you kind of get a demonstration of the glass as well. Like one of the terrorists gets both his kneecaps blasted out, and then he just kind of goes flying through the air, and his
first,
head
yeah.
goes straight through a window. It's like,
Yeah.
damn, that dude
Reminds me a
died
bit of
bad.
the do you remember in the Raid
Ow.
Redemption where that he was fighting the guys with the machetes and then like one of the doors gets busted down, grabs him, leaps and drags him down onto like the broken door, and that's like how he
Yeah.
takes him out. It's like, oh shit. I mean, obviously this came well before that, and they're not quite the same, but it reminds me of that.
It's a wince-inducing shot. It's just, oh my god, like
Mhm.
that probably hurt that guy doing that
Yep.
stunt.
Thornberg's colleagues have come back. They've got like basically all the information one could possibly have on John, which you know, it's like, oh shit, that's going to cause problems. Meanwhile, Hans goes back to the 30th floor, the main floor, tells the men to continue with their work, and Holly watches as Karl freaks the fuck out and smashes a bunch of shit on a table and deduces that only John could drive somebody that crazy and is therefore still alive. which is it's just kind of funny. That's the case. He's so mad. Yeah, it must be John. He did that.
It's not only just comedic relief, it's a key moment for her because she is gaining a newfound appreciation for his attitude and his job. You
That's
know,
right.
it's just like,
Yeah.
fuck, he saves the day, man. That's him. That's who he is.
But then you cut straight from that, like almost a bit of humor around John, like yeah, only he can drive someone that crazy. And then
Yep.
the very next time you see him is like he crashes through the door into the bathroom, dragging his feet behind him, and there's just blood like everywhere.
Yeah, he is.
And it's
he
like,
is
yeah, it's
really
not
hurt.
funny now, is it? You know.
No.
Really hurt. And I mean, the situation's not good because at this point, Theo's gotten through the 6th lock, which means it's down to the last thing that Hans was expecting. You know, the thing that he's counting on. Like they're really close to getting in. And then
Clock's
John,
ticking.
you know, he's messing with his feet, getting them fixed up. Talks to Al, or Al radios him to get an update. And he tells him that some of the officers have a pool on him. And it's like, oh, you know, how are the odds, right? Like, is there an expectation I'm actually gonna like win here or what? And then this basically prompts John to be like, so what's the deal? Like, why are you flat-footed? Like, what happened? Like, why, you know, what happened in your career? Like, all of their conversations and interactions has essentially led John to realize like something must have happened. Like that, you know, that you're not like, he figured that he was you know, he'd be out on the street because of the way that he was driving in that intense situation. It was something that was mentioned earlier, and he, you know, it's like, yeah, there was a time when that was the case. And Al says he had an accident. He shot a 13-year-old who he thought had a weapon, and that he couldn't bear the thought of drawing his weapon again. That's why he's at the desk, and mentions that, you know, he was taught everything but how to live with a mistake. In terms of being a police officer, it's just like this moment of, oh shit, you know, of Al's got a story. He's got a story. He's not just some inconsequential guy off in the corner who only pops in to like relay important information. He's getting to have a storyline of his own that's going to be leading to its own you know, thematically interesting conclusion.
Love the performance too. You can tell as the conversation was building up to this, it was kind of, it had like a positive beat, and then you can tell Al's trying to bring it back down before he explains. He's like kind of serious, actually. Like what I did was
Yeah, he's just like,
Yeah, he
oh
tries to-
shit, I'm gonna have to talk about this now. Fuck.
Yeah, because initially he
Yeah.
tries to deflect it a little bit, and he just says, "I had an accident." Like, and you can
Yeah.
tell he's starting to get uncomfortable. And John's like, "Oh, what'd you do? Run over your captain's foot with the car?" Like, you know, trying to still make light of it. And
Yeah.
that's the moment where he realizes, okay, no, I need to be serious now. Like, if I'm gonna talk about
Well,
this,
yeah,
I might
because
as well
up to
do
that
it.
point they're joking, but then it gets real, and John doesn't say anything. He just
And-
listens to him.
This is pulling from, you know, the 80s when our toy guns look like fucking guns. You know, like,
Yeah, that's what
and
he says. It was a toy
that-
gun
that-
that looked real enough at
yeah.
the time.
and at that time, I mean, I'm using air quotes for it happened a lot, but it did happen to a few kids where they got shot because it was dark, just like he explained it, or they mistook into like a couple of 13-year-old kids got shot. It's how you could subtly put something from the time, but still like make it timeless by not being like so on the nose about it. Like even with the stockbroker, you know, it's a stockbroker killing himself. The year before was Black Monday. You probably guys never heard of Black Monday.
No, definitely. It's the 80s crash. The crash in
the
the 80s.
87. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
there you go.
yeah.
Good. Yeah, Black Monday was you know, either right before the filming of this, so it was still on everybody's mind, and because everybody thought we were going to head into another depression, and a lot of stockbrokers killed themselves that day, jumped out of buildings.
In terms of mentioning things that were like related to when the film was made, I mean, Nakatomi, it was because in the 80s, a lot of Japanese companies had been, because of the economy in Japan was insanely inflated. I mean, that's when Sony bought Columbia, was the 80s. There was just a lot of Japanese companies that had a lot of money. And that was
The
like
80s
part
were
of
a
it.
time where people were worried about Japanese buying. I would much rather have the Japanese buying stuff than the Chinese, just to point that out.
Well,
But yeah,
Blade
Incidentally,
Runner-
that's
Well,
why
is that-
that's why you had the Weyland Yutani Corporation from the Aliens
Yeah.
Blade
So
Runner
is-
had
yeah.
a lot of Japanese
Big effect
influence
on
in,
Blade
Los
Runner?
Angeles in 2019. Yeah, lots of Japanese
Well,
companies.
they were buying up casinos, major buildings. There was a big resort near where I lived called Acosta. They bought that. Yeah, it was nuts. Then they had to
It's
sell
just-
it all
yeah.
because
It's
bottom
it's
fell
an
out.
80s movie,
Yep. Yep.
It's an 80s movie. The conclusion on that, like John, says he's sorry to hear that, and then Al basically says like, well, the FBI, they're in charge now. The situation's changing. They're taking over, which is essentially leading us to what is going to be the final act of the film. This is like the next big transition in terms of like the situation. Shit's about to get pretty crazy in terms of things that happen
I like the
from this point onward.
the mention of they can teach you everything as a rookie how to be a cop, but not how to live with a mistake, which is something I would imagine John feels bad for having stumbled into him having to basically re-explain that that's something he's done. But I'd say it's also thematically relevant, right? Like, you don't want that one mistake that he has made with the last time he spoke with his wife to actually be the be-all and end-all.
Yeah.
It's like, gotta find a way back, and
Absolutely.
recover with this, and gonna fix it. And
Oh my God, layers to dialogue
hell
that
yeah.
are subtle, Mahler.
But-
They're not explaining everything to me.
Well, there's also
I
just
don't get it.
this is all really great and interesting stuff, but it just holy shit, this is one of the most important scenes for binding these two together and the audience to their relationship. You're just like, I really want these two to make it and for everything to work out, Even
I
me.
like that John just doesn't just express his condolences verbally, but like when Al says he shot a kid, like he privately just has a look on his face. It's just like, oh
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah,
Well,
Like,
imagine it's
if
every
I was in
cop's
that
worst
position-
nightmare,
Every
isn't it?
cop's worst nightmare.
Yeah.
Yep.
he's got to
If
know
I
about
did
it.
that, I would feel fucking terrible. And it's like he's capable of feeling someone else's pain, right? He's an empathetic character. I like that about him.
Hell yeah, the good man, which is something that Free was mentioning, that it feels like he got slanderized the further it goes on as not being that. He's John McClane's archetype is lol. I'm a mean old grumpy man to everybody.
Something I was struck by when I was
Mum.
rewatching 5 was there's this part where, like, he's in the middle of the road. He stops this guy, just a random guy, just this guy that's just driving there, and he starts because we're in Russia, so he can't understand what he's saying, and I think he punches him. He's like, "Oh, you think I understand a word you're saying?" It's like, dude, he did nothing wrong. You fucked up his day. You got in the way of him. But it's like, oh
That is
yeah,
not a real film.
Yeah, after Die Hard 3, there's nothing more. Like anything beyond that is just fan fiction, as far as I'm concerned. It's just like
the thing
parody.
is, like, I'm okay.
Once you
with,
tag
like,
in the director
4.
of Underworld,
Die,
it's done. You're
Die
out.
Hard
I'm
4
I'm
is kind of like Terminator 3, where it's like,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it being PG-13 was obviously a mistake.
Yep.
That
Yeah.
in the theatrical release, they actually cut him saying "Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker!" That it cuts off. It's like, wow, how dare you?
I remember
Yeah.
shouting "fuck you" in the theater when that happened when I saw it.
They made a
What
lot
if
of
he
money.
created
though?
something
That's the thing.
incredibly iconic and then ruined it?
No, they made lots of money though. The films kept making money.
Yeah.
They kept making more money. Each successive film made, well, except for the 5th one, but that was still successful. That film still made like $300 million. So that's why they kept making them, because they kept making money and making more money than the last time. But yeah, it ends at 3 anyway.
And so the PG rating would have contributed to that. So
Yes,
it was
you couldn't swear.
like financially
Yeah,
it wasn't an awful
oh.
decision, but artistically it was the worst
God,
fucking thing you could have
yeah,
possibly done.
Jesus
It just
Well,
changes
hey,
some of the decisions
nowadays-
you make.
Yeah.
Nowadays, I think PG-13s they let you have one F-bomb, right?
They let you have one.
I think-
Yeah, one.
I guess you get
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
I think you get 2 or 3 shits though. Like you can trade in your.
You got a few more. You
It's
got a
like
few
an
more.
EFAP. You have 2 or 3
You're
shits.
allowed to have 2,
Yeah,
maybe
go
3
for a while.
Even then, right?
We
Marvel-
used
as
to be
long
a
as you're-
proper. We
the
used to be a
entire-
proper civilization. We used to have boobs in PG movies. Stop it. So terrible. We
Marvel
regressed.
only has the one in all of them. from
That's
Guardians
right.
3.
And it, I will say, excellent.
It was a
very
one.
good.
Yeah.
Very good tactical F-bomb. Excellent. And
Where
a,
do
and
you
a
guys
movie
think-
with many problems and many things I hate. That was a high point.
What movie?
The
sorry?
idea of quantifying all these swear words is
Guardians
so fucking
3?
ridiculous.
The
It
one
is.
F-bomb in the MCU.
Yeah.
No, it you're right, John. It's totally silly. The idea of like, yeah, all of this violence is cool, But like, he can't say fuck. That would be
It's
too
just
far.
like
But,
it's just the
giving
weird
them-
social
Yeah.
convention of violence being
That's-
okay, but don't have a tit. You know, don't say a bad word. It's just
the
way
idea of
people are.
assigning them
American.
such specific arbitrary
Yeah.
numbers. Like I always liked South Park making fun of that, where they say shit like 200
Yeah, they
times.
say
or
like
something
100
Yeah.
times if they're allowed to now.
Yeah.
And but then the lesson on that one is that saying it too much like causes the Black Death to like reemerge.
You have said the word of curse.
Paul, when like the executive's like, I'm gonna say shit as much as I want. Shit, 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 shit. And it just keeps going up and up and up.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just like
They're all
oh, you look
excited
like
about-
shit. Oh shit, I feel like shit. He's just like,
They're all excited about the NYPD Blue episode where they're saying shit on TV for the first time, and they do all these moments where it seems like they're gonna say shit, like I don't give a damn, and then it's like, by the
Yeah.
way, you got some shit on your lip.
yes.
It's used so frivolously. Yeah.
That's good. That's good. I like
Amazing.
that.
I love it. But yeah, now we're nearly at like the scene that is essentially like the emotional high point of the film. Nearly there. Obviously not to say that everything so far hasn't been fucking excellent. But Hans notices that the FBI are converging on the building and concludes that they're going to cut power to Nakatomi, which is exactly what he hopes, because cutting the power will give him access to the vault. And Johnson, one of them, basically says, like, you cut the power, I'm telling you, cut the power, you answer me, cut it. And it has to cut, like, a huge amount of the city, which is making Dwayne like, oh, shit, you know, the mayor's going to have my ass. But
Yeah.
then it gets cut. Nakatomi, the emergency lighting comes on. And yeah, Ode to Joy plays in all its glory as the vault opens, basking
Very great
in
scene.
light.
You even
Yep.
get that great
I
shot
love
of
that.
like Hans with like the floodlight behind him, so it just looks
Uh-huh.
like almost
Like
like,
angelic
is he-
sort of
Are
light.
you trying? Yeah, it's like, are you trying to frame him as the hero now? It's like weird.
He did.
Is the sheer wonder of that opening when that's been their goal.
Oh, it's great.
Yep.
Yeah.
Theo
I like the
saying
hench-
He was
Merry
like, yeah,
Christmas.
it's gonna go, and you just hear this big clanking sound. Like, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Merry
They're
Christmas.
going to get their bearer bonds, which I don't even think at the time were a thing still, right? They were in other countries. I don't think
they
they
were
were,
st-
here.
It's just a thing in
Well, they-
movies. You know, really.
They
Yeah.
were still used towards the end of the 80s, but I don't think you could issue any new ones. But existing ones
Yeah.
were still viable.
I think it's just a thing that movies like to have of just like, yeah, it's money, all right? It's
big
like,
money.
just
Worth a lot of
something they
money.
want.
Money on
Yeah.
steroids.
Robbers want it.
Well,
Money.
well, yeah, drug dealers wanted it. They ruined it. Okay, they ruined it for everybody.
Damn it, drug dealers.
Thanks, drugs.
Have you
So,
brought up the henchman who looks like Huey Lewis, the
No.
guy who runs the front desk? Everybody thought he was Huey Lewis.
He does
From
kind of
Huey-
look like Huey Lewis.
He looks
yeah,
like Huey
now
Lewis.
That, now that you mention it, yeah.
It's
Maybe it was.
but it looks
Maybe
like
that
it.
is
No.
him.
as Al is watching, like, he recognizes that this is just making things worse, that they're fucking it up. Meanwhile, you know, Johnson and Johnson are like, yes, everything's going according to plan. This is great. We're gonna get him. And then they ask for a helicopter, an armed helicopter, to be sent to Nakatomi. And then Hans gets put through to Johnson, who says, like, yeah, you know, we're gonna arrange for the release of your buddies, and a helicopter's gonna get sent your way. And Hans is thrilled. Meanwhile, he's thrilled because Hans basically announces the plan is that they're going to detonate the roof and slip away while the authorities spend weeks figuring out what went wrong. Meanwhile, they're going to be chilling with all of their money.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit, this is and now we got the scene to really emphasize. Yeah, we're at the second act low point here right now. John, he's you know his you can still see his feet are like still bleeding. This is the point where he's really looking bad at this point in terms of everything that's happened has taken a toll on him, which feels like a really important aspect of Die Hard as a series, at least with the good films,
Yeah.
is that
He's
he
a
gets
guy.
worn down and hurt, and the
he gets beat up.
the injuries matter. He doesn't just recover from them like it's all good. It's all like accumulating and making him weaker and weaker and weaker. And he radios Al, says he's got a bad feeling. And as he's struggling to hold back tears, he asks Al to find his wife and tell her, "It took me a while to figure out what a jerk I've been, but that when things started to pan out for her, I should have been more supportive, and I just should have been behind her more. Tell her that she's the best thing that ever happened to a bum like me. She's heard me say I love you 1,000 times. She's never heard me say I'm sorry, and I want you to tell her that. I want you to tell her I'm sorry." And he asks, "Al, you get all that?" And Al says, "I got that, John, but you can tell her yourself." It's like, ooh, there's the heart of the film right here. This is it. Like, this is what it's all about.
You know what's
They use this
interesting?
line in The
Bruce,
Hobbit.
on the shoulder.
Bruce Willis actually wrote most of that himself, or he came up with most of that speech himself.
Really?
Ah,
That's
Yes.
cool.
Particularly at the end, and I think there was quite a lot of debate about how much emotion they wanted him to show there. Apparently, the Fox executives were not keen on him like being tearful. They thought it's going to make him look too weak. We don't want that. It's you know, it's
Make
the
him look
80s, man.
gay.
Yeah, whereas I think Bruce Willis and
Nothing
McTiernan
manly about loving your wife.
both fought for
Yeah.
him to get emotional at that time, and eventually they won out. And
I'd say it's
wow, lucky they did.
quintessential, like John McClane.
It is. It leads.
This is him at his most vulnerable.
It leads to the Christmas
down to earth.
miracle at the end
Yes,
of this Christmas movie.
exactly.
Okay, because at Christmas we're all supposed to realize, forget the minutia of life and all our petty little problems. The most important thing is family.
Yeah,
This is a Christmas movie.
I think that this is probably the best time to actually just delve into that for real. Like, Die Hard is a Christmas movie, absolutely. You change the time that it takes place, you change like the thematic meaning of the film.
everything about it.
You would
totally
have to
change it.
construct some different something about it if you wanted to keep that thematic through
Yeah.
line. If you weren't going to have it at Christmas, it would have to be like I don't even know, like a wedding or some. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
just it's
Thanksgiving.
really tough. You'd have
Nothing that comes
to you'd have to
close.
do yeah. You could turn it into a
Ramadan.
Thanksgiving movie.
But, like,
Well,
even
if you put it to
motherfucker.
Hanukkah, it would have to be like a week, right? So it'd be tough.
You lose because it's what Gary said. The point is that fundamentally the most important thing is the family and reconnecting the family. It's not about any like trinkets or anything like that. It's that John needs to, and he needs it. He really needs it. It's the thing that's been driving him the whole film, is the opportunity to apologize to his wife, reestablish the family, and it's really important thematically, tying that into Christmas and the idea of a Christmas miracle emerging from this horrible situation.
Yeah, you cannot set this in Thanksgiving chat. Okay, like getting home
Yeah.
from turkey just not,
No,
not the
It's
same.
not the same. Yeah.
Watching
not
some
the
football is
same.
not the same.
Yeah,
When
especially-
do you ever hear about Thanksgiving miracles? That like that's
Yeah.
not a thing.
Also, I have
Yeah.
a machine gun now. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Like, what?
yeah, like,
Gobble, gobble.
cluck, cluck, cluck. Like, what are you saying?
And then there's, of course, the time, it's something that's important about Die Hard as a film. Something that contributes to its intensity is that it takes place over the course of a single night. The longer that you expand the time horizon, you lose something. And specifically having it be on Christmas Eve, right? Like, that's really potent. It's like, right, this is like
It's
your
built
last,
in-
your
Well,
last chance
think
for
about it
Well,
as
it's
well,
built
right?
into culture that you have to get home. I'll be home for Christmas is a famous Christmas song. I need to get everyone's. There's no place like home for the holidays. All these songs and this idea of you need to be home for Christmas, and Christmas Eve is your last chance to get home back to what matters for the special day.
Mechanically as well, like it explains so much that happens in this movie. Like the fact that this party that's going on up on the 30th floor, these are the only people in the building because
Yeah.
everyone else has gone home because it's Christmas Eve. Like that explains why they're so isolated, and you don't have thousands of other people that are populating this building to deal with. It all just kind of ties together nicely.
And then logistically, it makes things more challenging because on Christmas, I mean, it was talking about cutting the power, right? Like, we can't cut the power. It's Christmas. Like, can't be doing that. Everybody's at home. That'd be bad.
We can't cut the power. It's Thanksgiving.
It's
There's all those turkeys in the ovens.
Yeah,
It just doesn't
people
quite
watching
work as
football.
well.
Yeah.
It's
Even setting aside all the surface details pertaining to Christmas, the critical and shared characteristic among all the best Christmas movies is that they revolve thematically around family and miracles. This has always been the thing, and this film absolutely does that. On top of the fact that you have a sheer amount of details referring to Christmas, like the fact that Holly is called Holly,
Yeah.
that you have
Oh yeah, that's
score.
true. Yeah.
Yes.
You have a score that's heavily integrated with Christmas music, classical music, classically associated with Christmas, and Christmas jingles constant references to Christmas. It's a Christmas party. There's no snow in it. That seems to
that's
be
the
like the
plot
only
reason
fucking
why
argument
he's
that people
there as a
have.
Christmas party. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think I think the problem is like people's like, yeah, it's just like an action movie that's set during Christmas. That don't make it a Christmas movie. It's like, yeah, I mean, as
Paul,
long as you're
it's
not
just-
paying attention, like I don't know what to say.
People smuggle in. I hate it when people smuggle in the word "just" into things. It's an
Yeah.
action movie. It's not just an action movie.
No, it's no.
Yeah.
You see, it's got to be about Santa and gifts and shit. Like then it's a Christmas movie
So
rather
that's-
than it's got to be about the fundamental meaning of Christmas.
Without even being
Maybe-
exposed to the argument whatsoever, the first place I'd start is like, surely it's got to be not what the film is about in its literal plot, but thematic value. That's got to be where we start, right? Presumably. But I could totally buy a film that is in like a mall that's due up for Christmas, and there's just Santas everywhere, and all of it's there's snow outside. It's like that's got to be a Christmas movie, right? But there's probably examples we could find with Christmas iconography that no one associates with Christmas because it's not necessarily the important part. It's got to be what it's about, the heart of the film, the fundamentals. Because I've heard the argument that, you know, by this logic, other films will start getting incorporated into have to be Christmas films because of different things that they also qualify as. But I think with this argument, it's very thorough. And I think that in response to the idea that too much of this is about a guy in an action-packed, you know, adventure taking down the bad guys, not enough would be about any given particular Christmassy thing. I'd be like, you could start doing that to a lot of famous Christmas films. I could make that claim for something like Home Alone if I wanted to. I'd be like, he's
it's
spending all
ultimately
this
about
time.
a kid who needs to
Oh, Shad tried
fending
to.
off burglars.
Well, you can change it
Well,
to
so he thought-
you can change that to another
Well,
holiday.
it's-
It is Thanksgiving.
he's-
They're going away for Thanksgiving weekend, and he's home
Yeah.
alone. You know.
Yeah, you could make
March
it about
break.
anything else if you want to. But like, if I, because there's loads of Christmas references and meaning in Home Alone, but I can strip it away to he's a kid defending his house from burglars. That's all it is. It's an action
because everyone just
thriller
focuses
for
on the
a
last
child,
10 minutes
but-
of the movie.
I guess
Yeah.
is as well because
I-
Lethal
I-
Weapon again is set during Christmas.
Yeah, I was gonna bring
Right.
up Lethal Weapon as actually a pretty good like case study to be like, well, is that one maybe more an action movie that just happens to be set at Christmas? But then I was kind of thinking about it that like Riggs kind
got
of
more
becoming
family
part of the
themes.
Murtaugh family and like
Mhm.
like
Yeah,
when
I'm
he
gonna have to-
felt like he was
Yeah.
totally alone.
I never
like,
thought
that's-
so, but I'm starting to come around on that. Hey,
No,
the Daisy.
yeah,
what's
like-
the Daisy? What's the Daisy Ridley one? The Cleaner.
Oh,
Does that take
Zucchina.
place on? Does it take place on International Women's Day?
it's an
Oh.
international women's
knows?
movie.
Funnily enough,
It's
I
a
think
woman. It's a woman movie.
I think Die Hard 2 is honestly a film you could point to as like the Christmas
Yeah.
setting is more of like a logistical problem than it is necessarily as thematically. But like I still wouldn't. It's set during Christmas. But you know what I mean? Like it's. I don't know why I'd be fighting to say that these aren't Christmas movies. Like I just,
Right.
especially in the case of this film though, where it's like it's so thematically relevant that you couldn't set it at any other time.
It's such
You
a
would
great
change the
Christmas movie. You can actually watch this outside of Christmas. That's how good of a
That's
Christmas
right.
movie it is.
Mhm.
Yes.
But
That's right.
when I was rewatching it, I felt a little weird that I wasn't sitting around with my family watching Die Hard. It just
Same.
felt weird.
Well, so then
Yeah.
there's the other counter argument that's there's too much blood, violence, and titties in the film, so that's not Christmassy for the family and stuff.
That
which-
is Christmas
But
at my
clearly
house,
you've never
buddy.
had Christmas in
Also-
Scotland.
First
Yeah.
of
I
all,
was gonna say.
just a bizarre statement because it implies that there are no adult Christmas films. That's insane. Of course there
Yeah,
are.
Bad Santa. That's not a Christmas
Yeah,
movie.
I was about to say like, that is not one you should show children.
Well, there's a whole wave of like bleak, dark Christmas slasher movies that came out.
Vi-
for a while.
violent
Yeah,
death was
Terrif-
fun.
horror
Terrifier
movies.
3 was one. Terrifier
Yeah.
3 was a Christmas slasher
like,
movie this year.
I think I asked this on another stream, but you know, Krampus, the movie. Do you watch that at Halloween? Like, well, no, you watch it at
Yeah.
Christmas. It's and it's once
Hey,
the kids are asleep, you watch
guys,
Krampus. yeah.
guys, the ultimate Christmas movie is coming out on Christmas Day this year. Nosferatu.
Nosferatu. Yeah.
Yay.
I was
Yeah.
actually, man,
You're
I
right
might
in
be
the
the only,
spirit.
I might be the
Yep.
only person who saw it. Did anybody see Red One, the Dwayne Johnson Christmas
I
movie?
did. I
Oh my
saw it in the theaters. I saw it with my
Right.
A
family.
true fan.
How was it? Was it good?
It's horrible.
Was it the ultimate
It's not-
example of the
Oh,
IMAX format?
no.
Oh, we're gonna fight now because it's horrible. But I enjoyed watching it. It's a streaming movie that I paid for that
Well,
I felt like I got ripped off.
I
found
can
it
already-
so bo-
I could already argue in
already
favor of
see one?
enjoying it for the sheer fact that J.K. Simmons is in it. He's enjoyable in literally
J.K.
everything.
Simmons is in it as
Yeah,
as
Then you have to put up
Whip
with The
Santa
Rock, though,
Claus.
so-
It is
so
The Rock.
the
Yeah.
reason
Yeah,
why I
he's
bring it
bad.
up is because are
Shocking.
we going to seriously make the argument that that is like more of a Christmas movie than Die Hard? Because like, well,
No,
it's got
fuck that.
I will
Santa
not.
and reindeer and shit.
No,
It's like, come on, like, what are we talking
hell
about?
no.
Like,
Hell
it's
no.
just, I'm just not. I don't know. It's just to me, it's not a very interesting conversation because it feels kind of pointless anyway. But even if you have to have it, it's like Die Hard's obviously a Christmas movie. Obviously, it's inextricably tied to Christmas. So, yep, that's. I feel like it's been made pretty clear by basically everybody here.
It's always
Yep.
just surprised me that it's even been disputed the sheer amount that it is. Like, it's
I
like an
honestly think
annual
there's
tradition.
people out there who are just shitlords who just want to take the contrarian
Yeah.
view.
The contrarians,
Right.
yes. Like
Yeah,
everybody.
as if
believes it.
everyone's
I'm
going to
not.
come around to the
I'm a
truth
hipster.
eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just
There you
yeah.
go.
That's
And
and
it's
that's
an
all the
argument
arguments
that's
I'm
been-
aware of. I can't think of any others to try and
It's
tackle.
an argument that's been around since Die Hard came out. It's not a recent argument. It might be. I don't know. No, it's not a recent argument at all. It's been going on since it came out.
Well, I just always found it
The
weird. I
year
thought it
after
was
it came out.
it like ticks all the important boxes. I don't understand why it wouldn't be. And it's almost at some point like people treat it as like a detriment or something. It's like, no, it's not a Christmas movie. And you're like, what's wrong with being a Christmas movie?
Yeah, there are a lot of great Christmas
Right.
movies. Nightmare Before Christmas.
Shad.
for
Somebody in chat
example.
said Shad is a Mormon edgelord, so that would mean he's a poop lord because he won't say Shad.
I get it.
It's an argument. I get it. Thanks.
But yeah, that's that scene. Love it. And now that really it brings us into the third act where shit's about to get pretty intense. Like as he's leaving the bathroom where he's in, he's thinking about like what would compel Hans to go to the roof. Like why would he want to go to the roof? He's starting to think about that. And meanwhile, Thornburg's gone to Holly's house and threatened to call immigration on the babysitter because he wants to get the story. Though he tries to appeal to her, like, oh, this might be the last chance that the kids get to speak to their parents. But I mean, obviously, he just wants the story.
I think
They-
he says this
Right.
will be the last time they
Yeah.
get. I
Yes,
think
he
he's
does.
like,
Yeah.
No,
he-
he says.
Or is this
I think
could
it's
be- I can't remember.
it's like this could be the last chance they get. I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure he's
yeah.
not definitive about it.
I think he is. I think in the movie he is.
This is
Oh,
the
I
last
think-
time these
yeah,
kids are going
he
to
is.
speak to their parents.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's pretty definitive.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's why it's that's
All
why it
right.
stood out to me as like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I
That'd
like
be
that
Just
Yeah,
calling
idea
it right
yeah.
now. Yeah.
as well, because we've seen it already with John. But if his T-shirt were a health bar, he has now lost it in favor of wrapping his feet. So it's just another signal. It's like we really stripped him
HP.
down. Yeah, 1 HP.
That's right.
This
And he's
would be a
up on
pretty
the-
good video game.
Oh,
It would be.
easily you
You've
could
done
turn
right.
Die Hard
I
into an
mean-
awesome video game.
Yeah.
It
Die
would
Hard
be like it would
Trilogy
be
on
a cool like
PlayStation 1.
arcade cover shooter, like Time Crisis, but like a Die Hard version where you got to go through the
So
building.
that's
work your way up
funny
to
you
the
mentioned
top.
that. The Die Hard trilogy on the original PlayStation, the Die Hard 1 game was like a sort of top-down third-person shooter thing. Die Hard 2 was actually a light gun shooter, like similar to Time
Oh,
Crisis.
really?
so it
I
was
didn't know
more-
that.
More
it was
kind of
quite good
Virtua-
because the
Virtua
scenery was all
Cop, I
completely
guess.
destructible, which was quite cool.
Yeah, it was actually not a bad one. And then the Die Hard 3 stuff was kind of like a racing game, but where you had to almost like Crazy Taxi, but instead of delivering people, you're defusing bombs.
Instead of
there's
delivering
also-
people, you're delivering justice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's an NES game of the first game as well, I think, or the first film. I mean, sorry, for Nintendo.
That was
Yeah.
back when video game, like TV, movie license films, God damn it, movie license games were coming
Movie
out with some
license film.
regularity. So John's up on the roof trying to figure out what's happening, and he realizes that the roof is rigged with explosives. He gets on the radio. He's going to tell Al, but before he can do it, Karl catches him, points the gun at him, grabs the radio, destroys it, and declares that this is personal.
Christmas. Oh,
This
And
is
then
personally Christmas.
And then
Well, like how
yeah.
John has this little sigh, like, and then immediately like slaps the gun out of his hand
Yeah.
and just absolutely
Slaps
goes
away.
beast mode on him.
And they have a pretty intense fight where it's a really intense fight. I mean, it's one that they've been building up to the whole time, right? These guys one-on-one.
hmm
And
Yeah. Not
And-
only
and
with
it's
the
great
death of
'cause-
the brother, but the fact that this guy is so obviously impulsive. Like,
Yeah.
He's
you
very
realize, like,
aggressive,
this guy's
yeah.
going to be
Well,
a
yeah, but
problem
it's
later on.
they fight in very different ways because he's much more technical for the most part, much more skilled fighter. John is just the scrappy underdog who just will not fucking quit. Like every time he gets knocked down, he just bounces right back up again.
yep. and it's a really intense fight. And while that's happening, helicopters are heading in to Nakatomi, where casually, like Johnson says, he expects to lose some of the hostages, and when they take out Hans, and they're like fine with that. Basically, it's like, oh yeah, these guys. You know, if there happens to be an explosion and they get caught in it, you just be like, oh well. You know, these guys
One of them's like,
And-
yeah, this is just like Vietnam.
yeah, like
And he
just like
says,
Saigon. And he's
Saigon,
like,
yeah.
he does.
I was in junior high, dickhead.
He does
Yeah.
clearly say Jesus, Mary, Mother of God there too. Christmas movie.
My God.
Yeah,
And,
there you go.
It's confirmed.
Like meanwhile, as you know, as John and Karl are fighting, he's taunting him about his brother, and it's like, holy shit, just talking all this shit while they're like brawling and like throwing each other into like barrels and stuff.
Yeah, there's
John
one bit
McClane
where
is what we
they're
call a
somehow,
hero
like,
indeed.
yeah, there's a bit where they're somehow like punching their way up a flight of stairs, and John's yelling at him like,
no,
"I'm gonna kill you, and I'm gonna cook you, and I'm gonna fucking eat you."
I love it. It's so great. I was thinking about it as I was rewatching it. It's just like, these are not things that an archetypal hero would say. Like, it's not very archetypal for a hero to taunt, like, oh yeah, I killed your brother. Like, that's not, and talking about, I'm gonna fucking cook it, I'm gonna fucking eat you.
Yeah, I mean,
Like-
he's a New York shit talker.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I think it's just it works to make him way more endearing, because it's just he's so frustrated and angry about the situation that these things are bubbling over, and it feels really real. Like, yeah, maybe this isn't like what an archetypal hero would do, but that doesn't change the fact that he is the hero in this situation, like saving the day, and it just so happens that he's there talking shit to him while he's beating him up.
Yeah.
I love it. It's great.
It's wonderful. It's
Not only
really
is it funny for the audience, but it's beneficial to him to constantly be cracking himself up to sort of ease the direness of the situation that he's in.
Exactly. It's,
arguably also throwing Karl off too.
yeah, exactly. It's just, you know,
right.
getting in his
Yeah.
head, and it's just something that carries through in the films of him doing this, talking shit while they're fighting, even though, you know, he's kind of losing for a while. Like, he's getting beaten up because Karl is the better fighter, but you know, he just keeps going. He just keeps doing it, and it's just using every like resource in the environment. It's just really, really engaging. Though it looks like Gary, out of time, unfortunately.
Oh no!
Yeah.
We have a little bit more time.
We're so
So, I know,
sorry.
I
We were
hate leaving at
almost
this
there.
point.
Yeah,
but
We're
it's
almost
alright.
there.
We're almost there.
Christmas tragedy.
It's a Christmas tragedy.
Miracle is it'll encourage him
go
to
hang it.
rewatch Die Hard. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I watched it last night. Now I want to watch it again.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
this time I can
Watch
watch,
it
it
with
with
The
the
family's
family.
home. Everyone gather
I'm
around the Christmas
sorry.
tree for the annual viewing of the Die Hard.
Of the Die Hard. Yes.
I'm
But,
just glad we
thank you for coming
settled
on.
for all of the universe and for the end of time that this is a Christmas movie. I'm glad that's done.
Yes, exactly.
We did it.
Yeah.
Thank
guys.
God. Yeah.
Proved
We
it.
don't have to ask the question ever again.
Nope.
Ever.
No.
So it's been
Okay,
settled right
settled.
here on EFAP.
That's
Just
right.
Refer to back to this EFAP if anybody has an argument with it. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It was a
Thank you
pleasure.
for
I'm
coming
sorry I
on.
had to leave.
yeah, great
Thank
talking
you
to
to
you.
the chat. You guys are funny as hell. And Merry Christmas, everybody.
Indeed.
Merry
Christmas,
Merry
Gary.
Christmas, Gary. Thank
See
you
you
so much.
later.
Merry Christmas.
And
Bye bye.
Merry
Later,
Christmas, everyone.
Well.
Which brings us to the conclusion of the of the fight, basically between John and Karl. He wraps his neck up in a chain, grabs the other end, launches himself down the stairs, and sends Karl flying into the opposite wall, seemingly having taken him out.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, inside, Hans is there, and you know they're getting ready to go. But he sees Thornburg on the news, and he's talking to Holly's kids, and then he realizes, turns around, lifts up the photo, realizes that John is Holly's wife. And it's like, oh shit!
That reporter
Shit's
actually
gone.
had a significant effect on the fucking plot line. Like
Absolutely,
Yeah.
it's quite well weaved, and I will say the way this whole sequence is edited is like the tension and the dramatic stakes reveal of Hans's side of this part of the building is able to somewhat match the fight to the death between McClane Karl. It's like, good job.
This is what the movie manages to do so consistently well all throughout it. Is just keep so many different plates spinning at the same time. And this point right here is like everything comes down to this crescendo where there's so much shit happening simultaneously.
John is Holly's husband, not. I think I said his wife.
John is Holly's wife.
John yeah.
Not only the editing, but there's a number of technical camera moves here that are all just used in synchronicity, and with the music and everything, this is the big moment.
When you've got the big shots of the helicopters flying through in the buildings, as the soundtrack is sort of ratcheting up in intensity.
It's all over the place. Look at this shot, like the steam everywhere, and the him being bloodied, and the camera plays it while he's beating the fuck out of him. It's just everything is so interesting to watch. While also the writing is like full throttle, and all the performances, everybody's at their most desperate sort of thing. It's just, oh look, it's a third act of a movie. That's how they do it. You crank everything the fuck up.
And really intense. Because basically the conclusion here is that Hans, he wants all of the other hostages up on the roof, and he wants them locked there, but he's going to be handling Holly personally. And Hans attempts to contact that. It's worth noting he tries to gloat to John, but like he can't reach him at this point because this is when John and Karl were still fighting each other.
I think that's another subversive thing for this movie. The fact that he's like, my really great leverage, and that it would obviously be used for drama, but he's just like, he's too busy for you. He can't like actually accept it.
But he has to just make do with getting his money. He goes into the vault. And Holly's there looking at him, and she basically says, "Oh, you're nothing more than a common thief." And Hans like lunges at her furiously and declares himself to be an exceptional thief, whom she should be.
I'm an exceptional thief.
You gotta show it. You gotta get
this is where I see like a little element of like the Sheriff of Nottingham in that moment. Just the way he delivers that line.
I am
since Hans's entry, he's always tried to project an image of legitimacy, and seriousness. And if like Holly's saying something that directly challenges that, you're just a thief.
And he's a bit too mad at this point to like let that slide because everything's gone so badly.
It's completely reversing what he's taking pride in, right? To be able to smokescreen, trick everyone, use a more common understanding of why someone might be conducting all of this in this place at this time. And he's like, got you all fooled. But then when it's revealed, she's basically saying, "Oh, that's pathetic." He's like, no, it's not. It's actually amazing.
I'm great.
Because I'm really good at it.
And shut your mouth because I'm in charge.
Yeah.
And it's the helicopters are heading up to the roof. The henchman's got all the guys up on the roof. He opens the door and gets blasted by John, who comes in, heads upstairs, grabs his gun, is looking around, asking, "Where's Holly?" And the lady who had come in earlier says that she got taken to the vault, which and every time he just keeps asking the right questions, like, well, wait, where? The vault? Where's the vault? 30th floor. And then the helicopter's coming up, and he's yelling to them. The whole roof is wired to explode. You got to get get the fuck down. And then he just fires the gun up into the air because they're not listening to him.
A gun he collected off of killing someone, which is another thing fucking movies screw up all the time.
Yeah.
Because they're like, well, we can't
just leaving guns lying.
Yeah, it's just like, but he grabbed it and used it. It's all they just remember all this shit. They take it seriously.
This is bad timing because Johnson & Johnson think he's one of the bad guys, and so they start shooting at him. And you just see like the trail of bullets heading towards him as he's running down, jumps off the helipad, lands on the ground, screams, "I'm on your side, you assholes!" But they can't hear him. They're coming back around to get him. Which means he's only.
That's actually I think the best shot of the movie for seeing. Well, I say best for seeing his feet shoes. I find them very interesting. I'll show the shot here. Can you see him? It's like because it makes so much sense, but simultaneously like fuck, because they mentioned it's like they didn't catch this in post. They obviously would have wanted to make that look a bit better, but hey, it makes sense. Trust me.
And this prompts him. In terms of getting off the roof, since now he doesn't have access to the stairs, he opens up the door to the like fire hose. It doesn't shoot fire, but it's a hose he like pulls it out, wraps it around his waist, and while he's doing this, he's just like, "Oh, John, what the fuck you doing? Why you get yourself into this shit?" It's just like, yeah, this situation.
Well,
is
again,
getting
it's
crazy.
great to see
Fire
him
hose
just
is
showing
still the
real
term.
fear and you know, just he's
Yeah.
trying to psych himself up. Like, what the fuck am I even doing here?
They
Yeah.
intercut, by the way, his trying to solve all this problem with the civilians running down, and they're all running past the fucking corpse of Karl, the assumed corpse, where he's just hanging. Like, I really like the shot of him looking like he's just directly. They all have to see that as they come down the stairs. Just like, what the fuck is even happening? What is this entire like? Why is he up there like that? But like, all right.
Well, yeah, because while this is happening, then Eddie, who is the deskman, he's like, something's wrong. They're coming back down, and Hans is like, all right, blow the roof, and they're like, wait, but Karl's up there, and he's like, no, blow the roof. Like he's just done with it. He doesn't give a shit anymore. He just needs to blow it up.
I
And,
think you can assume throughout this that people are quite expendable to Hans.
Yeah.
You know, he's never really shown too much remorse when any of his guys have gotten killed, so I
no,
guess he's
not
fine with
really.
it.
So he's fine with it. And meanwhile, John is there. It's like, I promise I'll never go up in a tall building again as the helicopters pull it up. And then hits the button, roof explodes. We get a billion awesome shots as John's leaping off. It really is just like, this is what it's all been leading up to in terms of like a big climax for the this is like the big set piece that it was all building up to. Even though, you know, story's not over yet, we still got the dramatic stuff left. But this is so great.
Big stunt.
It's a magnificent action sequence. This I love the bit where he's swinging out away from the window and he has to shoot the glass to like fly in through it, and just
Yeah,
just as
that
he does,
shot,
the hose detaches.
it's, oh god, it's so good. So many shots, like him jumping off in slow motion, the helicopters getting engulfed. You get the big wide shot from really far away. It's just like all of these angles really getting to bask in like this moment.
Well, and the miniature guys who did this were like, "Oh shit, this doesn't look too good." Submitted it, and then apparently they were like, "This is fucking amazing." And they were like, "Oh, okay, good, great."
Yeah. Oh no,
It does look really good. Yeah.
It really does look good because, of course, they they weren't allowed to actually blow up the roof.
Unfortunately.
Lame.
So yeah, and then like it's John, like he can't get through the glass. Like he can't get through, so he has to whip out his gun, shoot it, and then burst through. And even when he bursts through, and it's like, oh, so good. Then the rest of the hose falls down, starts dragging him out, and he has to get himself free. It's like even when he's safe, he's not safe. Right? It's like he gets out of a horrible situation, still in peril, gets himself out of it, still in peril, and now it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, just
all right, now there we go. Now he's
described
fine.
as good news, bad news, good news, bad news, good news, bad news for a whole sequence to keep the audience on the edge of their seats, right? Like
Exactly.
It
Bad
just
news.
does not let up.
building blows up. Good news, got the fire hose the way down. Bad news is the glass is in the way. Good news, can shoot it open. Bad news, gonna drag him down to his death. Good news, he can get himself out of it. It's just like, whoa, action.
Exactly.
Yeah. The yeses and nos of screenplays. Yeah.
Exactly. It's great. And now he's back on the 30th. Oh, what? Yep.
I love his little plea to God before he
Yeah.
jumps, because he's like,
Yeah.
I've come this far. I'm doing my best here. This is fucking crazy what I'm about to do. Like I'm almost at the end. I need a little help here.
It's very humanizing.
Well,
And,
yeah.
this being, like,
When he narrowly makes it, his expression comes across as like, "I'm alive. I did it. I made it. Okay.
Exactly.
Yep, that's that. Good. I did it."
it really, it's
Thanks, Jesus.
this just feels like, again, this is excellent pacing for an action movie. You know, in the first 40 minutes, like, nothing too crazy happens. It takes about 40 minutes for like the first fight between him, like in the first of Hans, is meant to happen, and then gradually building up as things get crazier and crazier and crazier until this as a moment. And then to dial it down a little bit to get to the more like personal, dramatic stakes. It's just really well. It's really well constructed. Really strong pacing for an action movie.
Yeah.
It's something that's really difficult to figure out, but they got it. They nailed it. And now he's back on the 30th floor, which is wrecked basically. And he sees he only has 2 bullets left, but he also sees some masking tape, like on a thing nearby, and he's coming up with a plan. And then back down on the ground, Argyle spots Theo driving that ambulance out that was definitely there, and just rams into it with the limo, and then punches Theo, knocking him out. And he's just got this little moment of like, yeah, I did it. It's
just
like,
wanted
yeah,
to-
He looks so pleased with himself. He's even shaking his hand like, oh, that really hurt. But yeah, that's pretty cool.
Well, I think the actor actually did hit him. I think.
Yeah, because McTiernan wanted it look better, because not look good enough, and then he actually hit him, which I guess that looks better.
Well, it feels like you got those things, right? Like in Fight Club when he hits Tyler Durden, like hits him in the ear. This is like, oh, ouch. Ooh, but then it's like, oh, you can do something with that.
I was going to say as well, because I know we were highlighting a lot of just the great action, but that one shot of the helicopter exploding when that's a miniature as well looks so fucking good that it's like you could be convinced, I think, pretty easily if they said we got to blow up an actual helicopter. You could be like, oh, really?
Yeah, we got an old one, and
it looks really good. And it's something that has an effect on the room that he's in, to give a sense of space and where they are. It's a neat detail. But John, he knocks out one of the henchmen and screams, Hans! It's like, he's so tired. This feels like of course, this is being parodied a lot. I'm just thinking the community one. Dean! And then
I always got the
bursting
impression
in.
as well that he was almost not playing possum here, but like he was trying to make himself seem more injured and exhausted than he was.
Oh, smaller.
Right, yeah.
That's a good point.
That's a good point.
Just to try and get Hans to like maybe drop his guard just a little bit because he's completely fucked up.
Yeah, well, he
'cause
needs
of
every
course-
edge that he can possibly muster. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because Hans, he's got Holly, got her at gunpoint, so it's like, oh shit, what can he do? And
So
then,
an important detail is that he only has the 2 bullets left. So like,
Yes,
he is so he's down to the wire at this point.
well, he didn't have any, because he's pretending like he's got ammo in the SMG, but he
MP5,
doesn't,
yeah.
so he drops
Right.
it, and then the other guy Eddie's about to shoot him, and Hans is like, no, because he wants to have a chat with him. And and it's at this point that John realizes, well, it's all a robbery, because like even he wasn't, like actually figuring out the motives. He wasn't in a position to figure that out up until this point. It was all confusing, right? But now he's figured it out. But he drops his gun, puts his hands behind his head, and they're sort of talking to each other. And John says, "You made a pretty good cowboy yourself, Hans." And Hans is like, "Oh yeah, what was it you said to me before? Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker." And then John just starts cackling.
Oh my god!
Like,
Ah,
oh my
goodness.
god, wow.
Honestly, I
Oh my
thought it was
gosh.
muted there.
no swearing, no swearing.
John's cackling.
sorry about
Hans
that.
is looking at him like, and even Eddie's laughing. I don't know why I enjoy in movies when people like laugh maniacally at each other in an insane situation.
It's a vibe,
That's
man.
what
I
was
have to
happening
assume
here.
at this point the three of them are kind of also just laughing at this is what the fuck was all this?
What a day. What a day it's been.
It's like, it's so funny. Like, it's just, and Holly's looking like really confused. She doesn't know what to make of it. She's like the odd one out, and all of them
Boys
having
are
a laugh.
weird.
And
I think
then,
they're all extremely tired as well.
Yeah.
So they're
Yes.
prone to hysteria at this point.
exactly.
So is JoJo. That's why she freaked out just now. She woke
Yeah,
up from
that's
her
right.
nap and was very distraught. I was like, JoJo, you're
Um,
fine. It's okay.
Hans at this point is like ready to shoot him. John calls out for Holly to duck and shoots Hans, shoots Eddie right in the head, blows on the barrel. Happy trails, Hans. And well, it's not over yet. Hans tumbles through the window, shatters it, and is dangling off the building, clinging to Holly's arm like he's got a grip on her watch. And you hear her scream out. Even on the ground, they look up, and you can see just how high up they are, how precarious the situation is. And then you get, I mean, what one of the most iconic defeats of a villain in any movie ever, with a very famous story that
Yeah.
everybody knows about it. Hans
It's
is
not
there.
Christmas until Hans falls off Nakatomi Plaza.
Hans looks over as John is desperately trying to get the watch off. He's drawing his gun towards him. Watch unclasped, and he falls. And the look on his face is priceless, essentially.
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it other than like it is incredibly cathartic to see the look on his face and realizing that he's lost and that John has beaten him. It's over.
In a
Regarding-
sense, is Ellis the real hero of this movie? Because none of this would have happened if he hadn't given Holly the watch. Like,
He's the
is he-
thematic hero in a certain sense, because of course, again, this is thematic. Ditching the watch saves them. This
And
gift that is meaningless in the face of what they've reclaimed through one another, of rekindling the relationship. The watch can go. Who cares about the watch? It saves their lives. It's great. Christmas movie.
Yeah.
Love it.
Regarding the falling shot, really great green screen work. I mean, it looks so
The
convincing
80s.
It does
Yeah.
look
for
really
the time,
good.
for the
Really?
time. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
of course, everybody knows the story. Alan Rickman got dropped early because it was a better reaction. He was
think
meant to be
a cool
dropped on
element-
3 and they dropped him on 1.
A cool element they may not know about it though is that he like insisted that he could do this, even though he'd never done it
Yes,
before.
That's right.
It's like
That's
anything
right.
close to this sort of thing. It's really cool that he submitted himself for it. I love
It
it
was
when an actor
it
does
was
that.
a 40-foot drop. It was a big drop. Obviously, he was landing on something.
How long a
soft, but
40-foot
still.
drop?
Mhm.
Well, you can help me
40?
out. I don't know. Yeah, 40 feet.
I don't
think
I
we
don't
put
know.
this at
That's a
40 feet.
long way.
Yeah, it's a big
If
drop.
The
you're
basketball goal's 10 feet up to give
Well, if
you
you-
some scale. So 4 of
If
those.
you land on one of those big inflatable things, it's probably all right, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
of course, but
course.
still, it's a big drop. It's it'd be scary.
They weren't dropping him on concrete. They
Oh,
probably.
Oh,
also,
really?
if they were, if it was a green screen shot and they were doing it in a studio, it might have been one of those like a pit filled with blocks of foam. So like even more so than landing on one of those big inflatable things, you really just kind of get embraced by it and don't really feel anything when you fall into those.
Yeah, it was in a studio. He was falling on something soft. I can't remember exactly what.
Yeah, just soft, but it was blue. And of course the music here is awesome. Again, pretty iconic. I mean, the whole thing is, and then looking on.
To cut to him saying, "I hope that's not a hostage."
Yeah. Well, I mean, and then you see, and then of course you get to see the whole fall.
Yeah,
How
that's
long
great.
it really was. Drawing it out, it's like, yep, that's a long fall. That's a
And
really long fall.
the fear on his face is real. I mean, he was falling quite a bit, and
Yeah.
the camera captures that.
It's iconic for a reason. It is one of the best defeats of a villain in any movie. I mean, I like some of the defeats for the other villains in the films. I don't like that the 5th one tries to kind of redo this because it's just cringe.
God,
But I mean, none of them are.
happens.
Yeah, well, what happens is Jai Courtney throws the guy off the roof. You get the slow-mo shot, and he gets chopped up by a fucking helicopter blade. It's stupid. It's really
I
dumb.
think that epitomizes everything that the 5th movie was, really, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Let's
we'll do
have that
that,
when you
but
said
we'll
Jai
make it
Courtney.
cooler. He gets chopped up by a helicopter. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
all right, whatever. It's just, yeah, none of them are. I think that because in terms of ranking them, this is obviously number 1. I am really a big fan though of the big fight on the wing of the plane in Die Hard 2. I've said negative things about Die Hard 2 in comparison. I do really like that movie, and I really like the ending. Like, too bad,
Well,
McClane. I kind of liked you.
for
I
the
got enough
record,
friends fixing into the.
I still
shit.
find it acceptable for anyone to pick 3 as their favorite as well. It is a romp.
I get it.
Yeah.
I love 3. I really like 3. It's got really fun action set pieces, a really cool idea for a film. It changes with each act in a very significant way.
Under the shadow of the first film, it's easy to pick apart the flaws in 2 and 3.
Kind of
No,
reminds
it's
me
just-
of
yeah, but
how
then-
people will pick. There's a couple of different, because I was thinking like Indiana Jones will often have that fight happening between 1 and 3. Die Hard's similar.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings, a lot of the time people fight over Fellowship and Return of the King, but also Two Towers, to be fair.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings is everyone's got a thing for Lord of the Rings, and it's
Yeah, I'm a
no
Fellowship
one,
man
no one's
myself.
really wrong.
I guess I'll
Excellent.
almost draw it back in terms of the demise, right? Like John getting kicked off, the trail of fuel lighting it, and then the explosions. Like that's a big sort of set piece there. 3 is it's kind of, because I mean I really enjoy 3, but the ending is like it's not
a
like
little lame.
A bit
Yeah.
anticlimactic.
It's a little bit weak of like, because the idea of shooting the electric line and then that dropping down is kind of cool, but that's not like what really. It's like he shoots it and then they fly into the like the light post and then it explodes. It's like I mean it's a cool explosion and everything, but like whatever. And then John shooting through himself is kind of like a I don't know. Maybe like I'm not sure what I think about that as a powerful. I don't care about 5. We don't need to talk about that. But this is number 1. It's absolutely number 1. It's great.
Yeah.
And given how many films have characters falling to their death, it's kind of like to make it be this iconic and it stands out in people's minds is quite an accomplishment, because it is not abnormal for a villain to fall to their death. And I mean, hell, it
Well, and
happens
Hans
in
got
like
to
Disney is it's really great.
Hans
Yeah.
got
I
to
love it.
fully
It's the slow-
understand and contemplate, even in those
He
few
lost.
seconds, how much he had lost. Yeah, it was just beaten the fuck out by John McClane.
And yeah, and I think if it hadn't been done with the slow mo, with the amazing soundtrack, yeah, you wouldn't have had anywhere near that impact. But this is just perfect
Yes, it is.
framing
It's
for
such
it.
a fitting, sensational ending given the setting. It's like you're making a movie in a skyscraper. What do you do with the villain at the end? Drop him off,
Yeah.
from the top of
Building
it. Well,
falls
almost the top, high enough that it's significant.
Yeah,
High enough that it doesn't matter that it's not the top.
Right, exactly. He's going
Exactly.
splat either way. Yeah.
Yeah,
and that's that. And then John pulls up Holly. They embrace. Their ordeal is over, and they are together forever, basically.
Christmas.
Well, I mean, until Die Hard
Hooray.
3, but
Sure
still,
hope they don't get
they're-
estranged again.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
they're back together. And they head back down on the ground floor, where it was mentioned before, almost simulating snow with like a whole bunch of like paper raining down,
Yeah.
kind of almost like snow on the ground as they get pulled out. Get a towel, and John finally gets to see Al face to face.
The true
and they
biggest
hug.
payoff of the movie.
They hug and they laugh, and it's so cathartic. It's just like these two men that were brought together by this insane circumstance finally get to meet each other and just sort of let out all this emotion
That's
of
some
having won.
potent camaraderie of like, we
Yeah, it
fucking
is.
did it, bro, and it's thank you so much,
Right.
and then thank you so much,
Yeah.
sort of thing at the same
And we've
time.
both been made
Well,
better.
when they lock eyes and like McClane just kind of mouths the word like "Powell," and he just gives them the nods, like, "Yeah,
He's
it's
like,
me."
yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then gets to introduce him to his wife, which is the thing he said, you can tell her yourself, and it's like, this is great. And then fucking Dwayne shows up. He's like, you got lots to answer for, but then Karl like reveals himself on the ground. He's still got his gun, and it's all chaotic. And he aims it at John, but before he can fire off a single shot, he gets gunned down, and we see the gun that did it, and we see Al finally, like, the circumstances has brought him to a position where he can draw the weapon to save his new friend. It's like, oh shit, we're not even done with the payoffs for the characters yet.
That's right.
Yeah, look at
Alice
look at
still
Joe.
here.
He's on his
Look
own
at
little
him.
character arc there.
The movie
Exactly.
could have been
Al-
over here, but we still had to give Al something because we set it up.
A little moment of
he was
redemption
able to
for him. He's not going to be able to unkill that kid, but he did.
Well,
something
But he
he's
did kill a
confronting
crazy
the-
ballerina
And
from
kill
Germany.
this German.
Well, but the thing is, though, he got over the hurdle that his post traumatic stress was kind of causing him. That like I can't even think to use my gun, and then it's like, oh well, no, but now I need to because my friend's in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
That's
after
enough,
this,
yeah.
now he can't wait to start shooting people again.
Yay.
That'd be great.
But,
He's got a taste for it once more.
Yeah.
God.
I can kill again. You've given me a reason to live.
and
Oh,
then
John, you've taught me to learn how to kill again.
Argyle.
Wait,
Oh, sorry.
earlier
Continue.
we were talking about the aesthetic of Christmas in LA, and if anything embodies that, it's money falling from the sky like it's snow,
Yeah.
or the
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
bonds specifically. But it's
Mhm.
just such a great visual to end on.
And cutting through that is Argyle bursting through the gate and driving up to the front entrance to pick up John like he said he would. It's just fun. And then Thornburg, he's here, and he's like, he wants a statement, and Holly punches him in the face, and everybody's
Yeah.
happy.
Everyone is very happy about that. And what's cool is that there's reason,
woke
you know? It's
movie.
not like
Yeah.
she has information she shouldn't, that he's an asshole or anything. She actually has good reason to punch him the fuck in the face for
Yeah,
Yep.
it's like,
Yeah.
dude, you personally fucked everything up to where
You,
it
Almost
almost
got us
cost
all
us
killed.
everything.
you almost specifically got her killed too.
Yeah,
It's like, well, yeah, you almost killed me, you asshole. So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm punching you.
good reason. Punch
Yeah,
him in the face.
the world is aware, according to his news broadcast, that he went to their home and revealed her children on camera.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's like, dude, fuck you, and the whole world
Exactly.
probably agrees as well. Like, yeah, fuck
Yep.
that guy.
And what's funny
Exactly.
is after he gets punched, he would probably just be like, ratings, how we doing? Like,
Well, yeah, he basically says, he's like, did you
He's-
get that?
Yeah.
Do people like seeing me punched?
That's just who he is. And then John wishes Argyle a Merry Christmas. He and Holly get in the limo and they kiss as Argyle drives them away. And that is the end of Die Hard,
And it's
one of
a
the greatest films
very
ever made.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas ending.
Oh,
Yes.
it's just perfect.
And because it was such an excellent template, that's why action movies ever since have been so high quality.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we did get
All
a slew of Die Hard clones in the early 90s. It was like this started its own subgenre within
Yeah.
action movies.
Not
Like
only
Die Hard on a
Yeah.
boat or Die Hard on a plane or whatever.
But like,
Yeah.
Die
you know,
Hard at
it's a good family
Thanksgiving
tree in
buffet,
some
yeah.
sense as well, because like Speed is considered Die Hard on a bus, and it's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
on a
but Speed
bus,
itself
yeah.
is cool and fun, and The Rock is like Die Hard
Yeah.
in Alcatraz. You're like, yeah, but The Rock is awesome. You know, like it's true.
Yeah, it can work.
And then simultaneously, I see it as like a fun family tree thing of just thank you, Die Hard, for inspiring other people to be as fucking cool as you, or at least to try.
Yeah,
But then you
and
get your
it
Yeah,
shitty
had
the
clones.
patriarch of this new family.
Oh, well, like
The disappointing
Dwayne Johnson
grandchildren.
one was like in a skyscraper, so it's meant to just be
Oh.
Die Hard. Did anybody
Yeah.
watch that?
Yeah. Isn't
What
No.
movie was
Oh,
this?
the one
Skyscraper,
where
I think
he's
it's called.
appropriating my people.
Oh yeah, because he's
What,
got one
Canada?
leg, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Isn't there also?
Oh.
Did you ever see Rampage with Dwayne Johnson? He's also
Yeah.
in a
That's the one with
skyscraper in that at some
the
point.
ape?
Yeah, yeah.
That's the one with the
It's a
I
weird
think I
fucking
actually
movie.
have seen parts of
Well,
that.
That would make for
He's
good
the
EFAP movies.
skyscraper in
that
that
one.
It's a
So-
terrible.
Yes, it is.
terrible.
And-
It's wonderful. It's so
And it's,
wonderfully
but
terrible.
It's so appropriately funny too, with the cleaner or the cleaner on its way out, that they are doing Die Hard, but with a British woman. It's gonna be like it's like best of luck.
It's set in
folks.
it's set in the Shard Mauler as well, so you know
Whoa.
it's going to be special.
Clive Owen as
2025 act.
Hans Gruber.
Oh, 1 hour 36 minutes. Oh, thank God.
Mercifully.
Thank goodness. Mercifully 96 minutes long.
Ah, Die Hard.
I love this movie.
I want to go
Yeah,
and
it's
watch it now
amazing.
again, actually.
That's, I mean, you can rewatch it like a billion times. It never gets old.
It says 90 stories up, 300 lives at stake, one chance to stop the chaos.
Is that the blurb for the Daisy Ridley one?
That's the blurb here from the
Oh,
See, we had 30 hostages in Die Hard. Now we've got 300 of
right,
them.
more meaning,
Yeah.
more intense,
So
right?
it's a bigger building and there's more people at stake. So that makes the movie better, don't you know?
Yeah. How many legs she got though?
3.
Oh yeah, one up in The Rock, I guess, or two upping, I suppose.
Wow.
Her acting's got no legs.
Oh,
Not,
my goodness.
not very nice.
Oh,
What did
no,
Daisy
no,
Ridley do to
maybe-
you?
no.
God.
She took part in the ruination
Yeah.
of Star Wars.
She's
She was
guilty by
complicit.
association.
She may
was
not be
was
primarily
complicit.
responsible, but even a hair of responsibility.
Yeah, all those SS guys weren't given the orders, okay?
I love that the
No,
movie
cleaner.
functions as a satire of like just all these official institutions on every level being rife with incompetence and machoism and ego and just being obsessed with, you know, just ascending the pecking order. And you know, it took just one sort of everyman with a straight, clear head, you know, and sheer willpower to actually just cut through the bullshit and get the job done. Like when you see the FBI agents, they're just like a couple of high schoolers basically, and that one guy's probably has some degree of PTSD if he was in Saigon, and it's just like, fuck, man. Like these are supposed to be like the super competent like people you're here getting the job done, and they're just treating it like a farce, and also sort of evoking the dangers of reducing everything a rigid playbook, you know. And like in the case of the FBI in response to terrorists, it's like if you have a rigid plan of action and your enemy gets a hold of that, they know every single action you're going to make, and then they can act in accordance with that. And that's exactly what Hans did, right? So
Yeah.
I like that whole satirical layer to the whole thing. It's cool.
And he's just
Yes,
such a fucking
indeed.
well-rounded hero as well, John McClane. They understood what they were doing
Yeah.
with him very well.
Mhm. Just a
The action
great
hero,
idea.
it's easy to imagine yourself in the, well, maybe not in the shoes of, but,
Huh.
you know.
Well, it's just
That
he's much closer to
relatable
being a
action
normal
hero.
guy than a lot of the kind of
Yeah.
heroes in
The-
action movies up to this point.
Yeah, and a lot of things just came together really nicely to make this work. Like the gradual change in the landscape of action movies that was taking place at the time, the unlikely casting of Bruce Willis that turned out to be fucking inspired because he's actually really good at this stuff.
Yeah.
It all just came together nicely, and all wrapped up by a director like McTiernan, who was like absolutely at the top of his game when he did this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dude,
It all
you
worked
make
out
Predator
nice.
and then Die Hard the year after. That's crazy.
And then
Yeah, like
And for Red October, that is just,
yeah, Fred October.
there's few directors who get to make a claim like that. There's a couple, but holy shit, that's a powerhouse of results. That would be like making Alien and Blade Runner.
Yeah, and then making no more
Yeah.
films.
And making no more
making-
films, just making
no more
two
films ever.
incredible bangers, and then being like, "Peace, I'm gonna go open up an ice cream store or something," and then he just goes and does that.
Make
The
hay while the sun's
Renaissance
shining, I
man.
guess. I mean, personally, like if I shot Predator, like out in in location, on location in the jungle and shit, like I'd want to sit down after that, Be like, fuck.
Yeah.
I'm not making another movie for
Well,
a
most
while.
funny is,
And
didn't
then-
he rejected this a couple times. They really
He
wanted him for
rejected
Die Hard, and he
many
was like,
times.
no. And then it was changing them from terrorists to robbers that was one of the requirements, I think.
Yeah.
Right.
And then he got
Um,
involved, and the restrictions were like all of the helicopter stuff was shot in like a couple hours. That was one of the
Wasn't it a
restrictions.
half hour or
had.
something
what-
ridiculous? Because they
Yeah.
had
Look,
originally
renting
they
a
were going
helicopter's
to have
expensive.
they were going to have
Like
a
a whole
handful of
month.
hours, but then they did their first take and they were told to stop like outright. But luckily they had it.
People complaining
we
about
were-
the noise.
This entire movie was shot on a budget of $25 million. I just
Yeah,
wanted to
it's
point that
crazy.
out.
Uh,
I mean, I
right.
know obviously it's more like 50 in today's
Yeah,
money, but even then, like a $50 million movie today would look like dog shit. Like this genuinely looks great. Like I know
Yeah.
there's a couple of composite shots where it's like, okay, with modern tech, we could probably do a slightly better job, but who cares? Like for the most part, it looks fantastic.
I mean, it's aged a lot better than Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. So
Yeah,
you know.
it's
Everyone's favorite.
exponentially older too.
So,
Well, I mean,
I-
even like didn't the Matrix have something like a $68 million budget, and
Yeah,
that
it's
was like
pretty
11
cheap.
years after this. So
Pretty
like
cheap.
I feel like maybe the ballooning budgets are not super necessary. Maybe we should just plan these things out better and think about how to use that money better.
I am not convinced that like most Hollywood movies aren't some kind of like fucking Ponzi
Money
scheme or
laundering?
something.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
like-
just money laundering.
Paying
Like-
for paying for somebody's cocaine habit.
Yeah, I think it is.
Well. I mean, is there anything else to be said of this wonderful fucking film other than go watch it? Watch it before watching this stream and after.
Do it.
My assumption is
And
everybody's
after.
seen it in a sense that this is just here as celebratory. And we're all just like, yes, Die Hard, that movie we all love. But I mean, it might be someone in chat who hasn't seen it. There's got to be a few of them
I
anyway.
think
Yeah.
There's
think
always
probably
people
for a lot of
cycling
people as
in
well,
and
like,
out.
when you go over it with a fine-tooth comb like we've done, you probably pick out things that you might not have noticed first time around or second time around, and
Mhm.
maybe that gives people a deeper appreciation of how well constructed this movie is and
Fuck yeah.
how it's actually a great template for like this is how you can write a really tight, efficient, complex and interesting screenplay and wrap it up in an action movie and have it be
And-
super entertaining.
And similar to our discussion on The Thing, not only do you learn things about the movie itself, but when you have a really awesome movie, it makes you more interested in learning a lot of the behind the scenes kind of meta information on
Yeah.
the issues that they had to work through and persevere through in order to make it, a lot of the details that got changed. And that just gives it an extra layer of like, oh wow, what a cool story about real people who made this.
Yeah, the Thing's got a lot of really cool behind the scenes stuff too. Like
Thing's
the
amazing. I should watch
documentaries
that
where they
again
go.
10 times. Also,
Yeah, also.
we are near the end, but Drinker needs to pop off. So I don't know if you want to mention, because chat probably have no idea who you are, where they can find
Yeah.
you, and why they should subscribe. If you want to do that real quick before you
Well,
escape into the night.
the question I have to ask you is, why are you trying to find me? But
Well, yeah.
if you were, Yeah, you can find it on the Critical Drinker YouTube channel. You've probably heard of it by now. But yeah, pop over there, see some of my reviews. Muller and I like to hang out every Thursday night and do open bar as well.
Yes.
So you can catch us doing that. But
Well, I saw
honestly, I was just
someone-
happy to have gotten.
well, yeah. First of all, super thankful you dropped back in. Always appreciate it. But I saw someone say you guys should do Terminator 2. Me and Drinker did Terminator 2. How many years ago? 5 or something ridiculous.
Yeah,
at
it
this
was
point.
crazy. It was like one of the first things we did together on my channel.
Yeah, you can just type the keywords in and you'll find it. And it's like is it 5 hours or something? We did T1 and 2, right?
Yeah, that was a
Shit.
huge mistake. We should have just done it like separate.
And it won't
Because
be
there
the
was way too
last
much to
time
cover.
because we will probably cover
fantastic.
T2 eventually here, but who knows? It's yeah, super appreciate it. If for anybody in chat who doesn't know, Critical Drinker covers all kinds of things, recommends good shit, and poops on the bad shit. Thank you very much for joining us, my good man, and I'll see you soon enough. Meaning tomorrow.
It's
I
been
think.
awesome to hang.
Yeah,
Yeah,
great talking to you, Drinker.
it's been awesome to
Thanks.
hang with all you guys tonight.
Yeah,
and,
we
I
will.
hope-
Cheers.
I was
And
gonna say
Merry Christmas.
we were gonna see you later, but yeah, thanks for coming on. Always good to have you around.
Awesome, yeah. Merry Christmas to all of you. Have a great time.
Merry
and I'll
Crimbo.
see you
Merry
again
Christmas.
soon.
Merry Christmas.
Bye.
Thanks
Bye.
again.
Merry Christmas. Bye bye.
See
Later.
you.
Off he goes into the
Um,
Presumably to
sunset,
drink.
just like John McClane and Al and Argyle.
Yeah.
One German guy for a little bit.
So
not
Die
for
Hard
long.
Good is that it?
I think
Yeah, I think
pretty good.
I think
Pretty
on
good.
that
I
we
think
can
it's
agree.
6 out of 10.
Yeah, I think
Yep.
so. I think that's I think I'm about there. Yeah. I adore this movie. It's
Maybe if I watch it a few more times, I'll be sure.
With it.
It's just it really is a case of you can just learn a lot of really good like fundamental lessons about like storytelling and writing from this film if you're paying attention to it and really like paying attention to all of the details, all of the kinds of problems that they needed to solve from a writing standpoint, setting things up, paying them off later, structure, pacing, character motivations, themes. It's like a really good it's a really good template for a really entertaining and meaningful and approachable film.
If you understand what makes Die Hard good, you should be very well equipped to be able to start to make stories of your own. At least be familiar with the theory of it. It's a great example to learn from.
Excellent
Yes,
structure.
indeed.
It accomplishes so much within a reasonable runtime. I mean, I think over 2 hours was probably stretching it back then, but it's entirely justified. Like, I
If you can
wouldn't
keep
want
butts in
anything
seats
cut.
and entertained for over 2 hours, man, bravo.
Mhm.
Now we could never do such a thing, but one day we're hoping.
I assume it's the kind of
we'll
movie
be able
that
to manage that.
the vast majority of people who are loving this didn't even consider the time when they're watching it. It's just, that's the kind of experience it is. Whereas there are other films where you're like, come on, just end. Or like, not to take shots, but you know, so you feel the time code of certain movies. I won't name names. I don't want to be cruel, okay? It happens.
There's such a lack of discipline now. There's so many films that are just like a bloated 3-hour mess. Just like, ugh.
Yeah.
I feel like I got nothing from that, and it was so long.
They don't respect your time.
Yeah.
That's what it is. They don't respect it.
Well, before we get close even to wrapping up, why don't we have our two remaining guests, with, of course, thanks to Gary as well, who had to pop out. His links will be in the description. Very much a media connoisseur, as much like us. But John, why don't you let chat know what's up, what you doing, and how's your Christmas going?
Sure, man. I'm having a great little holiday season so far. Yeah. John Graham on YouTube. I write and direct machinima and live action projects. I do Arby and the Chief. I did they play the NES World Champions for Switch. That was the last one I did, and I'm working on a Christmas special, and it is a parody of this film that we covered.
Oh,
Yay!
sweet.
Interesting.
I probably won't get it done by Christmas, but I will get it done before the end of December, and I don't want to rush it because I'm very happy with the script, and this might end up being one of my favorite videos. So,
Awesome.
working hard on it.
And of course, thank you so much for joining us for the whole thing. I love chatting with you.
Oh, no problem, man. It was great being able to cover this. I mean, especially doing the parody. Like, I already watched it a bunch of times to like study the shots, but
You're already, ready
I
for
love the
conversation.
opportunity. Yeah, it was nice to just cover it here and talk about it. So thank you very much for the invitation.
Absolutely. And Mark, same question. What are you up to, my good man?
Well, I do a podcast with sometimes he's very infrequently. You never really see him here, but with Metal Commander. I don't know if you're aware of German YouTuber Metal Commander. We do a podcast called The Forge, and we've got some pre-records coming up on the Batman and 2 episodes on the Penguin with
Ooh.
Wolf and Theo, and then just Theo. So yeah, there's some good stuff coming up, particularly the Penguin stuff. And yeah, other than that, I've not been doing much stuff with my own channel lately because I'm sort of working to remain in the military despite being a one-legged man. And this past week, I actually just passed a military fitness test, so yeah, I'm doing pretty well in that regard. But mostly just working on real life stuff outside of Forge, and every so often I'll get invited onto EFAP, and that's pretty much what I do on the YouTubes these days.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good stuff.
That's awesome, man. Well
Exciting.
done.
Yeah, thanks.
Excellent news. And I hear Penguin is good, so that'll be a nice surprise. And those, I think Mel has said they'll be heading out while he's over my place, so you can aim for,
Yeah.
it'll be end of December and January-ish time, beginning of January. So.
Oh wait, and yeah, tomorrow we're doing War of the Rohirrim, that Lord of the Rings anime.
Oh,
It's
boy.
not as good as Penguin. Penguin's
I haven't
better.
heard much about that's good.
Mm,
So
you're
that's,
not-
you know. Well, it's a Lord of the Rings property that isn't Peter Jackson, so I guess
It's
rule
in
holds
that
up.
world, and like you got a lot of similar musical cues and stuff, but it's pretty boring, honestly. It's like,
well,
we'll,
yeah.
we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Springy, Rags, anything you fellas want to mention?
I guess nothing too new for me. I'm just kind of chipping away at this video, and hopefully it'll be out soon. And I'm planning a New Year's stream doing Lord of the Ring Gollum. So that'll happen maybe New Year's Day or the day after. It depends on
How way to rig in the new year.
Listen, 2024 has been
2025 is the year of the Golem.
It's been a year of the Gollum. Yeah, it's the Chinese New Year. It's the Middle Earthian New Year, year of the Gollum.
Oh, excellent.
I'm just working, and I guess there's probably nothing other than whatever you might be talking about more about upcoming plans.
Yes, this was the beginning of your Christmas presents. Okay, chat. Die Hard breakdown fully.
Yes.
That's one of them. There may be another one on Christmas Eve in the form of an EFAP movies on something. Who knows what it could be, but I think you'll find it quite fun as a big old package that's getting cooked right up. Then, on Christmas Day, you will have premiering episode. What are we currently on? Is 317 is this episode, right?
I think so, yes.
It will be 318 of EFAP, and the day after is 319 of EFAP, both premiering for any of those out there who maybe have the time and would like to listen to something on Christmas and Boxing Day. Where
Christmas present.
they're all going to just be surprises, all right? What is the topic? What are we covering in EFAP movies or those EFAP episodes? Who can say? Who can know? But we hope you enjoy them. Sitting around the EFAP Christmas tree and having some fun on the day. But of course, you know what? The most important thing is you have a Merry Christmas in general. What's funny is that you'll get that just shoved onto your screens, and then I'm pretty sure we're doing an EFAP on the 28th as well, so...
Yeah, looks like it.
Within a week, it's like 4 episodes of EFAP just blown out.
Yeah.
But
Goddamn.
if anyone is familiar with anything in terms of releases right now, there's plenty for us to actually cover and catch up with in terms of... Squid Game, for those who don't know, is on the way in terms of the show itself is releasing on 25th, is it? I think
It's on the Boxing Day, I think. Boxing Day.
26th. So
Yeah.
that'll be a thing. Let's hope it's good, eh?
I hope so.
We got Nosferatu's heading out at the this Christmas Day. Sonic 3's heading out. Now, I bring all these things up not because... Yeah,
Not
fuck
because
yeah.
we're actually covering all of these things necessarily.
Not even guarantees that we're all seeing all of these things. Just that be aware that this is all stuff that we're trying to juggle as well as get all the catch-ups done, which are rolling out. And
is out
Yes.
as well.
I'm working on them.
What was that, Frankie?
Wallace and Gromit is
Oh, yeah, Wallace
the
and
new
Gromit.
one. Is
Yeah,
actually, like,
right.
there's I think it's
That comes out
airing,
when?
like, well, so I think it's on BBC on Christmas. They do that a lot for Wallace and Gromit, but it's actually like I think it's in some theaters. Like you can find it potentially.
Oh,
So.
okay.
So
And I think it's
limited
on
theatrical
Netflix
release.
next
It might be in the UK. I haven't seen it in, at least not in Canada. It's not in theaters, unfortunately, because I would have gone to see that.
In any case, it's coming out real soon. So there's that as well.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, lots of stuff.
Plenty. So, with that said and done, thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate
Yes,
it.
indeed.
And we're
Yay.
glad we could express the love and appreciation for one of the greatest movies of all time. Die Hard.
Indeed.
Absolutely, easily
Good
been
memes.
confirmed yet again.
Thank you all so
Christmas
much.
haters,
Appreciate it.
yeah, get fucked.
Merry Christmas,
Merry
everybody.
Christmas, everybody.
Yeah.
Indeed. Merry
Yeah,
Christmas.
We
Have a
shall
happy
see
holiday.
you
Jesus,
again.
bitch.
Bye.
Bye.
later,
See you
everybody.
later.
Pussy Nosferatu.
Is this a detonator I see before me?
I am an exceptional thief.
Yippee-ki-yay.